position. Either rise or you fall. I'm on a mission, bringing my dreams to fruition. I ain't playing at all. Bring out the body bags, I'm about to kill them, deliver them to the mortician. I gotta do what I gotta do. That's for my fish, back in my face. I gotta do what I gotta do. I pray to God, he never came. I'ma do me, I'ma do me. That's in my blood, I'll never change. That's in my blood, I'll never change. That's in my blood, I'll never change.
The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido. Earlier today, the anticipation as the arrivals and preparation come to the surfers. A couple of rookies, Luca Macinas, Imai Kalandeval, want to stamp their approval here at Sunset. Italo Pereira and a very dangerous wild card in the way of Billy Kemper. Joao Chianca coming off a nice finish there, and a message left to us overnight. Aloha, everyone. Aloha, kakayaka kako. Good morning, everyone. Day number 2 here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido. Kai Pereira here, joined by former champ and a solid Hawaiian, Makua Kai Rothman.
Good morning, Kaipo. You almost blew me away with that introduction this morning, man.
It's what I do. No, so seriously, yesterday, Makua, some serious water out there at Sunset Beach. Your take on yesterday's happenings?
Yesterday was awesome. The guys got to push themselves, push the limit of performance surfing in big waves, and we'll see what happens today.
Well, with that, let's see what today's call is. Rosie Hodge is with Jesse Miley Dyer.
Good morning, Jesse. We had a huge day yesterday. Looks like the athletes are preparing. What do we have in store for today?
We have another really big day. So we're actually going to do 24 heats of men today. We've got 2 rounds, the round of 32 and the round of 16. So we're also going to be doing overlapping heats today with 40 minutes.
A lot of water moving today still. What's the swell looking like?
It's still really big out there. Still a couple of wash throughs this morning, so you're looking at like a 25-foot face kind of set wave on your head. It's going to drop a little bit throughout the day, but it's still going to stay really solid, so it should be big all day.
Oh, buckle up, it's going to be a big day. Good luck, everyone.
And coming out of that, we have the Hooter has just sounded, and quick to his feet, and quick strike by Kyle Ebeli. He's in the opening heat this morning. His opponent, Connor Coffin. Again, 40-minute overlapping heats. So a lot of surfing is going to be done today, Makua.
Wow, man, that wasn't one of the most impressive waves surfed this whole contest so far. Big open face turns, wide open, a lot of scoring potential. It's going to see where it's going to be. Excuse me.
Here we go.
Up and riding, Kaipo.
Connor Coffin answering back here to that opener from Kyle Ebeli. Connor Coffin, a little bit more warble on the face, some white water to deal with. Let's see if he has the closer, and he does. So now the stage is set, and our judges are going to be setting the scale for today.
That's exactly what I got stuck saying. Excuse me, guys. I was going to say it's going to be exciting to see where the judges put that wave in the scale of things right now, Kaipo.
I like it that the surfers got really busy right away. We'll see some replays right here. We're going to start with Kyle Ebeli.
Nice steep drop, coming off the bottom hard. Big open face wrap. That's what you want to see at Sunset. Classic, up to the lip, back to the power section of the wave. I mean, no jerky moves. Everything smooth, calculated, laying back in the whitewash. I mean, finishing maneuvers and all. Kyle Ebeli on a beautiful ride this morning.
And taking another look here at Ebeli's ride. Just 40 seconds into the start of this heat. Quick to the gun.
Yeah, if you're going to start off a heat, that's the kind of wave you want to start off this heat with out here at Sunset. And Kyle just in rhythm right now.
Kyle Ebeli coming off of some momentum from stop number 1. Here we go. Connor Coffin on the replay.
Nice big hook right there back. Off the bottom, smooth. It's a nice carving turns into the pocket right there. Let's see what he got on his finishing move. It's kind of coming through the foamy section, and bang, nice closer.
And the Coffin from the water, you can see the power, the thickness, and the uneven surface that is Sunset Beach, Makua.
Oh yeah, it's a snowboard game out there, rail to rail, heel to toe, and you can see some big bombs still coming through there on our drone shot. See the Hawaiian Water Patrol. We got Connor Coffin and Kyle Ebeli in Heat 1 this morning out here at Sunset, Kaipo.
Yeah, still waiting for opening score for both Connor Coffin and Kyle Ebeli. Both surfers 28 years of age. and both coming here with a lot of Sunset experience. I mentioned Kyle Ibelli coming off a third-place finish, stop number 1 over a pipeline, so he has some momentum coming into this event. Connor Coffin, a former champ out here at Sunset Beach, took that title in 2017, so a really evenly matched opening set here, day number 2.
Yeah, super evenly matched heat. I mean, both guys coming off stellar performances all year. Connor with his first, getting into the finals last year, make it into that top 5 in the world. Kyle with his third-place finish at Pipeline, they really have something to prove here at Sunset.
So still anticipating some scores, but that's not going to stop Kyle Ibelli back up on wave number 2. A little difficult takeoff, looking for a barrel, finds a cavern and comes out. Ibelli finishes off with a nice grab rail cutty, and maybe just one more for good measure. In control, Kyle Ibelli.
Yeah, Kaipo, look how much more competitive and how much more there is to offer when the swell turns a little more north, like I was saying yesterday. Super west, it's a lot more shouldery. Today, with the more northerly direction, the surfers are going to have a lot of scoring potential out there.
Yeah, and Kyle Ibelli showing that the nature of these swells turning north is that's just something that happens as they pass the island, right?
Yeah, I mean, the swell starts to get some refraction. It starts to wrap around the island. The swell turns. I mean, he's happy it's north. He's got the North Pole. I mean, he's looking like he's coming from the North Pole right now and all that soup. But, yeah, Kyle Ibelli is just on a tear. I mean, bingo, bango once again.
Oh, this is going to be a treat from the water, Makua.
Oh, yeah, I mean, just like I said, starting off a heat like that, a little bobble, but just parks it, puts his arm in the wall, maximizes his tube time. Out here at Sunset, when you do get a good barrel, you want to try and maximize that tube time. The judges really like that, and I think Kyle Ibelli is going to have a beautiful score on the board. Look how he just extends his body. He's just standing there, knowing he's coming out, eyeing up that section, grabs that rail, just really leans into that turn. And Kyle Ibelli is just on fire right now, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, this is going to apply some pressure to Connor Coffin. We're still waiting for the opening numbers to set the situation. 34 minutes and 55 seconds. Remember, we are having a overlapping heat format today, so there are 40-minute heats. At the 20-minute mark in this heat, the next heat will join these two surfers on the water. Next heat, heat number 2, Kolohe Andino and Luca Macinas. Number coming in for Coffin, a 7.33 for his opening ride. Waiting for 2 scores for Kyle Ibelli. 6.5 for wave number 1, checks in for Kyle Ibelli. Judges owe us 1 more score.
Wow, Kaipo,
that surprises me.
Yeah, it's Connor's turns were nice and wide open too. Kyle had a little bit of a cutback in his turns. I thought that score could have went higher, but nonetheless, it was the first wave of the heat. They have to set a bar somewhere.
Hey, let's throw it to our judging and rules analyst, Richie Porta's with us. Richie, what's going on in the judges' tower right now? What's the process while we wait for another score?
Morning, gents. It's the judges really love it to start off with a couple of waves ridden, so they're not sitting there just looking at one wave and they've got nothing to compare it to. So what happens is that both the guys caught a wave right behind each other. The judges sit there, put down their scores first, and then Pratamo, the head judge, will bring up the replay. He doesn't put it in slow motion, he doesn't change the angle, he just wants the front-on angle. Then they review both the waves. There's no talking happening during any of this time. And some of the judges may adjust some of their scores. That's their choice. And then they type them in. Now they've got Kaio's second wave with another comparison, and I think you'll find that wave should be a pretty good score as well, because all judging is just comparisons, right?
So that is the right, and right now we do have some scores which dropping in. I'm going to wait for one more judge to put the number in. A 5.67 for wave number 2 for Kyle Ibelli. So 6.5, 5.67 for Ibelli. Connor Coffin still with the highest single wave total of a 7.33. What was the difference there, Rich?
Well, they obviously they like Connor surfing that little bit better. I'm sort of with Makua a bit there too. I thought Kaio's first wave might have been a bit higher, but they've set their scale now, and they've liked Connor's wave with a comparison. The barrel, I guess, was pretty short, so they didn't rate that as high. And away they go. So now all it is comparing every other wave to the 3 waves they've got, and that'll happen for the next 35 minutes.
What about leading the band? Because, I'm going to get to some live action right now, Rich. We'll get back to you. This is Kyle Ibelli, just taking his time, maybe looking for another barrel, and not on offer there, so he punches out the back.
Yeah, looks like he wanted to reposition himself. There's some big white waters coming through. Doesn't look like he was in the best spot, so I think he's going to get the ski ride back around with 31 minutes. Yeah, he's got a lot of time to get back out there and get another wave.
Yeah, I'll bring Rich back into the conversation. Rich, you there?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, I'm going to not, because here goes Connor Coffin with a big drop and getting crunched there. The question I was going to ask you, Rich, is today with the overlapping heats, the judges are going to be very, very busy keeping up with all the rides.
Yeah, and there'll be flurries. So with lots of waves in the sets, that is a nasty start to your morning for sure right there. They'll get flurries, and then they'll have gaps of some downtime. So what they have to do is play catch up at certain times, but yeah, they're well versed in this. You know, they do this every day. Overlapping heats is the new normal now, and they'll be able to nail this day, no problem. I hope. So does everyone else.
Well, I look forward to catching up with you more, Rich. Thank you for all the insight, and we appreciate, like I said, it's going to be a big, big day of surfing here with the overlapping heat format. We're going to get a lot of heats done by the end of the day for the men. We're going to have the quarterfinals set, so a giant day, if you would. Day number 2 at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido, and the Red Bull ski, manned by Hawaiian Water Patrol, taking Connor Coffin back out to the channel.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate move for Connor. That's morning coffee right there, a little wake up. And that North Peak really does that. It comes in, and right when it's about to break, it does a little flare at the top. For those of you who haven't been out to Sunset when it's more north, there's a side peak that, you can get in, and just as it's about to break, it throws this little like hiccup, and it'll get you off balance. You see a lot of people falling backwards, like Seth yesterday had one where he kind of bobbled at the bottom. Connor there. The more you see that North Peak, the more you'll see the guys trying to take off kind of under that little section. It could be just a little farther out. It'd be an easier takeoff. But nonetheless, you'll see a few fins free, I think, today, Kaipo.
Well, we have, we have the Flying Embers drop of the day. And I think we're going to have a lot of entries into that category because the mood has changed out here at Sunset versus yesterday.
Yes, definitely. We'll have a few drops to look at, I would say, today, Kaipo.
What do you expect as the day presents itself, Makua, as far as the more northerly aspect to the waves and the wind, and how we're going to, what do you think is going to shape up today?
I think it's going to clean up. I think we're going to get a lot of excellent scores today. I think there's going to be a lot of scoring potential with the more favorable, little more north in the swell. But nonetheless, all these guys put in on crazy performances yesterday. Now they got to do it all again today.
Yeah, and just the endurance that's going to take. It took a lot out of the surfers competing yesterday. We'll see what happens in the lineup right now. Connor Coffin trying to get this chip in, and that wave did not allow him to stroke in. So again, the big playing field is a challenge, and all of the current and rip that you can see on your screen adds to that.
Yeah, well, it looks like the tide's going down in the mornings, and that doesn't help out here at Sunset Beach when there's an incoming swell or existing swell, because the swell's going one way. There's only one big channel. We talked about Palmalu, and here we go. I think it's Kyle Ibelli out the back, up and riding again.
A roll in and a fading, a bottom turn for Ibelli. Wave really fattens up there, and he's not able to continue on. Priority to Connor Coffin.
Connor Coffin has priority and the highest single wave total. Here we go, Kaipo.
Big drop for Connor Coffin. This time sticks it. Bounces off the bottom. Nice carve through that difficult section. Patient. And another big rail carve for Coffin. Again, matching the pace and the tempo of this wave, and power for power. Cuts that turn a little bit short at the end, but good thing because that equaled a completion, and the Coffin camp loves it.
Oh yeah, that JF Sport is looking fire under his feet right now, Kaipo. Just slicing and dicing in that wave. I mean, picking every point perfectly, cutting it short when he had to so he didn't get overzealous and kind of take too much on that last turn, finishing off that wave for another good score. I mean, there's another fins free drop, like I said. And beautiful cut back into the power of the wave. Right here's my favorite turn of this wave. Just really laying it on rail, staying over his feet, getting his body and his shoulders over his legs, and then right there just tapping it at the end to finish it off.
And we can really dissect this one in slow-mo, Makua.
Yeah, just really opening up his wings there and getting the board back to the powerful section for the money turn right here. You can see how he just really gets low, keeps his front hand over. His center of gravity is low. His shoulders are over his legs. He's really centered on his board. And just a nice little, like I said, little tap finish there for Conor Coffin.
Conor Coffin will be waiting for that score. I feel that Conor has figured out the puzzle here. And as we wait for that score, let's take a look at our Surfline forecast and what the gang over there has in store for us as we anticipate not just today, but the rest of the week. You can see those west-northwest swell. It peaked yesterday, but still a lot of power in the ocean today and tomorrow, Makua. You can see the wind, side offshore, and east-northeast trades predicted today through Friday. And more solid stuff coming on the way.
Oh yeah, it's just been pumping. I mean, east-northeast is perfect. There you can see on your screen, 14 to 20, 12 to 18, 12 to 18, 10 to 16. I mean, it's gonna be pumping all day, Kaipo.
That's right. That's today's forecast, and we can look forward to our week. And the week is set up. Look at tomorrow, Thursday, still plenty of swell. 14 seconds, 15 seconds on Friday, and still over the weekend, hanging in there.
Yeah, I mean, look at that, just pumping swell all the way through. Competitors are loving it. I mean, if they can get this one done early, competitors will have a lot of time to rest going into the next event.
And the momentum that it will take. Luca Macinis, La Maquina, the rookie on the championship tour, preparing himself for his heat against Kolohe Andino.
Yeah, this boy has been putting on some performances, and surf's really good out here as well. I like his style, the way he approaches the wave. Got 25 minutes left in this heat. Wow, this is a long heat, Kaipo. 40 minutes today, overlapping heats. Is this the first overlapping heat ever at Sunset?
I believe so. In past competitions, remember this was a qualifying series events in the past, and those were four-man heats. So we did have four surfers out, but they were all competing against each other. In these overlapping heats, we're going to have two sets of two surfers competing one-on-one individually against each other. So it is a proven formula out here with four-man heats, so we can adapt that into these man-on-man matchups with the overlapping heats. Conor Coffin just checked in with a 5.8, and he's up and riding once again. Nice carve, setting up for the inside section. Longer walls today because of the northerly angle. A lot of soup and foam right there to negotiate. A lot of cavitation in the fins, and he's going to have to kick out.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you guys seen on screen. The reason there's a lot of foam on that wave, the wave before Conor's wave was an absolute smoker. That thing came through the inside bowl and just unleashed. And I think that's why Conor had all of that foam to negotiate. That'll just be a novelty score. He'll throw that one away, not one of his top two. Get back out there and try and better that 5.67.
Yeah, a lot of anticipation happening today. A lot of eyes on Sunset Beach and preparation. Surfers coming off of, you know, just a huge survival victory at sea day yesterday. But our surfers well rested and ready for day number 2. We're on the replay here. And this was the classic. This was the 5.8. So you can see, I'm sorry, this is the 2.1. So you could see that wave before setting up all this whitewater you were talking about, Makua.
Yeah, that wave came through. It had a mean double up on it, and there's, you know, it just really washed out that lineup for Conor Coffin. Unfortunately, he didn't have too much scoring potential on that wave. But Conor's right there. He's ready. He's fit. He's psyching. I know I've been talking to him lately, and he doesn't want anything more than to win right here at Sunset Point.
Yeah, well, like I said, he's solved the puzzle before, and he was a champ in 2017. So already have that feeling, or even those memories of being a champ here at Sunset Beach. I know mentally that's got to be some really positive signs for Conor Coffin, and he's showing it right now, coming back from a wipeout, opening up with a really, really big score. He's looking very confident to me.
Yeah, I mean, I remember those laybacks and those power hacks he was doing when he won that event. It was some of the smoothest, most technical rail surfing I've seen out here. And Conor just had it all going on that day. Looks like he's got that fire back in him today.
Yeah, and when we talk about the rail surfing, we talk about a surfer in Coffin that was groomed on a perfect right-hand point break, and so that's how he's able to smooth up his style. Take a look here in the second box of the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and that's where all of our surfers will be preparing for their heats. Again, it's going to be a fast-moving day with this overlapping heat format.
Oh yeah, all the boys are ready to go. Look at him. There's waves. Look at Jordy flaring his eyes up. He's one of my favorite surfers out here as well, Jordy Smith. I remember one time I got in as into the event twice, and I lost to Jordy twice. Somehow it was a qualifying from the local ratings, and then I was the highest rated alternate. So I got in this event 2 times once. I lost to Jordy twice.
There, yeah. Okay, so we're about a minute and a half away to the start of our second heat of the day. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we got more action for you. This is the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido. Flashing back to 2017 here at the World Cup, and Connor Coffin solved the puzzle, figured out the equation, brought power to power here at Sunset Beach with some solid surfing, solid stance, and some big turns, Makua.
I mean, yeah, he was so poised in this event. Look at that, just absolutely unleashing on that section. I can't wait to see somebody surf like that. And you know, today has the potential to have those kind of turns, those kind of scorings. And here we go, nonetheless, Connor Coffin on point.
Back up and riding. Heat leader right now, Connor Coffin. Nice little cutting to begin with. Smooth face that he was able to find out here in a bumpy, wonky Sunset Beach. And he's putting that JS board to work. Nice rail work, nice finish. And kicks out in control in the channel. Looking to improve his low of a 5.8. We'll see what the judges thought about that last performance from Connor Coffin.
Oh yeah, that was a nice wave, man. Lots of beautiful turns, finishing maneuvers. You see Abe Lerner coming in hot on a jet ski right there. And I think Kalohe and Dino might have got a wave out the back as well, Kaipo.
Great observation. During that break, the non-priority heat started. Kalohe and Dino, here he is on the replay.
Kalohe is so smooth off the bottom always. He's always so loaded, so low to his board. And looks like he's just trying to fill out that mayhem out there. And nice little fins-free wiggle at the top. And nice little wrap back into the pocket. I think he'll be looking to get back out there and get a better wave under his belt after that one.
Nice water angle here up and Dino's opening wave in his challenge against Luca Macinas.
Yeah, you guys are going to notice, oh, beautiful bang at the lip right there. You guys are going to notice a lot of these waves have froth on the wave. It's because not always the biggest set is the best wave. And maybe number 2 is better, and it will have a little bit of froth on the face. And here we go with Connor Coffin. Just steady with that power turn. And see how smooth and collected he is on his bottom turn as well. Getting real low, just wrapping it back into the pocket. Smashing that end section. Connor going off right now.
Yeah, building in his performance through this heat. So again, overlapping heat format. The new heat in the water, Kalohe and Dino versus the rookie, Luca Macinas. Representing Peru, they are in a non-priority heat. They have 37 minutes on the clock in their heat. 17 minutes on the clock for Connor Coffin and Kyle Ibeli in the priority heat.
Kyle Ibeli needs a 6.64 to advance. Kaipo, I mean, give us some of this breakdown on screen.
Right here, this is a breakdown of how the overlapping heat format works. 2 heats are in the water at the same time, and the first heat starts. Subsequently, you have a non-priority position in the first 20 minutes of your heat. Back 20 minutes of your heat, you are in the priority heat, and that is when both surfers have priority over the other 2 surfers in the water. So it's a way that we can get a lot of surfing done. It's a way that we're giving our surfers an extra 10 minutes out in their man-on-man matchups. So I'm a big fan of this format.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the first heat because no matter what, you got priority all the way through 40 minutes.
This is true. Still waiting for that score, Makua, for Connor Coffin. Judges taking their time, and as well as that score for Kaloya and Dino. So maybe a couple more reviews before they put a number to it.
Yeah, it looks like they've been taking their time first thing this morning, but we're waiting for a score here. Looks like he's getting a mid-range score on that last one, you know, somewhere around his 5.80. And, you know, deservingly so. It wasn't the biggest, gnarliest turns on the wave. It was just super controlled and really precise, actually.
Yeah, 5.47 for last of Coffin does not change the situation. Chloe Andino opening up with a 4.83. And here is Andino once again. Long, steady bottom turn. Wow. Pretty unorthodox turn, but I like the attack to the lip and back up again. Chloe Andino.
You know what's cool is to see somebody get up there and attack the lip and get the fins free out here at Sunset. You don't see that type of surfing out here at Sunset much. It's more of that more power wrap kind of turn. Kalohe is bringing a new flavor to it this morning, getting the fins up there, getting his board up in the lip and getting the fins free.
Here we go. Check out the flare, Makua.
Yeah, I like this. I mean, granted it's a smaller wave, but he's just getting up there and putting all of his power into it. You know, no lack of effort. I mean, he's definitely throwing caution to the wind. It's not the easiest thing to do is to control a big board like he does. Getting up there and really just ripping in. As the board gets out of control, he gets more in control right there, if you can believe it. Right back into another turn. No hesitation. Just banging that lip. That's a nice wave, Pickle.
Surfing Sunset, a super powerful wave like a San Clemente beach break. Kaloya and Dino, impressive attack. I'm really interested in where that number is going to go. Here we go. Paddle, and it's going to be Luca Macinas. The rookie with the pump bottom turn, little carve under the lip there. Again, arcing rail line turn back to the power source. Looking for a little bit more on the inside. And really doing his best sunset dance as he kicks out into the channel. So we'll be waiting for that score as well, Luca Macinas.
Like we said yesterday, the double pump bottom turn is no mas out here.
No mas.
But yeah, he got a nice turn in on the end of that wave. I think he's just getting his feet in the wax this morning, Kaipo, as you can see on screen right here. You know, kind of cutting it short, a little bit late to the lip. A wrapping cut. Nice little wrapping cutty back into the power section. Oh, and jams a little turn at the end. That was a better wave than I thought. Nice wave by Lucas Macinas.
And the water angle will illustrate how thick this wave is.
Yeah, so much chop, so much power. I mean, look at that. There's that north section just giving those little hiccups in there. It's almost like a backwash somehow, carving back into the section. You can see like he almost disappears behind some of those bumps sometimes. There's huge chops coming up the face. It's not the easiest thing to do, negotiate. But here we go. Kyle Ibeli is going to have to negotiate this one, Kaipo.
Yeah, he is. Big bottom turn straight to the lip and somehow puts the board back under his feet. Kyle Ibeli in attack mode at the moment. Again, Ibeli needing a 6.64. If he gets the finish, I think he gets the number. And he's excited.
Oh yeah, that is when you say only a surfer knows the feeling. That feeling right there. When you complete a wave, you're super psyched. You just want to be like the Hulk and just tear your jersey off. Ah! And he is just passionate about his, I mean, critical, steep. I mean, there was everything on that ride.
High risk is what I will label that first turn. That was a high risk maneuver, and I know he's going to get rewarded for it. The question is, will it be that 6.64 that he needs to overtake the lead? But let's take a look at it once again.
If he doesn't get rewarded for this, something's wrong. So up there, just cracking the lip, right back into a beautiful turn. I like this finishing move right here. Just really bang, up there, putting it all on the line. He's psyched. What's up? Where's my score? Let's go. Here
This
we
right
go.
here.
Off the bottom. I mean, look, he's under the lip. Fins free. And you know what's so cool about that? He could have got so out of control right there. He actually hung on right back into another turn, straight back to the bottom of the wave. And just bango. Let's go.
Speed and power illustrated by Caio Ibelli, and we're waiting for that number, an important number in the framework of heat number 1. I'm feeling it needs to go into the excellent range.
Whose house? Ram's house. That's what he was thinking right there. Caio Ibelli on the money, baby. That was beautiful surfing.
Yeah, and you know what? That's the kind of surfing that Caio had to produce with a challenge against Connor Coffin, because Connor's been putting together controlled, radical, open carve rides. But here we go with the judges starting to, as we suspected, excellent scores in the works. 8.5, 8.5, 8.5, and let's just call it an 8.5 for Caio Ibelli, up in the excellent range, and he takes the lead off of Connor Coffin in the final 11 minutes in their matchup.
Yeah, that was good surfing. That was attack. That was how you want to surf Sunset. That's how you're going to get, like I said, we should be seeing multiple excellent scores today with this more northerly swell. Kalohe Andino up and riding, Kaipo.
Big arcing turns for Andino. Eyeing up the lip and hacks it. He's got more on offer. Big double up section, has to do the flyaway.
That was the old school Liam right there, flying out the back of the wave. Just not as high. But nonetheless, Kalohe Andino, beautiful surfing. I mean, he's looking super smooth right now. Taking off kind of on the end of this, choosing a little smaller waves to surf out here right now at Sunset, but putting beautiful turns down nonetheless. I mean, right here, going up and just putting that layback jam. I mean, this kid's always been one of the best to do it since he's been young, and he's showing his talent right now out here at Sunset.
It is amazing to me that this is Kalohe's 9th season on the championship tour, because we saw him coming, we saw him coming from a very, very young age. And a lot of times I still think of, in my perspective, Kalohe as a Grom, but he's far from that. He's a tour veteran now, 27 years of age. He's now a father, husband and a father. I mean, you watch people grow up on this tour. It's pretty incredible.
I watch him grow up right on my street at my Cole's house as a little Grom running around, probably still diapers. And yeah, I've known Kalohe a long time. Dino Andino, great surfer. But here we go, Caio Ibelli just going through the motions, Kite.
Yeah, and that is what he's doing right now. Just kind of going through the motion. He knows he has the lead in the heat. He's under priority of Connor Coffin, so it's not like he's going to have first choice of waves. So I think it's smart for Caio Ibelli. Just take a chance, take a wave, keep busy out there.
Yeah, keep it on the roll. He wants to keep that fire going. He's fired up right now. One thing you can do is you can sit too long and almost ice yourself. You know they ice the kicker when they do the timeout for the field goal? It's almost like you're putting yourself in timeout. When you sit out there and you search too long, you start getting cold, especially with 40 minutes. You want to keep hot, you want to keep warm, and you want to keep that fire going. Look at him right there.
And that works. You know, you ice the kicker. Sometimes you're going to have that mental game for the kicker. That goal for them becomes that much more difficult, because then you get inside of your head there. So a good perspective there, Makua.
And you know when you see it most is when somebody starts off with a huge score. They're going to go out there and sit down, just like we had. I don't know if it was at Pipe or where it was. I remember having a massive score up there, and we're like, I wonder if he's going to pull it off. And we actually had a stat of how many heats lost with a 10-point ride.
Yeah. Here we go, Connor Coffin waving to our on-site commentary. He wants to know the situation. He wants to know time. They're going to tell him, you need a 7.68, Connor. Really difficult, however, to get those sound waves all the way out to the lineup here at Sunset.
Yeah, they're going to have to relay that to his caddy. His caddy will be able to hear it. The caddy's close enough where they can hear things. You know, he's probably just going to have to catch another wave. He has to know he's behind. I mean, there's a huge board up there, a big LED screen up by the judges that he can see the placing. He just wants to know the number. He knows he needs to catch up.
7 minutes, 40 seconds counting down, and I like the fact that as we look over the Sunset Beach lineup, a more in-control playing field today compared to yesterday, Makua.
It's going to clean up nicely today, Kaipo. Like I said, a little more north, a little more scoring potential. The wind's coming out of a more favorable direction, east-northeast, instead of that northerly kind of breeze we had yesterday. So today's going to be, I mean, amazing. Look at it. Here comes the wind. The sun's going to come out. It's going to be a cracker today.
Okay, let's go. It's go time right now. Luca Macinas, the young Peruvian, off the bottom. Nice carve off the top. Opened up with just a 3.67. Wants to better that. A nice solid surfing. A little caught up there, but is able to complete that ride. Right behind him, Kyle Ibelli just staying busy. And Ibelli back up to the lip again, and that time unsuccessful. That was a beating.
Oh, Tiger. Easy, Tiger. He's going for a broke out there. You don't want to hurt yourself up in riding, Kaipo.
Kolohe and Dino. Paced technique and a nice snap by Andino, and he punches out the back. Ibelli underwater right now, just getting dragged around. Hawaiian Water Patrol and the Red Bull jet ski hopefully can dive in there and pick him up. We'll see.
I mean, what do you expect from a Brazilian? They're warriors as well, man. That country, the surfers they produce, so much passion, so much fire, and Kyle's just running the flag right now. Up and riding Connor Coffin.
Connor Coffin on a big open face. Oh, and something happened there, and I can't identify what happened stepping off of the board at that moment.
I think he's seen the wave closing out.
Okay.
And he didn't want to go all the way to the bottom and get caught inside. He knows Kyle's getting the ski ride back. Oh, no. Maybe it was a bump. That was... I thought maybe he just wanted to eject because there was no more scoring potential, but looks like he just got bucked off there. Young Lucas Macinas, I mean, he's definitely got to spend some more time out here. He's taking off on the end of the wave, and kind of... His last move is in the fat spot already. You know, if I was Lucas's coach, I'd be telling him get out the back and try and do a big move out the back. Kind of like that.
Wow. So I don't see, let's see what kind of scores we're waiting for. The most important one's probably going to be for Luca Macinas. Connor Coffin with that unorthodox fall. You know, you look at the Hawaiian word for the stretch paumalu, taken
secretly.
Taken secretly or taken by surprise? I think Sunset
taken.
Yeah, he got taken by surprise right there.
Well, he was definitely surprised because it looked like his board was going to land under his feet, and at the last second, he just pulled the rug out from under his feet. It's kind of like that time when you with your friends at the restaurant, your friend goes to sit down, you pull the chair out from under him. It was one of those moments here at Sunset.
Well, Coffin's going to have to keep on trying because he still needs a 7.68. Ibelli with the advantage in heat number 1. Heat number 2, Kolohe Andino with a 4.83 and a 5.33. A strong lead over Luca Macinas, but they got more time on the clock. They have 24 minutes, 15 seconds in heat number 2.
Yeah, I mean, some of those caddies are going to be telling them try and stay on the inside bowl because there are sneaker barrels in there. On your way back out under priority, it'd be a really good idea to watch that inside bowl and try and get one of those double-up barrels.
And Connor Coffin still signaling for information. As we see, and you don't want to get upset. I mean, I want to see Connor really keep his wits about him right now, because when you see an athlete like this and the frustration sets in, that just makes the goal even that much more of a challenge.
Well, that's when you know you got the heart of a champion, when you can get past that frustration and you can do what needs to be done, like Kelly Slater has done so many times before. You know, it's crunch time, it's go time. This 3 minutes is a lot of time out here at Sunset.
I see why it just switched on our board. I see why he's upset. The priority switch. So Kyle Ibelli now has priority over Connor Coffin along with the lead, and that was the frustration. That is why Connor Coffin threw his hands up in the air, because he probably didn't think that was a fair priority call, and that puts him in a much more daunting situation in these final 3 minutes, Makua.
Yeah, talk about that priority call. That priority judge has a lot to do with these heats as well. I seen one time yesterday, big time, that there's a big priority mistake, but we won't go back to that. We'll stick to this heat. Connor Coffin obviously not happy with that call. He's going to have to deal with with the hand that he's dealt right now. He's going to have to play that hand. There's a lot of waves out there, Kaipo, so he can really use that as an advantage as well. Maybe go for one, sail Kyle on a junk wave, try and get a better one, or just go, kick out. You know, he's really got to play cat and mouse right now.
And you mentioned earlier, Makua, the option of maybe moving to the inside and look for one of those inside bowls, barrels, and change the heat that way.
I mean, I seen one of the greatest of all time, Joe Parkinson, out here win the contest on the inside bowl, just getting shacked. I mean, one of his wins was definitely looking to the inside bowl on the way back out. I don't even think he paddled out the back the whole heat.
Yeah, and I mean, that's why there's so many ways to solve the puzzle here. Ibelli's going to use his priority against Connor Coffin. Now it's go time. Play a little offense after that defensive move. Nice carve off the top there. Steady pace. A little slip off the bottom, but makes up for it on the top turn. Ibelli pays through here and pokes it on the end, so that's not going to change the situation.
Ooh, that could be a mistake right there. That was very good to take that wave, because Connor Coffin could have got 8s and 9s on that wave. So could have Kyle Ibelli. That wave was definitely had scoring potential to get that score. Now Connor has a minute and a half out the back by himself. Let's see what he can do. Kaipo.
Okay, we got plenty of waves coming through here. It's just going to be the positioning for Connor Coffin and wave selection at this point. He's going to have a chance. He's taking a look at this one. Here we go with Coffin. It's going to be a big, steep drop. Makes his way down to the bottom. Little chatter off the bottom. Struggling off that top turn just a bit. This wave is unruly. Again, big arcing turn back to the power source. And a lot of bounce in this wave. Gets back up to the lip. Snaps it there. Sure-footed in some difficult water. Again, 7, 6, 8 is the number for Connor Coffin. He's going out swinging.
Yeah, it's not for lack of effort. He had a few bobbles there. You know, a few times he got on his heels when he should have been more over his board. I think he got stuck up on his first turn, kind of hung up on the last turn. Yeah, here's Kyle Ibelli wave. This wave was much smoother. You know, big, nice, you know, arcing turn up in the top, not that big. Here's the more money turn, getting the board loose. And right here, I thought he was just gonna wrap it. And he just kind of took the pedal off the metal, as we say. Connor Coffin, a lot of spray in his face, hard. And there's the bump right there that kind of took the speed away from the power in the top of that turn. Coming off the bottom again right here, carving all the way back, but right there, you see how he kind of gets off balance? And that threw him off to be able to come back and really have a powerful finishing move. It was a nice finishing move, but he started the turn at the top of the wave as well.
So I have a feeling that we are going to be waiting for scores for a bit. We talked with Rich Porter, our judging and rules analyst, earlier this morning, and he was telling us about the process in which we get these numbers from the judges. And so the judges likely taking a few looks at Connor's wave because it's an important wave in the scope of heat number 1.
It is the most important wave in the scope of heat number 1, because if he gets the score, he moves on. If he doesn't, he goes home.
That's true. So still, judges reviewing the number, and 7.68 is what the requirement is for Connor Coffin. My feeling is that he's not going to get that number. It's going to get close, but oh, here we go with the judges popping up there, and a 6.93, not enough for Connor Coffin. He's eliminated from competition, and Kyle Ibelli moving on into the round of 16. Ibelli with the attack, and there's the numbers. That was an important 8.5. We've already started the day with a bang. We got more for you from Sunset Beach. This is the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido. Looking back at 2016 and the big man, Jordy Smith, handling Sunset Beach with power and finesse. Smith just looked unbeatable throughout the entire competition, 2016, and that's why he's a former champ.
I mean, every turn, start to finish, Kaipo. This is what you want to see right here. Just everything all the way through. You know, no bobbles, no hiccups, none of that like cha-cha-cha, bunny hopping down the face, just wrapping it from the top of the lip to the bottom of the transition.
Number 23, Jordy Smith, out in the water now in the non-priority heat. He's matched up against another rookie on the championship tour, Jackson Baker from Meriwether, Australia. So the rookie versus the veteran in this heat number 3 of the round of 32. Again, this is Kaipo, and I'm joined by Makua Kai Rothman to talk you through this morning's action here. Day number 2 of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, all presented by Shiseido.
Aloha kakahia kakako for all of you that are joining us today here at Paumalu Sunset Beach. Jackson Baker on your screen in the under priority heat against the one and only Jordy Smith.
Yeah, Jackson Baker, solid build for the rookie out of Meriwether, and I think the fact that he's more of a power surfer, I would say, than a flare or air guy, that's actually going to be a good thing here at Sunset.
Well, he's getting coached by one of the solidest in the game, Kiko Bokoso.
Talk about solid.
And yeah, so I mean, he's got the guy in his corner with the knowledge to lay down that power out here at Sunset. Yesterday, Jackson Baker with a beautiful wave, one of the only waves that went through the channel, lit it up, and there's your winner on screen right there. I'll tell you what, Kaipo, the right surfer won that heat.
Kylie Belly, I mean, he's got a chance. He came in this season as a injury replacement for Gabe Medina, who pulled out of the first couple events this year, and he's making the most of this wild card.
Oh, I mean, he's going to run this thing till the wheels fall off, and he can put himself into position to qualify, or even if Gabe does pull out for the rest of the year, we don't know. He could be right in that spot, even making a push at the end of the year at Trestles.
Yeah, he already has, you know, a semi-final finish in his ranking. Third place, he's third on the rankings coming into Sunset. Here we go. Luca Macinas, the Peruvian, with a nice carve there, has to regather himself and still seeking another turn and more open face, and really caught behind for most of that wave. Does his best to catch up there and get one more turn in right at the channel.
I'm stoked to see him paddle out the back and catch one a little deeper. You can see a lot more scoring potential for him on that wave. Had he got one more turn in, I think that could have been an excellent score.
So we'll be waiting for the number for Luca Macinas now in the priority heat, and we'll take another look.
Yeah, just a beautifully smooth wave right here. Not too much bump. As you can see, not as much bump in these waves anymore. Nice hacking turn. And then right here, he gets stuck behind, he gets caught looking. You know, once you hesitate at Sunset and you don't go up into the lip, Kaipo, you know, that's where you get stuck. That's where you start losing points on the wave. Nonetheless, finishing off with a beautiful turn.
At the moment, he needs a 6.49 to take the lead off of Kalohe and Dino. 13 minutes, 55 seconds left in that priority heat. Non-priority heat, no action so far between Jordy Smith and Jackson Baker as we fly above the broad playing field. That is Sunset Beach.
Oh yeah, I mean, look at that. Beautiful rainbows coming off the back of the wave. It's gorgeous out there today, Kaipo.
We talked about it again yesterday, Makua. The wind out there is much stronger than the wind that we feel here on the beach.
Oh yeah, well, we're stuck behind the houses, we're stuck behind the trees and the point. They're outside, exposed to the wind. Jackson Baker up and riding.
Baker, nice bottom turn and a big swoop off the top. Pacing himself, another nice turn for Jackson. Little bobble there, and he gets caught up because of a little slip on that third bottom turn.
You cannot make those kind of mistakes against Jordy Smith out here. And he surfed that wave so well in the beginning. Had he finished that wave off, he would have been way ahead in this heat. Here you go off the bottom, nice swooping turn. I mean, so smooth, this guy, man. Jackson just getting his board up there. You know, I'd like to see him put it a little more on rail on those turns. He's kind of stepping back on the board and using kind of his fins in the water right here, beautiful top turn. I mean, he's kind of on his back foot a little more than we'd like to see. Kind of staying stuck up high instead of powering through into the transition. And I think that's why he was a little late to that lip, because he got hung up on that second turn. Had he powered through it, he would have been up a lot earlier on the lip instead of under the lip, with a better chance of finishing that wave off.
Yeah, it really is all about how you stitch together performances out here. To use a gymnastics analogy that I've used before, pipeline, I feel is a vault. It's one big moment of a wave. Sunset, it's like a floor routine where you have all of these elements that you have to stitch together to have, you know, an excellent score. We saw that with Kyle Belly in heat number 1.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, it's just, you're not a one-trick pony, you know. Out at pipe, you pull in the barrel, it's pretty straightforward. Sunset, you gotta hit the lip, rip the lip, stitch the lip. Hopefully you don't rip your lip. But I mean, there's barrels, there's big turns, there's open face, there's bump on the face, there's, you know, it's just so challenging. Like you said, it's more of a daunting task to put together a good score out here at Sunset.
And how important is the bottom turn out here at Sunset?
The bottom turn sets up the top turn anywhere. The bottom turn, I think, is the most important turn in surfing.
Yeah. And I just flash back to legends of Sunset Beach and someone like Barry Kanaopuni, who would have these long, faded, drawn-out bottom turns that were just so beautiful to watch. And even to this day, that surfing is absolutely timeless. So if you can go ahead and look it up online and look at some of the old Sunset surfing from BK, Barry Kanaopuni, one of the best out here, and it's still just beautiful surfing to watch. I just gave myself chicken skin.
You just gave me chicken skin. Just to be in the presence of Uncle Barry is amazing. I mean, he was shaping my longboards for a while there, and he was shaping for the champ out there, Russ K. I don't know if you're watching, Russ, but up and riding, Jackson Baker.
Jackson Baker, nice start there with a big hook. Comes around this section, floats it up in the whitewater, and puts it down.
Wow.
Solid footing from Jackson Baker. He likes it too.
Well, I like that one too. He had a nice big turn in the beginning, and he finished off the wave. Anytime you have one big turn and another finishing turn, it always feels good to complete a wave, Kaipo.
Well, Jacko with a 5.5 already in his score line, and a big drop here. Kaloy and Dino in the priority heat. Nice carve. And Dino toying with Sunset all the way around. And great rail work by Kolohe and Dino, looking to improve upon a 4.83. Luca Macinas, his challenger, right behind him. The Peruvian surfer catches a rail, and unfortunate for him, that is not going to be the ticket he's looking to punch. Chloe Andino, however, may have improved his situation.
You can just see the difference in experience of surfing Sunset here, Kaipo, between Lucas and Kolohe. Kolohe is real polished. He's been out here a long time. He knows where to set his rail. I mean, here we go on the replay. Like I said, there's going to be a lot of those fins free drops right there. Beautiful carving turn back in the power section of the wave, and just fully using the face of this wave. I like to see that when they start the turn at the top and they finish it at the bottom.
Kolohe and Dino here again from the water angle.
There's that little tail tap boogie woogie, and coming around, ripping a nice little power gouge, you call that, in the pocket. And then he disappears behind the wave. But here we go, Lucas Macinas really trying to get that board on rail, and then right here, unfortunately, he gets caught up a little bit too much front foot at the top of the wave before it gets steep. Will get you a dig rail like that.
Jacko Baker looked like he was in command.
Oh yeah, Jackson Baker just came and just ripped the top off this thing, and then really put on a little fancy shake and bake right here. You know.
Yeah, that must have felt good because, again, high-risk maneuver, high-risk surfing from Jackson Baker. Here we go, Jordy Smith, the big man, drops in, draws out that bottom turn. Little hook off the top. Trying to pace himself with this wave. Throws a big turn, but again, a rail dig off the top.
Oh, that was Doug. That was Dig's cousin. He had, the other guy had Dig, and then Jordy had Doug. But yeah, there's unfortunate, uncharacteristic surfing right there for Jordy Smith. I usually get really excited when he stands up because, especially on a long right point break, he's going to smash the lip. He comes from Jeffreys Bay, one of the most, I don't think you can get a better wave than that to polish your frontside surfing on.
As we come out of that, we will check off and pay off that score for Jacko Baker, a 7.33. So a good score for Jackson Baker, and for more on scoring, let's check in with the 88 world champ, Barton Lynch. Barton, you there?
Morning, Kipes. How are you, mate?
Really good.
That's good. Yeah, it's been interesting to watch this morning and see the judges set the scale at 8.5 from Kaio Abelli, obviously the benchmark to this point. And then I suppose that last 7.33 from Jackson Baker, interesting enough, just, two-turn combination, but critical. And the judges have shown that they want to see people hit the lip today, it would seem.
Thank you, Barton. And we're coming to live action here. Luca Macinas as the 88 world champ, and a guy who spends a lot of time at Sunset these days, has, his analysis is they really want commitment to the maneuvers, and those high-risk committed maneuvers is where you're going to get those big scores. Something went wrong here, Makua.
Yeah, Lucas Macinas just, nothing wrong with his surfing. I just don't think he spent enough time out here at Sunset. Wow. I don't mean to laugh, but that was a crazy wipeout.
One more time, and just, and hitting the board on top of that. So that's some punishment. Not just the wave, but contact with the surfboard. It's going to leave a mark. Red Bull Ski ushering Luca Macinas, La Maquina, back out into the lineup. And Dino on his last wave, a 7.33. So Kolohe and Dino, a 7.33. Looks like we got a board change for Luca Macinas out on the channel. That's where those board caddies become very, very valuable. Looks like Joel Centeo with the board change. Let's hear from, talk about excellent scores. He got an 8.5, that's an excellent number. Kaio Abelli, our first winner of the morning, and he is with Rosie Hodge.
Well, what a way to start out the morning. Kaio, the 8.5 was insane. Tell us about that ride.
Yeah, I was like, this morning I woke up at 4:30 in the morning because usually I'm a little sleepy in the morning. Yesterday I had heat 2 and I was kind of couldn't catch a lot of waves. Not really a morning person, so today I set the alarm for 4:30. I made my matcha and I sat down on the couch and watched some news, and I was just trying to kill some time, and by 8 o'clock I was ready to go. I definitely woke up this morning to win. I was just feeling it. I didn't accept anything less than that, and yeah, my board's good. Everything's going good. I started heat, in my eyes, I started pretty good. I got a 6.5 and then I got a barrel. I thought it would be a good score, but it only came like a 5 something, and I was having more fun than I was getting actual score. So eventually the 8.5 came. Now I kind of know the approach they want to get over 8, so I'm really happy. This is a very important heat for me. Each heat I make is it's an important step to the future.
An intense end to that heat with Connor getting that last wave. How did that feel?
Yeah, I couldn't do much. I was controlling the lineup with 4 minutes left, and I caught one wave that it could have been it. And coming back, I was watching his wave and I couldn't do nothing. It felt pretty harmless, not be able to do anything. But yeah, God has a plan, and today was my day. Thank God, and super stoked.
Coming off a third, important to get a great result here. How do you shed those expectations and keep the nerves at bay?
Yeah, well, every morning before my heats, I just tell myself I have no pressure. The other guy against me is with the whole pressure. I'm not even on tour, so don't look at me. Let me just go, and I'm just here doing my job step by step, trying to make my sponsors, my family, and all my fans happy.
Proper preparation paying off. Thanks, Kaio.
A very detailed assessment of his heat performance coming from Kaio Abelli. And Makua, when I hear a surfer that is able to do that, when they got a plan, that equals success. Here's a replay of Jordy Smith. This happened during that interview.
Jordy getting his board up there, cutting back into the powerful section of the wave. And looking to just unleash a wrap right there on the end of that wave. See what he gets on his last turn. Oh, unfortunately comes unstuck. But like you said, Kyle Ebeli, man, he is surfing like he can't lose, not like he doesn't want to lose. I mean, he's up there, he's attacking the lip. I don't think we've seen that kind of aggressive surfing from a surfer yet this event. Really, really attacking the lip and, you know, throwing caution to the wind. But Kaipo, nonetheless, he was up at 4:30, ready to go, and it showed this morning.
Well, the matcha worked. 2 minutes remaining in our priority heat with Kolohe Andino on top. His last wave score, a 7.33. Pair that with a 5.33, and he has a stranglehold at the moment on this heat. He also has priority over Luca Macinas, who requires a 7.76. So desperate times for the Peruvian rookie at this moment, because a veteran like Kolohe Andino is not going to let his guard down.
No, and I think that big score came from those big open face turns, that rail work out there on the bigger part of the wave. You know what's awesome to me today is I'm seeing the surfers take off at the peak. As yesterday, I swear they were surfing half the wave. But today, you're going to see them at the peak, and those big moves, the big scores like Kyle Ebeli, are going to come from that first big attack at the lip.
Surfers adjusting, and you know, this is not a sprint. It's going to be a marathon for all of our surfers as we look to the Surfline forecast. There's going to be back-to-back, I anticipate back-to-back competition days, and surfing a couple of heats out at Sunset takes a lot out of you.
Surfing one heat at Sunset takes a lot out of you, especially yesterday. It's going to be a lot of lactic acid buildup for these surfers, but they're in shape. Kaipo, who's we got up and riding?
We got the rascally Kolohe Andino up and riding, and he may be just riding this one to the beach. He's leaving Luca Macinas out in the lineup with 40 seconds to go. Non-priority heat, Jordy Smith. Just an up and out repositioning for Smith. So with Luca Macinas, all eyes are on the Peruvian. He needs a wave right now. He's got 24 seconds counting down on the clock, and needs a good score of a 7.76, a very good score of a 7.76.
You know what, Kaipo? I've seen a lot of times people catch a wave out here at Sunset, and one huge smash is 8 points. So we'll see what happens right here. Lucas Messina out the back.
This is it, giving himself a chance. Slow carve off the top there, and realizes the closeout not offering him the score. So it will be Kolohe Andino moving on into the round of 16. Luca Macinas exiting competition with a 17th, equal 17th place here for stop number 2. More action on the way. Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, guys. Well, we are watching the action at Sunset, but I had to come and check out the Havianas Combi. It's a vintage Volkswagen bus that they have decked out with all the Havianas merch. They are a WSL official partner, and it is right here on site. They have fun giveaways every single day. And if you want to check out the World Surf League Havianas collab, you can shop it right here at this merch van, or you can go to havianas.com and check it all out.
Thanks so much, Rosie. What a great place to hang out. If you're here locally on the North Shore of Oahu, you can check out the Havaianas that you have on hand specifically for this great event here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido. Joe Turpel, 88 world champ Barton Lynch, longtime tour standout and big wave charger. Laura Enever, what a morning we have with the overlapping format. Yesterday we lost 4 surfers from the draw. When we overlap the round of 32 and the round of 16, that's 24 names that will be packing their bags for Portugal. It's going to be a pretty heavy day today.
Well, it sure is, and the waves are going to make sure that that's the case. It's strong, it's powerful. Come down a little bit overnight and settled in, but that'll mean we'll see bigger waves most probably ridden today than yesterday because they can get the sets.
And also one of the favorites out early, Laura, Connor Coffin, who's won here before. He was expected to make finals day at this event.
I know, so upsetting for Connor. I think that's 2, throwaway results now that he's not going to be very stoked about, and I think the whole team Connor will be pretty bummed about that. But I mean, he's so strong and he can turn it around. He's so mentally, hopefully can mentally bounce back from this. And, being in that final 5 last year, he's going to want to get back there, and now he's going to have to worry about just that qualification now. So, yeah, bummer to see him go, but wow, amazing for Kaio.
Things are moving quickly as well. Luca Messinas just went down to Kolohe Andino, and a new heat just got started. Zeke Lau versus Leo Fioravanti. Lau caught this wave during the break, Barton.
Drives off the bottom. Beautiful, clean, nice big wrap. Was way out on the shoulder. And then a nice, aggressive tail wafting turn there. Really strong, really confident. And exactly the type of surfing we expect from him out here at Sunset Beach.
6.17 for Ezekiel Lau, and he's up again. Wave number 2, big hack, right on the money. Zeke extends that bottom turn and a layback power gouge on the open face.
Wow, Zeke means absolute business out here. He's had so many amazing results.
And he's got a matchup that is just incredible with Italy's Leonardo Fioravanti. They grew up together, same sponsors, same sparring crew, even shared the same coach from different times of their career. I reached out to Kanoe Igarashi, who's a part of that pack, and I was like, so what's going to go down? He's like, well, there is a lot on the line, more than points, but bragging rights between us. He's like, believe me, they will not be talking to each other this morning.
And the cool thing is as well, the different camps are in totally different parts of the beach, as we see Jordy Smith take off here.
Jordy, so dangerous at sunset. He's been nursing that sprained toe. This big frontside swoop, a former sunset champ back in 2016. Off the bottom, belts it. That's the power from Jordy Smith. And he'll just throw a little top turn, showing some excitement there as he's trying to track down the rookie named Jackson Baker, who got off to a brilliant start. Jordy chasing a 7.17 on that wave, BL.
The information from yesterday for Jordy was that he can do one massive turn and get an 8-point ride. That 8 he got early in the day yesterday was one of the very best turns of the entire day. And we kind of forgot about it through the day because so much happened. But when I got home last night, I was reflecting on what really stood out. And it was Jordy Smith's one big layback gash on the inside section. It was an incredible turn. And so I think that's the type of surfing the judges know that he's capable of. Get on the biggest set waves and just go for those massive turns, and the big scores will follow.
So true. Sets are easing just a bit, but there's still bombs out there. Strider, how's it looking at the moment?
Yeah, it's looking amazing out here. We got a really stiff offshore wind, which is a beautiful thing. The waves have come down a little bit, but this current is absolutely ripping through it with that west swell pushing all the water in. It's out of control, so that has definitely not gone away. But that is taking these guys right back out to the peak, which is a good ride for them. I was listening to Freddie Pataccia talk to Zeke Lau. He said, look, Leo's way out the back. Stay inside. I like your spot. Keep that position. Get those waves while you can.
Great advice from a longtime championship tour standout and local boy, Freddie Pataccia Jr. in the corner of Zeke Lau. Back to Jordy's wave, Laura.
Yeah, well, beautiful carve. It's just incredible that he can surf with a fractured toe and get those amazing scores in. He needed this wave. He only needed, so he needed a 7 actually. So that was a massive last turn though. Wow, to hang on there and then come around and yeah, showing some emotion there. He's stoked with that. So I think a lot of the points will be coming from that last turn and that, the style and swoopiness. As we see Zeke as well on another inside wave. Doesn't look like it's doing much right now, but he's keeping busy.
He sure has, and he's already had a couple of 6 Rangers. 617, 633, and he's into some clear water. Nice wrap on that Takoro surfboard, and he'll get right to the Red Bull ski in the channel. Next wave, a solid one out the back. Jackson Baker, the rookie on tour from Newcastle. Had a stellar performance yesterday. Big arcs, doesn't mind riding a bigger board. Right out in front, clean top turn, quick reaction to shut it down. Well read wave for Jackson. He hops out there, and it's an interesting situation where a rookie's applying all the pressure to a former Sunset champ and the veteran of Jordy Smith. Smith to answer. Stylish layback carve. Good section to belt it vertically, as critical as it gets for a healthy two-turn combination.
Well, he loved it. He absolutely loved it. Best score on the board so far was that 5.67 for Jordy. So, you know, that equals the 5.5 as we see live action. The Italian, Joey.
Leo Fioravanti chose to sit super deep.
Yeah, way up the point on this one.
To sit, and he'll kick out. So what a decision to make, to sit in a different part of the lineup. And that wave was really just to maybe reset his position to get involved with Zeke Lau here.
And wow, Jordy just, you know, dropped his 2 scores in about 3 minutes then.
Back to Jordy here. Barton, what'd you see here?
Beautiful first snap. Everything he's doing is so clean, but it lacks almost like a little bit of abandonment that you see in Jackson Baker's surfing. Jackson looks like he's been on bigger waves, and there's been a little more aggression that the judges are appreciating. Beautiful layback carve there, so clean. Waiting for this inside section. Hits the lip, floats out of it, clean and controlled. Easy as can be, really. Maybe too easy sometimes. Makes it look too smooth, too easy.
Such a brilliant carve, and his variety is lethal. Loves being in that critical part of the wave and stomps it with authority. So the late effort of Jordy Smith is incredible in this heat number 3 against Jackson Baker. This was Baker, though, as well, Laura.
Yeah, this was a bigger wave, but it didn't have that steep first section. He was just waiting for it to stand up here, and he unloads here. Amazing turn. I think he's riding a 6.8, so big board, pushing it around well. That was a nice turn, slid the tail out, and the way he could turn around and transition into that last turn was pretty crazy. So that was a really well-read wave. Wasn't as clean as Jordy's. I think Jordy got the 2 really critical turns, and I think that the judges, I think the judges will love Jordy's, but you know, with Jackson's 7.33, I think he could still be in the lead.
Yeah, Jackson, you can tell, even though he has that rookie next to his name, he's put a lot of time in here at Sunset Beach. It's really showing. He knows where to sit, knows where to perform. I'm really loving the flow of Jackson Baker, connecting all of his turns together, giving us a lot to look at. Already has a 7.33 as a comparison of the high score, and Jordy Smith has a couple of numbers to lock in as we'll catch up to a big whitewater takeoff for Leo Fioravanti. He's up and out again. Now scores in for Jordy, a 7.73. Back to first. Jackson now needing a 6.08. They both have more waves to factor in, so this heat is very exciting.
Yeah,
they are ripping.
Eat my words. I think, yeah, after that wave, Jordy will probably go into the lead after that last wave. He only needs to better at that 5, 6, 7. So I think he'll easily do that. It'll just depend on Jacko's wave.
And now we've got the fading chip in from the Hawaiian Ezekiel Lau. There's that power carve to start off with. Nice patience in between maneuvers. Using all of that rail in the second effort, and seeks in the layback finishing move. Lau rides out with authority. He's got a clear game plan. He hasn't really taken a fall in this heat yet. Now on 4 waves ridden, completely dominating so far against Leo Fioravanti.
Yeah, and you can tell by the size of the waves and the type of waves that he's catching that they're not the priority heat at this moment. So he would be looking at those scores and going, well, I'm pulling off 6s on waves that aren't the best waves out here. There's an enormous amount of opportunity there for Zeke to build once he gets the priority, gets on those best set waves, easily add a couple of points to those scores by being on sets, and he'll set himself up perfectly.
Talking to Jackson Baker this morning, Laura, he was so happy, wasn't he? He was just in such a good spirit and a good place, and he talked about the lip at Sunset Beach in his heats yesterday and how scary it can look when you're coming off the bottom. And he's like, hey, if you hit it soft, it's going to take you out incredibly quick. So you've got to kind of match it with the same amount of power to hope that you come down with a huge move and you don't break your board in half. The timing's critical, but also surfing this wave with power and authority at all times is needed.
Totally, and yeah, Jacko, for one, yeah, he's just always smiling. He's so happy to be here. He's just totally stoked. His dad's here with him too, and you know, they're just awesome fellas. And yeah, we were actually saying, we could see in one of Jackson's turns yesterday, we were like coming up with what, it looked like he was almost like making vocals for his turn, like, rah, like
yeah, it was.
But he was attacking the lip, and yeah, that's what you got to do out there. It's just, he said it's scary. There's these huge lips.
And he just has been attacking it. Well done for Jackson as he's back in the lead. Still waiting for last Jordy Smith to get the updated situation. While we wait for that, let's hear from a couple of San Clemente residents. Rosie Hodge is with Kolohe Andino.
Kolohe, Makua was super complimentary of your surfing while we were in the booth. And he was also just touching on, you know, the fundamentals, the bottom turn. How crucial is that foundation for your surfing out at Sunset?
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, when you first, you know, make the drop or stand up in the whitewater, you're like, oh, okay. And then the first thing you do is kind of like see where your feet at, and the response you get from your bottom turn will tell you where you are at on your board. So yeah, the bottom turn is huge. And then also reading the wave good and knowing when it's going to jump up for you to like do a carve or hit the lip or whatever is huge. So yeah, bottom turn's everything out here.
And you built throughout that heat to finish on a 7. How good is that to know that you're gaining momentum as we head into the rest of the day?
Oh yeah, I'm stoked. I got a 7 yesterday and a 7 in my heat today. So I don't know, I was just trying to ride a bunch of waves and give myself opportunity, because it's kind of hard to see what the waves are going to do when you're out there and pick the waves. So use the ski and just have some fun.
And what does the downtime look like before you hit the water for round of 16?
Probably just eat some hot dogs and then go back out for my heat later.
Laura's going to love that. Send it back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Rosie. Kolohe Andino finding his rhythm at Sunset and breaking down some fine points of the technical aspects of a good bottom turn. And right away, he knows how his bottom turn's feeling and what he's going to be able to come up with when he hits the lip. Meanwhile, scores have been updated at Jordy Smith. 7.73 to an 8.5 back-to-back has just put Jackson Baker in a tough situation with 5.5 to go.
Been great to watch Jackson take it to Jordy, take the lead, be in the front, and then Jordy continue to have answers. Sometimes, you know, the pressure of a moment can get to you, and those answers are hard to find, but not today for Jordy. Here's Jackson. What does Jackson need?
He needs an 8.9.
Massive score.
Wrap off the top for Jackson. This thing's running down the line with a quick pace. Quick jam there, blowing the tail for a moment. Controls a radical finish. Free falls into the flats and goes down.
You can hear the whole crowd, the whole athlete area just losing it right now. That was what he needed to do. He needed a 9-point ride, near 9, so.
No, he knew he had to be very aggressive since there's already been 7s and 8.5s. We talked about how those numbers are very rare these days. So he knows he's got to step it up and not repeat anything he's done before. He needs the best number of the heat. Falling on the finish, he knows that was a big mistake, but I love how he went at it with reckless abandon, because that would have been the score if he could have pulled that off.
Yeah, it was well surfed. With the jet ski, you imagine without that, with 4 minutes and 15 seconds, you may not get back out the back and have another chance. So that's the great thing about it. He gets another chance for sure. As we watch him on the replay, some downtime waiting for this section. Lays that back arm into the face to add a little bit to the turn, and then hits it a little bit late perhaps. And you could have lip lined that one a little earlier and played it a little safer, but perhaps you're not getting an 8.9 if you play it safe, so you've got to go for it. You may as well fall as come up short.
Really enjoying the performance of Jackson Baker, going for broke on the finish. Strider Wasilewski had a good view of that finishing move. He almost had it, but he knows he's got to send it against a guy like Jordy Smith.
That conversation with Jackson this morning, he's like ready to attack the lip. He said you got to hit it with as much power as it's hitting you. Well, I think Sunset's got just a tiny bit more power out here. But you know, I was contemplating on the team this morning, the fantasy team, because I didn't lock it in yesterday, but I locked it in this morning, and I didn't put him on my team, and I put Jordy up there and Kolohe, so we got some friendly fire coming up, but it's okay. I love this game.
It's all right. Yeah, that's a good point. You can make your fantasy changes right until the round of 32 starts. So before that first heat starts, you can still make those last-minute changes, and we'll see if Strider's team will be intact for the rest of today. Round of 32, we're flowing right into the round of 16, where the overlapping format will be there very quickly, as we are already coming up quick to Italo Ferreira versus local boy Baron Mamiya coming up next. Baron with another great shot to impress everybody around the world with what he does every day here on the North Shore of Oahu. Zeke Lau 12.5 total, Fioravanti 1.04. It's very interesting at Sunset, even with Jordy's kind of comeback, where you can kind of feel lost at sea, and then 2 back-to-back waves in rhythm will put you right back into the heat.
And it's one of those things that Sunset Beach does a lot. You can get lost and 20 minutes flies by and you haven't even caught a wave. And then you can catch 2 or 3 in a matter of moments, because you've just connected with that moment and that rhythm of the ocean in that particular moment. Here's Jordy.
Jordy Smith, he was thankful that Jackson fell in the finish, because Jackson still had a pretty big number of a 6.73 with the fall.
Yeah, that probably would have been close to the score if he'd made that last turn. And like you're saying, like it's crazy at Sunset with that reverse rip. As we see Jacko here, last-ditch effort.
Important ride for Baker, up and out. He'll reposition, still chasing an 8.9, 90 seconds.
Yeah, that reverse rip makes it so easy to just get taken straight back out the back. So yeah, that was amazing the way that Jordy just got those 2 waves back to back so quickly. He, you know, just took it to Jacko right there, and you know, because Jackson he had a hold on the heat the whole time. It's yeah, but Jordy's one of the best, and he knows this wave. He's had amazing results here, so he knows how to turn it around.
You're right. It's such a big playing field. It's almost surprising at times when someone could get that kind of rhythm in a short period of time. You could make this lineup as big as you'd like, and Jordy's seeing something really beautiful in the lineup at Sunset Beach. 8.5, 7.73. Into the title race once again. Jordy wants to be a part of the WSL Finals. Missed out last year with an injury, and also had to pass on his Olympic debut. And then right before he got here, he showed up with a bit of a toe sprain. And you know how demanding it is on your toes, especially on those big bottom turns that Jordy produces, that he's fighting through the pain.
And somewhere in Jordy's performance, while it's been aggressive, there's been a sort of polished, smooth, controlled element to it, which could very well be the toe, and the fact that you have to sort of hold back and surf within that comfort zone that doesn't bring more pain.
Big fade for Jordy Smith. 15 seconds. This will be his last wave of the matchup with Jackson Baker. Nice steady work. Waves looking smaller, but he'll have a nice ride into the beach. Beautiful timing there for Jordy. He'll ride that to the sound of the horn, and what an effort for the rookie Jackson Baker, impressing everybody with his power here at Sunset. As he'll ride this one in as well, and we'll check to see if he got this in time. Big radical loose turn, kind of shows that he probably got up just after the horn, as he will be eliminated by Jordy Smith here in the round of 32. Jordy will be surfing again later on today. More action from Zeke and Leo, and we'll bring in Italo Ferreira and Baron Mamiya to get things started at Sunset.
One Ocean is an initiative led by the WSL to inspire our global surf community to protect and conserve our one ocean. This year, we're partnered with Shiseido and we're working with local organisations in communities around the world where we hold our championship tour events.
All big changes start with just a single step, and I believe in the power of coming together and working together to create positive change.
Help us preserve the future of our sport. Go to weareoneocean.org.
Exciting day of action here in the round of 32 as we get straight into it with some nice surfing from Leo Fioravanti, trying to come back against one of his good friends, Ezekiel Lau, getting this wave during the break, moving quickly. Always has a lot of energy in his stance. He's always ready to blow the lip out the back when he gets a chance. Spends so much time training. I think he kind of adapted to that since he was always recovering from different injuries in his young career. And then he became really hooked on this ability to feel like a superhero when you're completely fit and ready to attack the lip. So Leo still has his hands full with Ezekiel Lau as we introduce the new heat with Italo and local boy Baron Mamiya. Back to the priority heat, big lofty float attempt and hitting the flats hard as Zeke.
Face plant, wow, that would have been a huge score though. That's what the judges want to see. As we see Leo take off behind, a nice smooth wave. This is way steeper and a huge carving turn, holds the rail, but just that one turn for Leo. That would have felt nice, but would have felt better to have two on that.
Wow, with Zeke's, you're always remembering about the Flying Embers, big drop of the day. That was radical. What an attempt there, BL.
Yeah, carved out of the top, eyed it up, went up and kind of got there that little bit early. And you can see he had to kind of rock and roll, tweak the board to stay up there with it. Came down with the lip and oh, makes the old knees cringe watching it. And then right behind him, Leonardo recognised there was only one turn in it, went for a beautiful layback carve style turn, buried the rail. Wave before was a 5.4, so he waited that whole first half of his heat to end up getting a wave that was less than both of Ezekiel Lau. So Zeke is in a very strong position right now. Just needs to get that priority and start building on the wave selection.
As we look at Zeke and Leo, both really need a big result, and it's interesting to be really diving into that need of a big result, and it's stop two. Oftentimes in the years past, we're going to the end of the year saying, all right, requalification. Well, it all starts now with that mid-season cut happening after Margaret River, and you only have one throwaway result, so it'll be your top 4 results. It's got to happen now for Zeke and Leo. A lot on the line in this scene.
Yeah, well, they both had round of 32 last event, so yeah, they want to get past that into the round of 16, into the quarterfinals. We were saying if you get the word final at the end of your heat, then you're stoked. Anything quarter, semi-final, you're absolutely wrapped with. But yeah, both of these guys will be. This is do or die right now.
It's interesting, Biel. It's when you look at a schedule as well, you kind of pick events where you're like, this is where I'll capitalize. This is a win for me. You'd think that would be the case for a guy like Zeke coming into Sunset. Losing anything before the quarterfinals, that would be a big missed opportunity for a man who's so deadly out here.
Yeah, and who has so much determination, so much focus. And then you're on home turf and you want to do your family, friends, your heritage proud. And so it comes with some added pressure as well, being on home turf. Baron Mamiya would be feeling the same thing. And that set just then looked like the biggest set of the morning. It actually washed through from the outside reef as it was doing most of the day yesterday. Big rogue leftover set.
Did anyone get...
Yes,
yeah.
they did.
Wow. So the ski plucking out. Who do we have? Maybe Italo was in the lineup?
It looked like he bailed on one of those sets way out the back. Yep, Italo.
So he'll take advantage of the Red Bull ski and the Hawaiian Water Patrol, whipping him out of there.
Oh, that would be the coolest thing ever. In your heat.
Just...
Taxi?
Normal day at Sunset, yeah, you're on your own, and these guys are helping him get out to perform as we see Baron Mamiya throw down that beautiful frontside carve, working closely with Chris Gallagher. Gally, longtime touring professional, won events like Margaret River back in the day, was dangerous at waves like G-Land, and he's happy to be in Baron's corner for this event. Now let's hear from Jordy Smith with Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, Jordy, picking up where you left off yesterday. The ocean a little bit more organized today. What did you make of it?
Yeah, it is. There's still those kind of cleanup sets when they come through. You got to just kind of keep a lookout for those peaks on the west. But yeah, I kind of had a slumber of a start. Didn't really kind of get going. Got washed in, washed around. Then there was a little bit of confusion with the priority and the jet skis. Like if you took them, did you still have priority? If you didn't, and the sun's glaring into our eyes out there, so you can't see the beach at all. So just played it kind of by feeling and by went with my gut.
Lots of factors coming into play. Jackson Baker, rookie on tour, but he is solid out at Sunset. What did you make of the matchup?
Jackson's a very, very good surfer, especially open-faced on the rail. Yeah, very underrated, I feel. Awesome guy as well. Always good to have a laugh with him. But yeah, just stoked I had a heat with him, and yeah, there you go. Check him out. They're giving me knuckles after a heat. What a champ.
Such a good guy. Well, Jordy, coming up in round of 16 later on today, how do you prepare for that?
Go home, basically just back to dad duties, play with the kid for a little bit. No, I think my wife will give me the day off for sure.
Yeah, you better win. Back to you guys.
That's so good. Jordy Smith, happy to have a bit of a break. He's a proud dad, but yeah, he knows that he's got a job to do later on today. He's just going to relax and hopefully get a quicker start for his standards in that heat. It made it exciting for us that he had to find his feet towards the back half against Jackson Baker, who I just want to see surf many more times here at Sunset. His rail just is so powerful. That was a huge heat for the round of 32.
Absolutely, and you heard Jordy mention that he got washed in and washed around. Italo just got washed in and washed around. And so while it is smaller today and controlled, there's still those big, 12-foot plus sets that mow through, and we've seen people bailing boards, getting caught inside. So it's still a tough lineup to position in, even though it's moderated that little bit.
Laura, what's the training in your mind and with your fitness to be okay with getting washed around and having to paddle around and be like, that, I want to go back out and try that again?
Oh, I think just, coming to Hawaii, like you can do so much surf training and surf fitness on land, but then just being out there over the, the last couple of weeks or, the last couple of months, just there's so many waves. You do the same thing at Pipe, you get a set on the head, get washed in, have to do a run around or a walk around or paddle around. And same with Haleiwa, we saw so many people get, start their heats with getting a set in the head and getting washed in. So these guys have the luxury of the jet skis, which is better for everyone. They are stoked, they're using less energy, we get to see more waves, and it's not as critical to, it goes from being a 10-minute paddle back out to a 2-minute, detour.
And what specifically is your training, Laura, to prepare for really big conditions that you find yourself in more often than not these days?
Well, a lot of breath hold training, a lot of breath work, just staying calm and, knowing that, in these, and obviously cardio. I think paddle fitness and surf fitness is amazing. And, cardio. So a mixed bag of everything, but staying calm and being in control of your breath would be the most important, as we see Leo take off on a foamy one.
Barton, are you aware of your breath hold time, and is that something you're actively working on these days?
I do a bit of work in that space, the old Wim Hof breathing, and I know that 2.5 minutes is on an empty lung is possible. The other day, I did a 4.5-minute hold, but in the hyperbaric chamber.
Oh, that's
so I got to 4.5 minutes. I was like, oh, this is pretty good.
Right.
So it's something, especially surfing here, it's something you've got to be conscious of, and you need to spend that time becoming comfortable, uncomfortable.
Exactly. Mark Visser talks about ocean warrior training, which is really interesting, how he can coach people to kind of go on the limits that they think they have and actually go into a pool and mimic sort of a big wave hold down if you can. He'll wrestle people underwater. I know Kelly was signing up for a lot of his courses to just go feel uncomfortable, where you think you're going beyond your threshold, and you actually learn to calm the mind, calm your soul, and save your energy as well, limiting those big leg kicks so you're not spilling all your energy early, and obviously having that happy place in your head, and next thing you know, you can get out and get the wave of your life.
Totally, and it's like flicking a switch. If you get into a dangerous situation or a really crappy situation, I guess a massive, huge set on the head, then you need to flick that switch, stay calm, go underwater and just let the wave take you, and it'll probably thrash you around a bit, and then just so you're not using that energy, and then as well. You want to have that energy and have that calm state of mind for when the wave comes through and be able to flick that switch as well.
It's specifically at Sunset, BL. I know I love your great rides, but do you have those memories of like one day where you know, the ocean really took you down more than any others, or do they kind of all blend together after a lifetime of surfing out here?
No, I do have one particular memory from when, you know, back around 1988, and Keone Downing we were doing some work together, and it was one of the big days like yesterday, like one of those close-out, way out to sea days, and I was like, I think we need to go out there and practice. He goes, you don't want to go out there? And I went, no, I think I do. He said, let's go. And I was like, okay. And we ended up way out to sea, and there was a moment where a solid 15-plus foot set just was loaded up right on my head as we see Baron Mamiya.
Big fade there, just attacking the whitewater, waiting for something to happen on the open face here, and he'll be forced to kick out. Still 2.9 and a 0.5 for Baron as he leads over Italo. So yeah, the set just surprised you then.
Well, no, it didn't surprise me, but I just squared right up on top of me. It was still to this day the biggest wave I've ever wore directly on the head, and Keone was way up at the top laughing at me. And I could see his teeth and I could see the smile, and he was just going, you wanted to come out here. And I just got absolutely belted, but
detonated,
torn to pieces. But as Laura was alluding to, there's such power in the surrender, and recognizing that you're not in control in those situations. You're in a much broader, bigger, wilder environment that you're able to control, and just go with it.
Oh, enjoy it, BL, as we see the bottom turn of Leo Fioravanti. Big frontside wrap to start, chasing Zeke Lau. Big layback hack. Can he ride away? And two sections collide and destroy that finishing move for Leo. He was chasing a 7.10. That's exactly what he needed if he could have pulled off the finish. Very close, Laura.
Yeah, that was a critical turn. I mean, to go for a massive turn like that in the end section, it's what he needed to do. He needed a 7.1, so that probably would have been close to the score if he could have pulled it off. But unfortunate there for Leo, going for broke and just not being able to pull through.
So we'll see how he's going to react. Remember, he was sidelined again last year after Mexico finished. He ended up having ankle surgery, and he was out for another 5 months. And so he's used to that quick recovery. Look how powerful he's looking now. What happened to the end section, BL?
Beautiful layback snap. You see the nose digs in, the tail drifts, comes around, and that amount of drift and the amount of sort of the way the nose went into the water slowed his transition down, and all of a sudden the white water was all up, all around him, and a little less on that one, not quite as committed, just pulled it back a little bit, a little more control, got in front of the white water. It would have been a make, but unfortunate, because when they're not a make, they're not together. You know they're not going to be the score, so all important. But the thing that I'm noticing today, if we think about Sunset Beach, what's the potential of a great wave? 4 turns? 5 turns even, perhaps, on a really good wave today. The best scores are coming in a very traditional fashion for our judging format from 2-turn combinations. Look at Geordie Smith. So while you go out there as a surfer and you're looking for the perfect one that runs all the way to the channel and gives you all that time, you maybe don't even need that perfect wave. Maybe you just need a two-turn section. And I've said this many times before, and it's one of the obvious patterns of the judging where you can dial it in and go, okay, I'm at Sunset Beach, I might be looking for one with 4 or 5 turns, or maybe I should just surf to the judging, look for a face with 2 turns in it, give it 2 big ones, get an 8, and it's a sort of counter to your intuition as a surfer, because you're looking for a certain type of wave, but as a competitor you might need to tweak the surfer and get into that competitor headspace. Look for 2 big turns, it'll get you a big score, and that's kind of could be the foundation of your success.
It's a great topic, because I've talked to you about this at beach breaks around the world, different venues where it comes back to this almost catching a closeout maybe at a beach break and getting 2 big turns on it, where they always reward surfing in a big section with that wow factor of a synced flow of a big 2-turn combination where the sections are really big and meaty, instead of a smaller tapered wave where you're getting more majors on. We've got the fading cutback of Italo Ferreira. His first wave ridden in this heat with Baron Mamiya. Got picked up by the Red Bull ski, got to reset, and now finally getting on the board. And you know Italo's personality, Laura. I mean, how rare is it for him not to have about 5 numbers on the board by this stage of the game?
Oh my gosh, it is. I mean, it's only been, what, 7? Oh wait, how long has it been? Yeah, quite a while. So that for Italo is pretty wild. But he had that sweepy and he had that stuck by the set. So this start of the heat has not been going to plan for him, I'm sure. But you know, that's the beauty of these overlapping heats. He can have a little reset in about 3 minutes and yeah, really try. As we see Leo scratching into this one, he's needing that 7.10.
Hollow section behind him. He's just waiting for his first turn. He has to get started. Solid start there with the carve in the pocket. Using that lip falling down on top of him. There's the 2-turn combo. The section wasn't as big as he would have liked on the tail end, so he's looking at his time, probably realizing he needs one more.
And Zeke had the priority. He only got that wave because Zeke was happy for him to go it. And Zeke kind of looked at that, and he's inside of Zeke, and he's going waves that he can go without the priority. And so you're kind of battling against it from the start. But this was one of those inside double-up ones that gives you some time, a lot of white water on the face, a little flat and kind of mushy. So I don't see that sort of being what he needs in any way, and maybe almost was a waste of time, really, and burnt some time off the clock where you might have been better off waiting in the lineup.
Both these surfers, Zeke and Leo, in Tier B for your fantasy teams. 48% went with Zeke as a multiple-time Sunset champ. Also runner-up against Jack Robinson. 10% of fantasy players went with Fioravanti, as we've got 2:10 to go. Scores coming in for the Italian, 5.10. Still needs a 7.10 because his best score came at wave number 3 at a 5.4. Crunch time for Leo for bragging rights, because this is his best friends, his sparring crew for all of his youth. And Zeke still at the head of this one with a little time to go.
I'd love to see Zeke's camper. They'd be at the Sunset Car Park right now, where they've been for many years during all the NSSAs, the Pro Juniors. They all camp up on the beach, and all the different, you know, crews have their different their different setups, and they like make it like a party up there. So I'd love to see that. I'll have to go check it out after.
Definitely. Minute 30 to go on the clock, Bill.
And it was his first 2 rides that are still his scores that he got in the non-priority part of his heat. He hasn't needed to go beyond that. He sat with the priority for a very long time, just kind of managing things down. There's been no pressure applied from Leonardo, so it's been a very comfortable win, you know, if it stays this way for the next minute. And the 7-1's, you know, it's completely doable from Leonardo, but it needs some size. It needs, you know, those turns need to be punctuated, critical, committed to get the judges to buy in.
Leo got out there so quickly, like a minute and a half, and he's got 50 seconds to try to find something. It looks like there are some lumps coming through out the back, so this will be a stressful situation for Zeke to try hold him off or let him go again.
Leo's had some pretty incredible buzzer beaters in his career, maybe one that stands out the most when he came back from a shoulder injury recovery and took out a mentor and a good friend to his family, Kelly Slater in France at the buzzer, and he had so much elation going through his body. He lives for moments like that, and he'd love to recreate that against one of his good friends, Zeke Lau. 15 seconds on the priority heat. David Silva, Ryan Callanan working their way to the lineup. They'll be coming up next.
And at this point in time, Zeke's not even positioning for waves. He's actually wearing that on the head, more or less, and just happy to be there with Leonardo and hear that siren go, control the back end, and have a little victory lap in right here.
There's a victory for Zeke Lau. Back on tour, got knocked out in this round of Pipeline. One step better so far here at Sunset Beach, as the Hawaiian looks to take down more in the round of 16. Back for more action right after this. The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido is brought to you by Hurley, the official apparel partner of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido. By Oakley, official eyewear of the World Surf League. By Flying Embers, official hard kombucha of the World Surf League. And by 805 Beer, proud partner of Connor Coffin. We've got a world champ up and riding, Italo Ferreira from Bahia Formosa. Loves a good backhand wall, and that one's gonna take him down. 3.57 was his opener, and continues to have a tough heat against Baron Mamiya. I think thankfully for, Italo, he's not too stressed because Baron hasn't had a score consequence at the moment with a 2.9 and a 1.7. Interesting matchup at the halfway mark as we introduce David Silva and Ryan Callanan. Looks like he's almost snowboarding to set this one up as Baron Mamiya. There's a punctuated snap. So calm on the air drop. His boards always look incredibly small compared to all the other competitors, but he is perfect with his balance and control. Ryan Callanan goes down the top turn wrap and fades out of there as he's getting started against David Silva.
Two of the best backhand surfers on the tour, without question. David Silva was in great form yesterday, made the wild and woolly conditions look actually quite fun, so this is going to be a tough heat. Two incredible young goofy footers. And Italo Ferreira, that was unfortunate on that second turn. That was a two-turn combination the judges would have loved. 3.57 still has the highest scoring wave of the heat. I imagine that Baron's last ride will be the highest scoring wave of the heat. And I note that he is definitely riding a different board to yesterday. That board's got the red rails. Yesterday did not have that. Baron's board does look small though. It almost looks like he can't really drive it, and he's nursing it a lot of the time, similar to what Griffin Colapinto looked a little bit like yesterday too.
I talked to Galley quickly. He said this was a 6.4, but it looks even smaller than that. Maybe he made a last minute change.
See, even those sections, he couldn't lay that cut back over and drive and turn that into points off the bottom there. There was that little skip in the rail as well. He's still got the work done. It's still going to be the best scoring ride of the heat, and it definitely was a bigger set wave, which is great to see.
Like how he just rolled in. How fun is that? You're just all setting it up, anticipation of the big wall.
There was the opportunity for a big cut back there, and a point scoring addition to the rest of those inside turns that was kind of missed because of the bump and the lump on the face and the lack of rail in the board to be able to drive through those sections. But still a 4.33 for the two turns. Second turn incomplete for Italo Ferreira.
As we check out the deep stats powered by Hydro Flask for the non-priority heat that just got started, it's just 1-0 in favor of Ryan Callanan over David Silva. They had that one heat at Margaret River back in 2019 where Ryan's combined total was a 10.83, but we'll never forget what Ryan did last season at Margaret River. Almost maxed out the scale on two-turn combination on his backhand. It was one of the high nines of the event. Everyone wanted it to be a 10. But all that strength on his backhand is going to come to play here once again at Sunset Beach. Let's hear from a former winner out here. Zeke Lau is with Rosie Hodge.
That's right, Zeke, definitely a favorite out here at Sunset Beach. But with that favoritism also comes a lot of expectations. How do you quieten the noise?
I just attack, I just figured, I know this way better than anyone else, and I just got to trust that and trust myself out there and just be on the offense. The only way I'm going to lose to these guys is if I'm not serving. So I just went into that heat the first 20 minutes and just tried to give myself the most opportunities I could.
And all of these matchups are so stacked. Coming up against someone like Leo, you guys travel together, same sponsors. How tricky can that be?
Super tricky, but you just got to block it out, block out the noise, and just look at him like I look at anyone else. He's just another jersey in the water, and I'm just trying to get numbers and post numbers and get through the next round.
Looking super dangerous, guys. We'll see him in the round of 16.
Looking dangerous right there. Just steel face, ready to take everybody down. We love it. Zeke Lau moving on to the round of 16. David Silva, meanwhile, gets creative, going up and down, off the bottom, off the top. Gets his opening ride against Ryan Callanan.
Beautiful ride. Three clean, connected, beautifully timed turns, all from the bottom of the wave all the way to the top of the wave. Beautiful surfing. It's going to be interesting looking at the 7-point ride for Baron Mamiya on that last one. It's kind of the flatter outside, weight wrap to weight, two inside, nice critical turns inside I could imagine David Silva's going higher than that.
Back to the priority heat, Baron Mamiya. There's the down carve. Able to rip that lip a little bit harder, smaller sized wave there. And he has a 7 and a 2.9. So his wave previous, he got his best number on. He had the biggest section to work with when he hit the lip line. And so Italo's needing a 5.58 already. What do you think for this one?
Board looked better. He looked more comfortable on that smaller face, and it looked like it suited the board better. 2 quick turns. Hard to imagine it going too high. Looking at the 4.33 of Italo's as a comparative somewhere in around there, although those were both complete when Italo's weren't. Here's the replay. Nice carving arc out of the top. This one into the lip. Throws a lot of spray. Difficult to hit the lip here at Sunset Beach. Third one connects beautifully, cleanly. He liked it. And I feel like the judges might too, and a 5.17 for that backup ride. Smart, competitive surfing. Simple surfing. Easy score for a 5. Anyone could have done that, surfed that into the 5. But to back up the 7 with that so quickly was really, really nice competing.
Great to see David Silva on in the best time of his life, competing, making a final in Mexico, beating world champs like Adriano de Souza, Gabriel Medina on the same day, finishing runner-up to Jack Robinson. Moved up to 14th in the world with that performance. Also signed a deal with Slater Designs to get some good backing for some equipment. So things are just getting better for Silva as we see a wild takeoff. And just getting up at the bottom to step off is Italo.
On a priority wave, no less. So that sort of speaks to perhaps the inexperience of Italo out in this lineup, and to, you know, to spend so much time waiting with the priority. Unfortunate there to hand it straight over to Baron. Baron's got the best 2 scores of the heat. He's looking strong, looking confident. He definitely can do more than he has done. So ominous signs there for Italo Ferreira. He needs to get back out into that lineup, settle himself down, and find a good starting wave to match that 7.
Strider, the board talk continues. What do you have for us?
Oh, yeah, Baron is on a 6.4. He's on a thruster today. He was on a 4-feet yesterday. So he did switch up the board. BL noticing that. You commenting on the 6.4 there, Joe. And just another, equipment talk, leashes. I just watched Italo get rolled by at least 30 feet of whitewater. He had to bail off his board, jump down, swim under, came up. You know, it was just like full tombstone situation. Then he whips it and tries to go on that wave. I'm not sure if he still had water in his head, because that was a mistake in my mind. But, you know, all that stuff's going on in your heat out here. You're just trying to scramble for a good one. And then you got 30 feet of whitewater on your head. It's just incredible. Alicia's holding, board's holding. It's been amazing.
Also, David Silva, Strider, 7.17. Any idea what he's on?
You know, David Silva on fire out here. I think he's on a 6.4. He's got Miguel Pupo in his corner out here. They've been, rapping out. They've been giving each other the time and giving the scores and a lot of just good, comforting smiles between the two. So a good relationship right there.
Strides, we know today is smaller and it's kind of moderated a little bit, but the waves that they're riding are the same size, perhaps even bigger than what they were riding yesterday. How does it look like from out there?
Yeah, you know what? I wouldn't say it's any smaller. It feels like the faces out here are giant. And looking out the back right now, there's still really big swells coming in. And I feel like when they hit the reef, they're standing up almost as tall today, as they were yesterday. So I feel like they're in the same spot, but as big or small as you want to call them, they're pushing into that corner, and that's what they're riding. It's just that push where it comes in over the boil. They've got a mark out there. I heard them talking about it, I heard Zeke talking about sitting on that boil with his caddy. So there's definitely a game plan.
Thank you, Strider. Seeing the finish of Baron Mamiya on his last wave. Wave previous on the smaller wave with a 2-turn combo still helped his total out front, 5.17. And Italo Ferreira, we saw during the catch-up with Strider, get one major vertical where he actually felt some air under his feet. When he took off, it was an absolute bomb, but didn't allow him to back it up with a combination BL.
No, it's a good size wave. Look at it. Well and truly double, triple overhead. There's that turn you're talking about, Joey, and the second section coming across and closing out. Wave selection letting him down, positioning in the lineup letting him down as well. And he's against one of the rising stars of the sport, someone that we all look to as the future of surfing. And you watch this last little turn here, watch this whitewater and see how the whitewater hit his board. He got it sideways to project it out of that and complete that ride. Barron Mamia's looking in great form. Does he improve on the 5.17 and add even more pressure to Italo Ferreira? I feel so.
I think he does as well. Just the size of that turn, the commitment and flow.
So beautiful.
He was so in sync with the pace of this wave at Sunset. I feel like it'll be much better than his 5.17. Italo's going to be in trouble, and that's a theme that's common in North Shore history. A local wild card upsetting a world champion. Happens a lot at Pipe, and now this could be the story for Barron Mamia at Sunset Beach.
It sure does, and there's a paddle for this priority, a really important moment. Just under 8 minutes, so plenty of time still, but you know, this next score of Barron's going to put even more pressure onto Italo's shoulders, and Italo so far has not looked like he has the answers in the conditions. When it comes to the actual surfing, he has the answers. That backhand is lethal. But when it comes to his positioning, his knowledge, wave selection, management of this overall situation, he's been coming a little short. But he did get a 5.77 for one turn. So that tells you that the judges are liking what he's doing. If he can do two of, well, you do two of them, who knows where the score goes.
Exactly. 7:20 to go here. Barron leading over a world champion. As we remember, Italo got an equal 9th where he was knocked out early at Pipe for his standards. So it's been his slowest start on a season opener in a few years now. As we look at some action here, Ryan Callanan setting up that stretched out cutty, waiting for this lip to really show itself. Jams it quickly down the line, right off the bottom again, late to the finishing move. And Callanan goes down. 1.5 before that, that's his second scoring ride.
Yeah, that without the priority, that was the, you know, that was one of those waves that you can allow yourself to catch, because the priority heat isn't going it. It had potential, and it could have been a score with a completion there. But that's where those longer boards get a little difficult. 6.8, I believe, Ryan's on, and we'll watch this one on the replay. You can see it's kind of flat at the start here. Goes for the nice big wrap back to the pocket, waiting for it to stand up. It does so. He gets a nice snap, whips it out, and then it's here. You see that inside rail. You get that board up onto the lip, and if you don't push out with the back foot and get the nose around, then there's that great length that just sticks. Oh, important ride right here, Joey.
Chipping in for Italo Ferreira, needs an 8.63. Meets that lip line really well, and that one's going to shut down again. Italo chasing the local boy. Barron Mamia's up and out, looking for one of the biggest heat wins of his young career. Always dangerous with his clips and pipeline, but it shows how much time he spent at Sunset Beach. I mean, if you're a local kid growing up in the amateur organizations, you're surfing at Sunset all the time. Maybe if it's not your go-to spot when the waves are pumping, you've had that time to figure out heats and you know how to perform. Mamia a 7.4. As we look at him in Tier C, 32% of fantasy players put Barron on their team. We got 62% in Tier B for Italo Ferreira, the former world champ. So a lot of teams would take a hit if the situation remains the same in the remaining 5 minutes.
Scores coming in for Italo's now. It's not going to make any difference whatsoever. Still looking for that 8.63. Be a fantastic win for Barron. We know he, not that he felt shortchanged or hard done by or anything like that at Pipeline, but he was so close to beating Kelly Slater, and it was that last minute heroics from the GOAT that took him out. Here we go, Barron up and riding.
Barron now looking to better another 7-point ride, a 7.4 and a 7, a healthy total already, just race tracking this thing down the line. And now he'll slam on the brakes. He was looking to get a quick vision, just playing with that wave to reposition with 4:15 to go.
That's what the lead, that's what a dominant position allows you to do. Get a little more creative, look at different ways of stimulating the points out of the judges. And that did look like it was going to barrel down that inside. It wanted to, but the important, Italo with the priority, the important, you can see all the caddies now clamoring back for the channel as they're getting taken by that rip towards the break.
So much great action today. The focus on the young local, Baron Mamiya, who's had a couple of big years on the qualifying series. So many close calls where he needed a few more heat wins to officially be a rookie on the top 34. He's loving this opportunity, and the wild card is an important one these days. You know, we're seeing it with Moana Jones-Wong, big win. She's in Sunset. Baron's got that same kind of momentum. Remember Sebastian Zietz when he won Margaret River? That was actually a replacement surfer that year that ended up re-qualifying by doing well with his wild card. David Silva, quick update, is on a 6'8" surfboard at the moment, so a little bit more length than originally thought. 717 was his opener. This will be his backup score as he still leads over Callanan.
And it looks beautiful underfoot, doesn't it? The way it's searing through the water and giving him the confidence to draw those big, nice, clean arcs. Obviously, that's not going to be a great score. It'll be a second score. We'll back up that 717, put him, you know, in that sort of strong position where he is. Oh, hold on, maybe he hasn't dominated the first half.
Arcal looking to get that rail wet. Goes down the car, big section. He's able to get a little bit of a drift on that combination. Big drop for Italo, needing an 8.63 to avoid elimination. Nice backhand redirect. Quicker snap there for Ferreira. His first win of his career came on his backhand, an emotional win over Mick Fanning at Bells Beach. Here comes Baron once again. Quick carve and he's out.
Smart move. I like that. Obviously, the wave looked like it was going to close out, but the priority is more valuable right now than an increase in points for Baron Mamiya. Italo may get his best wave of the heat so far with that last one. He got to the end, and we'll see it here. It's a big wave. It stands up. You can see his first turns a little bit kind of nursed. It was held back. It wasn't sort of unleashed, which is what he needed to do. He started to build that momentum and unleash that second one a little more. Cuts out. It's not going to be the score he needs, obviously, but if you've got time to do it in two waves, that's going to make it a much easier assignment.
So you see that placement turn that Viel was watching there off the top. Usually seeing Italo going for broke at 110%, but Sunset's had its way with Italo today. Got caught inside. The Red Bull skis got him out of there. Got his first wave at the halfway mark, which is really unheard of for Italo. Usually he's got someone comboed by the first 10 minutes. So it's a different kind of pace and tempo. And it's obviously his first CT appearance here, just like the rest of the tour.
Yeah, look at the amount of waves ridden by Baron Mamiya. 9 rides, 2 good scores, and one kind of backup in there. So he's had a look at a lot of stuff, tried a lot of things, kept moving, stayed busy, and kept that pressure on Italo. 4.57 from Italo, so that didn't even improve or change the situation at all. Great heat from Baron Mamiya, well surfed, professional.
You can see the keeper scores highlighted in yellow. You can catch as many waves as you like, but you just keep your top 2 scores. And Ferreira still needing an excellent number, an 8.63 with 25 seconds without priority.
Yeah, that's the big part, isn't it? Without the priority, Baron right there paddling with him.
These two had one matchup back in 2018. Baron was a wild card at Karamas and lost that heat to Italo back then on a close decision, less than a point difference. I remember the waves were really challenging that day. And a different story today here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido. It'll be a slow start to the season for Italo Ferreira, knocked out in the round of 32. Came into this event number 9 in the world, and the wild card will move on to surf again later on today in the round of 16. Morgan Siblick and Nat Young are about to get started. We'll be right back.
back at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido. Round of 32 action out in the water, overlapping heat format. Heat number 7 and heat number 6. Heat number 6 in the priority heat. David Silva versus Ryan Calnan. And a new heat has entered the water in the non-priority situation. That matchup, Morgan Siblick versus Nat Young. And you can see there the priority heat up and riding. That is David Silva, who is in the priority heat, and so the Nat Young had to give up his position on that wave. And here we go, Nat taking another look to get an early start in his matchup against Morgan Siblick. All right, so 17 minutes for David Silva and Ryan Calnan. Silva with that valuable 7.17 for the lead over Calnan. And as we said before, the new heat in the water, Morgan Siblick versus Nat Young. And here's Nat, he's back. Nice carve on the backhand for the goof foot out of Santa Cruz. Paced approach there on the inside section. Just a couple of turns to warm up for Nat Young. Right behind him, Morgan Siblick. Big floating maneuver and goes down in a dangerous way with a board slipping in between his feet. So we're going to check on Morgan Siblick as he comes back to air. Well, I have a special guest on the set right now. I'd like to welcome Brett Simpson. Thank you for joining me, Brett.
Thank you, Kaipo. It's good to be here.
Yeah, what a great event here we have that Hurley's put on, and you know, the return of Sunset to the championship tour. I think it's just, I think it's applauded.
Yeah, it's so exciting. This wave, as we all know, it's such a challenge. You know, we've been looking the last year to kind of get back into the, you know, the WCT, and it was like myself kind of sitting at sports marketing. I'm like, we got to get back here, and I think this event in Hawaii, the second stop of the year, is just, it's exciting. These waves are just big carves, some odd barrels there. So hopefully Morgan's all right. That was a hamstring right there, it looked like.
Yeah, that's you know what happens with the mixed plate that we have out here at Sunset and Makua. Sunset, you know, not only competitively, but just in the history of surfing, a very important wave.
I mean, yeah, it's the original wave of all waves. It's the wave that put you on the map once upon a time. And for Hurley to come in, sponsor this event, put it on the second event of the year, you couldn't ask for a better playing field, a better venue to have this event.
Yeah, and I really think it adds to the all the variety that we see on the championship tour. And so at the end of the year, we're really going to have the world's best surfer is going to be the world champ, because you're going to have to be able to adapt to all kinds of stuff. But this is what I don't like to see, gang.
This is dangerous right here. Watch the back foot, or the front foot stays on, the back foot slips off. And we all know those ones can be, I mean, Mick Fanning to say, we've all had close moments like that where whether your knee, your hamstring, something, you got to kind of, something's got to give. And hopefully he kind of rolled out of that. The best thing to do is try to not hang on and just kind of roll out so you don't overextend.
Let's go to the last heat winner, an impressive performance by the local boy, Baron Mamiya. I want to hear from Baron. He's with Laura.
Yes, Baron, wow, what an upset, taking out Italo Ferreira. It is an upset, but you are the local boy. You've grown up doing Pro Juniors, NSSA, everything here. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm super stoked. I know Italo's a tough competitor. I've watched him the last couple of years. But yeah, you know, the waves are pumping, so I'm stoked, and yeah, I'm stoked to make another heat.
And talk us through, you know, like a slow start to that heat. Both of you didn't really get much in the non-priority heat, but everything switched on at the back half.
Yeah, I paddled out and I was like, hey, I'm just gonna ride some waves. Like, you know, I switched my board from yesterday. I was riding kind of a smaller board, and then I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna try and get some waves, get a feel in the wax, how it feels and stuff. And then we were just getting cleaned out. Italo like got super pounded, and I was getting pounded, and then it just kind of like, I was like, okay, got back out there, and I just took a deep breath. And I was like, okay, now it's our priority, so let's just pick some good waves and surf them well.
Amazing. Well, you did just that into the round of 16, keeping the ball rolling. We'll let you go get ready for this afternoon. Same strategy?
Yeah, I'll probably stick to my same board, same strategy. Looks like the waves are gonna hopefully get a little smaller. It's still pretty big out there. But yeah, same game plan.
Amazing. Congrats, Baron. Back to you guys.
All right, look forward to seeing Baron Mamiya surf again today. Again, we're going to run through this round, the round of 32, as well as the round of 16. At the end of the day, we're going to have our quarterfinal set for the men. During that interview, we saw a couple of rides in the priority heat, both David Silva and Ryan Calnan coming up with waves. And so we'll be waiting for those scores for both of those competitors. Here's a replay, simple.
Yeah, Natty Young on the backhand. He's back on tour. Little cutty right there. Doesn't have a ton of wall, but he's going to be patient. Slashes right there. So this wave is actually, it's obviously a lot bigger, but if you've ever been to Santa Cruz and surfed Steamer Lane, it has this similar kind of warble, and it's got a good amount of power. And then here's David Silva right here that looks like he's kind of snowboarding. Double black diamond off the bottom. So that wave's definitely not the one you're really looking for. He does have a 7-1, I think he has a 717, which is a keeper for sure today.
Yeah, 717 and a 3.13 for David Silva. Waiting for score for wave number 4 for the Brazilian Goofy Foot. And also Ryan Calnan was in the mix. We're waiting for his score. He's trailing David Silva right now.
Makuya, you got some lineups out there? You got some sneaky lineups? Where's the lineup on a day like today?
You know what's so funny is Sunset is such a positioning wave. You can get stuck too deep, too far inside so easily. Today it's more of the North Peak I would play. I mean, I would really like to see these competitors get out the back, actually catch the wave from the peak.
A little bit farther out.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a lot, you know, the first 1/3 of the wave is not really being ridden right now. And I think the judges would really reward somebody taking off at the peak, coming off the bottom, doing a big open face wrap or a big hack up in the pocket on the outside section of the wave. How can you not reward? I mean, you of all people know, Brett, we've been doing this a long time, and they always, what's the first thing you learn from when you're a kid? First big turn out the back, right?
Yeah, a lot of times where they're dropping in, they may have had a turn if they took off on the peak. And obviously it's not easy. You're playing cat and mouse with 10-footers, you know, but I think that will be the next step. It'll be interesting. You know, a lot of them are sitting a little bit in. I think it's safer in a way to not get clean, but I think as this event goes on, you got to take a little bit more chance to get those huge scores.
Yeah, I was just sitting in the parking lot talking with Uncle Tony Moniz, and Seth was getting ready, and even he was saying like, hey, we used to take off out there. And, he said the style of surfing has changed a lot. The boards have gotten shorter. So to get out there and stay in position with a 6'1" or a 6'2" people have, it's very hard. There's a lot of water moving out there. People don't know how much the ocean actually sloshes back and forth.
So, Brett, I do want to ask you a question. Being on tour 6 years, from 2010 to 2015, I've seen this change just, I want to say, within the recent, maybe the last 6 years, 7 years. What brought about that change for the surfers to sit further inside at Sunset? Because back in 2010, 2011, you guys were out there at the peak.
Yeah, obviously it's equipment. I mean, we were on like 7.6s was like normal. And now it's 6'4" is like, Baron was on a 6'4", John rides a 6'2", so you almost don't even, I wouldn't even look what they're doing. You know, you really like take your 6'10". Like on a day like today, there's so much water moving, there's a lot of wind. It makes it look pretty easy sometimes from the cam.
Yeah, but to be devil's advocate, Makua, if someone were to take out a 7-foot board, would that look odd to the judges?
I mean, it depends who was surfing. If Zeke Lau went out the back with a 7-0, he'd still snap that thing just as hard. I mean, like Pancho Sullivan, you can put a replay of him up on a 7-4 or a 7-6 against any of the waves.
Sunny.
And
like,
it's still, you have to match power with power. Obviously, those guys had the size and the power to turn those boards. A lot of these guys ride a 5'10" all year long. So for them to turn a 6'10" or a 7'0", it does feel a little bit odd. And they're much more comfortable on the shorter length board.
Let me just throw it out there. If Sunset remains as a stop on the championship tour in future years, we may see surfers make that adjustment back to bigger boards. And I think that's going to be the re-evolution of surfing Sunset. It seems like it's obvious right now that an adjustment.
So I think I might have an answer for that. It's going to be up to the judging criteria. Are they going to judge the bigger wave, the bigger turn out the back? or are they going to judge the more radical turn on the inside on a smaller wave? Sunset's a big wave spot. So if we lay out the criteria for Sunset, big waves, big turns. Smaller waves, smaller turns. So which one gets rewarded? And that's really going to dictate the pace and the size of board that people ride.
I agree. It's funny because everyone's thinking performance, like how hard can I perform? But there are a lot of times they are riding the medium-sized, smaller waves.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of them are 4-footers.
Yeah, at the end of the day, the 6'4" works there, but if you caught the 10-footer, you're probably bouncing around, hanging on for dear life. So it's interesting. And I think as this event, if it's on tour for a long time, that may change.
Yeah.
Well, the only person we can ask if this event's going to be on tour for a long time would be Mr. Hurley himself, right here, Brett Simpson.
We'll make it happen. We'll make it happen.
No pressure.
Here we go. David Silva. And again, we talk about equipment. We talk about technique. We talk about how tricky Sunset is.
That's
slid
that was
out.
kind of poor waves. I don't know if he was trying to kick out or he kind of did the goat boat on his way out. It was a pretty bad wave.
But I mean, once again, like this is honestly a 4-foot wave. There's 10-foot sets out the back. Wave selection at
little
Sunset.
Switch stance.
Yeah, futuristic.
Well, regardless, David Silva is still in the lead over Ryan Calnan. Calnan needing a 4.14. Ryan Calnan with priority as well, and 6.5 minutes. So, Brett, I feel like our Cal's actually in a good position at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tight heat. I think David's thinking, I got to put a 5+ on the board, but sometimes you just you got 6 minutes, 6:20, wait out there. You got to really eye that last wave, make it count, because most likely Callanan's going to get another shot too, and it's going to come down to the wire. Who's going to finish with a bang? And with jet ski has been pretty cool. I was out in the water yesterday. They're lucky because on a day like today, you're lucky you get 2 or 3 rides on a day, like a typical day, you know, back when we had the QS out here, where today they're zipping back out. They're almost on the bowl in a heartbeat. They might get 2 shots. Who knows?
Yeah, that's the stuff that we want to see. We want to see more surfing, Makua, and just less paddling, less downtime, and making it really exciting for both the fans and competitive for the surfers.
Yeah, I've heard a lot, you know, back and forth. Oh, they're getting a ride, you know, they don't have to paddle, this and that. The point here is to maximize the performance of the surfers. We want them to keep their energy. We want them to be fresh on every wave. Using the jet ski is technology. You know, we're in the most technologically advanced time in human history. Why not use what we have at our disposal to enhance the performance of our surfers?
Well, what about the cardio?
The cardio?
I think it's I mean, people you can make a statement for there's guys that may be fitter and more prepared for these situations if there wasn't jet skis, in a way.
Yep.
But I think, obviously, I'm one for wave riding. Natty with a nice 2-banger right there.
Prepared for it, and you had the kind of analogy with Santa Cruz. Nat Young looks like he has it well in hand. Here we go with David Silva, a little hung up, but is able to recover. Big bottom turn and makes up for it on that snap number 2. Silva now getting to pace and lighting it up right at the end of this wave, looking to better his 3.13. And as he pumps his fist into the channel, Makua, I think he did that.
Oh yeah, he definitely did that. He smashed up that wave. A little smaller inside wave, but those waves have a little better shape right now. And David Silva went ham on that wave. Absolutely upside down, backside smashes.
That second turn looked like he almost poked, coming down with the nose, but watch this right here. So he draws a little mid-face, kind of snaps it, but gets stuck up in the lip, like you said, Kaipo, and then just aims this thing, bang. That was a humongous turn. And then finishes pretty strong snap. And he likes it. He's going to wrap it right here and then just give him the good old fist pump.
Brett, how good does it feel? You of all people know. I mean, coming up right here, his first turn, he gets a little hung up, right?
Yeah. He kind of he's stiff-legged it a little bit.
Yeah, well, you know that right here you regroup and you're aggressive. Coming back into this one, you're going to say, okay, this one I'm going to light it up. Boom. Almost pearls, pulls it out. Right here, right back into it. No hesitation. Just really, you know, matching the power of that wave with that board. That board's looking good under his feet.
Yeah.
I mean, you know how good it is to start off a little shaky and finish super strong. You can see the look on his face right there. He knows he got a good score.
Yeah, and it was that type of backhand fireworks which earned David Silva his best result at the end of last season at the Corona Open Mexico, and where he really came into play, making the finals there and setting himself up for another year on the championship tour. David Silva waiting for that number and seeing if he's able to distance himself even further from Ryan Calnan in the non-priority heat. This guy's coming up, and I'm expecting big things from Felipe Toledo. Simple.
Yeah, he's got Billy, man. Billy's gonna, you know, he's so tapped out here. He knows where to be. He's got the most experience in this draw, bar none. And I think Phil's obviously, he's underrated on the rail. He's really good on the rail, and he's practiced a lot on, put on some weight, some power. So, hey, he's gonna have to find some waves. If he's messing around on the, you know, on the inside, it could be trouble, because Billy's probably gonna look for some bigger ones, and it'll be an interesting heat.
Arcal having to handle a couple bobbles on the opening bottom turn, looking to make up for that. Still trying to find purchase on the rail, flowing through this section, and it looks like it's just a wave that's not cooperating with Arcal, and that leads to a mistiming at the closeout in the end, and just an incomplete ride. And now he's going to come up from the water and hear from the beach announcers that David Silva just earned a 7.27. So Ryan Calnan now needing an 8.27. Not good news for the surfer from Newcastle.
And you know what? All of that under the priority. They're the you know, they're bottom priority right now. They're not the priority heat. 2 7s, and it's only halfway done. You know, David Silva, he's turning it on right now. Kaipo, who do we got? We got Morgan Siblick out the back.
Here we go. Morgs. A nice carve there. Works his way down the line. And again, a little skip out on the inside section for Morgan Siblick in that non-priority heat against Nat Young. Nat Young with a 2.6 and a 4-point ride. 1 minute remaining for David Silva and Ryan Calnan. And the goofy foot Brazilian, Simple, is in control right now, because not only does he have a big lead, he also has priority.
He's got priority. You know, sometimes, like, he made that little mistake on his first maneuver on his last wave, but it almost took the pressure off, and he went into that second section and just, he's like, I have to connect. And look, 7.27. He's got Callinan in a world of hurt with 40 seconds remaining.
Yeah, just another thunderbolt in the Brazilian storm. David Silva, however, wasn't as applauded when he got into the championship tour. Kind of flew under the radar, but he's always had that rock-solid surfing, especially on the backhand.
He's just really spry. Like, even on the forehand, very snappy, and for a lot of the qualifier waves, that's what you kind of want. You know, they're usually in marginal waves, and I remember him in Spain doing a huge, he got a 10, did like a huge air, or what was it, alley-oop. But he's got a lot of the tricks, and when you have a solid backhand, it could take you far. It could take you places.
And the horn sounds. That's going to be the end of a heat number 6. We're going to take a break. When we come back, a new heat will be in the water. Seth Moniz and Joao Chianca right back after this. Back here at Sunset Beach for the Hurley Pro. Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido, flying over the lineup. Day number 2 of competition here. New heat in the water. Seth Moniz versus Joao Chianca. Let's catch up with some rides that happened during the break. This is Nat Young, Simple.
Yeah, Natty, nice snap right there. He's definitely deep on the reef, it looks like. Whoa, nice hanger. So he's finding his rhythm. His previous was a 5.67, so this is going to add to that total. And Morgan doesn't really have much right now. A little 2.23 and a 1.5. So I don't know, Makua. I'd like that. I feel like at Sunset you rather have him on the board than not. You want a couple scores early, and then you can start to try to push it.
How about this guy, Chumbinho, Joao Chianca, rookie on the championship tour, and one that has adapted very quickly to surfing amongst the elite.
Chumbinho, is that because he's the little Chumbo?
Yes, exactly.
Chumbinito. This boy is surfing beyond his years, beyond his Chumbinho. He's looking like the big brother right now out here at Pipeline. He's definitely stepping it up big time here on the North Shore. He's one of the standouts for me for sure this year. And just goes to show. Nat Young, he's looking like that one event at Steamer Lane where he was just lighting it up backside. I see a little bit of flurry of that coming through.
His timing on these rides, and obviously his backhands, his power is his go-to if he has to, you know, and it's showing that combination right there, I think, is going to garner a really nice score.
So we'll be waiting for scores for both the Joao Chianca in the non-priority heat and for Nat Young in the priority heat. And you're right, Makua, I just wanted to frame that to our audience. Joao Chianca is the younger brother of Lucas Chianca, known as Chumbo, and both are very talented Brazilian surfers from the great town of Saquarema. Here we go with Morgan Siblick. He needs to put some pressure, and he does that on the first turn. Another big snap, but goes down incomplete. So on his way to a good score, but unfortunately Simple wasn't able to finish.
Yeah, a little bit in between that second turn. You either got to get there early and lay it back, or kind of lip line it, which is hard with the wind, but it looked like he tried to do a little bit of both and carved down and caught that inside edge and went down. Really nice first turn though too. He was on his way.
He's got a beautiful bottom turn, this boy. The way he sets up off the bottom, he gets so low, he can really explode off the top.
I love that touch water. Low, touch in, kind of driving.
Here we go with Seth Moniz. Easy pace for the first turn. Setting up on the inside here. Looking for an explosive top turn. Some foam to cut through. And that's going to be the end of the ride for Seth Moniz. Right behind him, Joao Chianca. Chianca just tapping down the line, kicks out, just repositioning.
I feel like if you have to do that at Sunset, where you have to create board speed, it's kind of like, why am I on this wave?
You better just kick out.
Check this out, guys. You guys were talking about the great surfing by Nat Young. The score just dropped for Nat, a 7.67 for Nat Young, and he is in a dominant position over Morgan Siblick in that matchup. Siblick now in a combination situation.
Yeah, it was all about that second bang right there. He really put it up there. And like I said, that flare, when Nat Young gets his board into position and he hits the lip, the spray is just like a big peacock tail. It's just, he has this something about his backside, the way he places it up there, the water flies. It's a little reminiscent of a little Wiggly Dante-ish style as well.
It's all timing, you know, and like the way they snap, the rail engages, the release, just spray goes, get your umbrellas out.
Oh yeah, some guys got the just annihilation. It's just everywhere, and some guys just place it so nicely. It just looks perfect.
Perfect, yeah.
Well, Morgan Siblick, we're still waiting for another score for Morgs, but second year on the championship tour, Simple, and maybe a sophomore year slump. It's early in the season, but he had such an outstanding year, finishing number 5 in the world for his rookie season. Here's a chance for him to come back right now. Let's see what Morgs has. A nice swooping turn there, and making the best use of this wave. He did get it under priority, so smart surfing by Morgan Siblick. Let's see if that puts him back into the game, Makua.
I think Kikoa Bacalso is his caddy. I'm hoping he tells him to go out the back, because if that boy goes out the back and surfs like he does from the peak, he's really cutting his opportunity short, only taking off, you know, 2/3 down the wave. If he paddles out the back and really gets one, he's going to put the pressure on Nat Young as well.
Yeah. Let's hear from David Silva. He's with Laura Enever. He won the last heat.
Guys, last heat winner. There hasn't been many heats today where someone has come out of the gates in the non-priority heat and got a 7 or over. So how good did it feel to start the heat with that?
My feel is very happy in the heat because my first wave is in the next heat for the Italo and the barrel, but I take a little bit more the inside. I think so. One wave and 3 good turns. And the second is no good turn in the first, but the second one is good. I'm very happy to make this hit because the high end is very dangerous guy because the back side is like too, and I'm very happy.
Amazing. And tell us a bit about what you're riding today.
I think so. The next round is really good. I think so. A little bit more hits in the water is better, and yeah, I'm very happy.
Amazing. And, you know, coming off your pipe result, how important is this event for you?
This is what's very important for me because I have a lot of coats in the middle of the years. And let's go. I have one more hit.
Well, you're looking so sharp. We're so excited to see you into the round of 16. Good luck this afternoon. Rest up. Back to you guys.
I love the enthusiasm from David Silva as we saw Nat Young finishing off another good ride in his matchup. Let's take a look first at Morgan Simple.
Right here, draws it off the bottom. Like Makua said, I mean, it's a 4-footer, nice wrap, but Nat seems to just be on the big. If he did that on the wave previous, on the bigger wave, he would be back in it. But I think Nat put on another score on him, so he's gonna need a, if not still comboed, he's gonna need a massive one.
Yeah, this boy got to get out the back and surf those waves out the back like that. Here we go. We got Seth Moniz kind of taking off on a little bumpier face. Nice wrap back into the whitewash. A lot of bumps on the face. Nice turn to navigate through those bumps. And unfortunately, awkward fall right there for Seth. And then here we go. One of the things I love to do when I watch surfing is to watch Nat Young surf because he's so smooth. I mean, there's no jerky moves. Look at that. Off the bottom, bang, off the top. And he just right back into another move. This guy's ripping right now.
Combination. 3 turns. If you can do that out at Sunset, you're usually going to get in the good range. And right here, slash sets this thing up. And this one's a little bit deeper off the bottom. Things a lot more wall. Goes up vertical, hits it kind of underneath, free falls. And that's committed, like we saw Kaio, you know, early this morning do that one under the lip out the back, weightless. So I mean, that's definitely better in his 5.67. It could even go near his 7.67.
Yeah, I agree.
Nat Young, you know, if you're playing fantasy surf, he could be a sneaky pick to earn a lot of points. Not an obvious pick here at Sunset Beach, but he has had some success on the qualifying series out here. And if you did pick him on your team, well, you are racking up some points at the moment. 5.67, 7.67, and likely to grow when the next score comes in. Felipe Toledo on his way, and he's going to have a challenge in the way of Billy Kemper.
Ooh, I like the yellow. I think that'll look good on the wave face.
I was going to say the red matched with the yellow. It looks really sharp. It looks flashy. It gives the little pop to the judge's eyes. And it almost makes you look like you're going faster than you are. But knowing Felipe Toledo, he's actually going faster than we're actually seeing. Yeah. He's just that good.
He's gotten so good at controlling that speed. I feel like he's not as wild of trying the airs as consistently anymore. And out here, obviously, you're not thinking about that. It's more just setting that rail line. I think that yellow would, from the judges being a little bit farther away, it look really good.
Setting the rail here is Seth Moniz. Oh, and just as and he got bucked. He was on his way, has some nice turns, but it just shows you how surprising things can happen out here at Sunset. Cool.
Yeah, he was on his way to a nice score right there. And unfortunately, he gets bucked off again, just like yesterday. And like I said, if there's one thing that I've seen about Seth Moniz, he has everything. For some reason, I've seen in the past, he gets bucked off when in those little bumpy sections right there for some reason. But yeah, going back to this wave right here, Kaipo, I mean, he's so poised. Look at that. Just tail tap in the drop, off the bottom, wrapping it back into the section. This one doesn't have the biggest, steepest wall, but he's doing a very good job at working with what he's got. And right here, I think he just, you know, the bump went one way and he went the other way. He was looking, you know, to go down the line and really opening up his body, redirecting back into the whitewash right there. And here we go. We're going to see the, right there, his fins got disengaged. Before his turn, the fraction of a second before he bottom turned, his fins came out. There's nothing you can do about that.
He went a bit weightless too. He tried to pump, and that's when it just lofted him up.
Joao Chianca Nice carve, throwing the back arm down, deep bottom turn, and hooks it again. He's putting together a nice ride. Chumbinho kicking out in the channel, and while we're catching up with that, we got more action out the back. Siblick, nice carve off the top. Attacks the lip that time and is successful in completing his ride. Wants to get back and challenge Nat Young, but that is going to be a big challenge because Nat Young's wave, well, we'll get to the score because Nat Young is up and riding yet again. Previous wave of Nat Young, a 7.7. Let's see if he can better that on this wave again. The backhand assault continues by Nat Young. So far, he has a 7.67 and a 7.7 in his score line. Morgan Siblick needing a 9.77 at this moment, but the judges do owe us a couple more scores.
Yeah, I think he's going to still maybe need a 9. I mean, that one turn right there, I think was a 7. That thing was critical, up in the lip. I mean, that's how you want to finish a wave at Sunset. And guys that go far in this contest, Kaipo, I mean, look at this control right here. It's a little bit away from him, but, I mean, right here's the money, off the bottom. And you see what I'm talking about, how he opens his bottom. I think if we get a slow-mo of that replay right here. Watch how he opens his arms right here. His arms are open. He's turning his body almost all the way to look up at that wave, directing the nose of that board, releasing the tail, getting the fins free. And you'll notice the people that go far in these contests, the surfing looks effortless, even when it's a major maneuver.
No doubt that not many people doing that out at Sunset right now. When you're connecting and free falling, getting that release, it's one of the harder things to do out here on a performance level. It was a little bit, you know, more on the inside, but ultimately that's it. That turn, like you said, I don't know if it's gonna. It might be right around there, or who knows? It was maybe the turn of the morning.
Red Bull Athlete Zone here, and you can see a Hurley team rider, Jake Marshall and Chris Gallagher, discussing their upcoming heat. Heat number 12 is going to feature.
It's a biggie.
Yeah, it's going to feature John Florence against Jake Marshall.
He's got his work cut out.
I want to get your thoughts. You know, as the Hurley guy.
Jake's great out here. He's really good. He surfs here a lot. He's got a house down the road. He's always putting his time out here. His style fits this wave really good. But I mean, he's coming up against John, two-time world champ. There it is. Nat Young, 8.43 for that. Elongated cutty to set up, and probably the turn of the morning.
So
possibly
Nat Young,
the event.
Yeah, big two-wave total for Nat Young. It goes into the excellent range as we look at an excellent heat, anything with 16 and above, and he's a 16.13. Morgan Siblick's going to have to surf his way out of a deep disadvantage at this time. He's coming through, however, and maybe just clawing his way back in. That's not the 9.53 that he needs, but he can slowly build some scores. He's got 5 minutes remaining and claw his way back into this heat.
He can't slowly do anything. He's only got 5 minutes left. He's got to get on the horse. He's right here, Kaipo, it's a smaller wave first, right? Off the bottom. Nice little jam back into the whitewash. I think right here's his money turn. Really just ripping into the top of that wave.
Missed it a little right there, huh? The spray didn't, like if he could have somehow popped up off that or jammed it where spray flies to the sky, he could maybe go 7.5.
That's
where
I was thinking that too. If his board or you see his fins come up above it, instead of getting stuck in the whitewash, coming up above and releasing the tail, there he is right there going back up.
Well, the one advantage that he does have is Hawaiian Water Patrol on the Red Bull jet ski to deposit him back out there. He's going to get back in the lineup and have another chance at it. He's still waiting for that score. 4 minutes remaining. But Nat Young with priority. He's also going to have to get away from the reach of Nat Young.
Yeah, Nat surfed a dang near perfect heat. His wave selection, and especially for being goofy foot, he's found those waves that allow him to like have those combos, smooth face. He's having a sniff right here, but I just wait till Morgan got back out there and try to take the next good wave off him, so it makes his life a little more difficult.
Non-priority heat, Seth Moniz battles through that first turn, winds up off the bottom. Another hooking turn for Moniz. He's got plenty more time on the clock. Non-priority heat with 23 minutes. So that's going to be the end of the ride for Seth Moniz, and we'll see what the judges think of that. Looking to better a 3.83. Joao Chianca.
This guy digs in hard. He charges, and he's definitely a threat. I love he's got a slinky look to him too, where he kind of gets that upper body rotation through those turns, a la kind of McFanning, where he just looks dynamic. And I think that's important. Got to find that little style. And my favorite wave at Pipe was when he rolled into that second reefer versus John and just stood there. It was pretty bad.
I mean, that's
ASS.
that's one of the hardest things to do, is get that confidence out there at Pipeline. I don't really know how his air game is, but I'll tell you what, he's got a total package right now coming into this tour. He's going to be a threat. Right now we see Seth Moniz kind of on a bumpier wave, getting hung up right there. Coming into this inside section, hard off the bottom, hard off the top, beautiful snap. Unfortunately, that wave not really offering too much in the way of big scoring potential. Nonetheless, finishing it off strong.
Jumbo doesn't look, he doesn't look like he lacks confidence. This kid looks like he knows he belongs there, and yeah, he's put in a lot of work too.
I'm telling you, he's got swagger.
He does.
I've seen him come through the junior ranks. I've seen him come through the QS ranks and on the Challenger Series. He already has a ton of swagger. Here we go, though. Nat Young, who has had an excellent heat so far, and is just going to take a nice ride to the beach here for Nat Young, and a ride into the round of 16. And I'm really looking at Nat Young in the scope of this competition, Brett, is as a standout goofy foot. We haven't had a goofy foot win out here at Sunset since 2008. That was CJ Hobgood. So we're long overdue for a goofy foot to take out this event, and Nat Young is looking at in point.
That year was pretty rad. I remember it was huge West Peaks, clean as. But I think, hey, the maneuvers he does are so dynamic. If he can keep consistently doing that, which isn't always that easy out here, he's going to have a chance. He's going to make people earn it. He always puts scores on the board, so it'll be interesting to see how this thing pans out. We got a ways to go, Makua.
Yeah, well, I was caddying that heat for Marcus Hickman when CJ Hobgood won that final. It was Jordy Smith, Marcus Hickman, CJ Hobgood. I don't know if it was Witz or one of the other Aussies, but it was huge 12-foot proper west swell sunset. And I remember a couple of floaters that CJ Hobgood did in the bowl those years. I mean, Nat Young right now, he's looking the most smooth out here. There's no hiccups, there's no buckles, there's no bumps. He's so smooth and fluid. If he can keep that on a roll, he's well on his way to a beautiful result.
All right, well, we're just 20 seconds away for making it official and wrap up this heat for Nat Young, as he is going to move into the round of 16. But hold your horses. There is a small gap of light. 9.53 would be the performance right now for a buzzer beater from Morgan Siblick. Two big turns, but likely not the 9.53 that he requires.
I've actually seen people try and go for the air at Sunset. They don't reward it. Yeah. It doesn't look well out here. Yeah. Unless John or Barron or somebody really does a 10-foot air out there.
Yeah.
Here we go, Morgan Siblick putting his best effort forward on his last wave, jamming it up in the lip. Right here, really just wrapping this turn. I love that top turn right there. And I think if there was a big closeout section to that wave and he could get super critical, he could have had a chance for that 9.
Those were two big rail gouges, for
Definitely.
Sure. He looked the most loose right there. He knew he had to push it.
Well, I mean, he knows his contest is on the line right there, so he's going to give it his all.
I mean, that's the tale of 2 years, you know, like it's kind of that sophomore slump.
It's a sophomore slump. Here, look, it happens to athletes. It happens to rock bands. You put the first album out, it's a big hit. Try to follow up that album. Second album generally for like a landmark, you know, when we look at in the world of music, sophomore slumps there. Sometimes it happens here. I don't want to call it too early on Morgan Siblick. He's still got 3 more events before the cut, but he's now holding on to a 33rd and a 17th in his ranking.
Not where you want to be first 2 events of the year.
So they drop you take 4 results, right, of the 5.
Yep.
Here's the turn of the event. 8.
So that's going to be it. Nat Young moves on to the round of 16. Morgan Siblick out of competition. More from the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido, on the way. Back to the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido. This happened during the break, the opening ride of Filipe Toledo. Filipe Toledo enters the water in the non-priority heat versus Billy Kemper. This is a matchup that I'm glad that you all stuck around for. I'm Kai Pagura. I'm joined by Brett Simpson, as well as Makua Kai Rothman, to talk you through all of today's action. And Simpo, what a matchup we have just entered the water.
This is a great matchup. As we were talking, Billy's probably the most well-rounded out here. He's probably spent the most time. He knows what he's looking for on a day like today. And Filipe, he spent some time here. Obviously had many winters, you know, probably competed in a lot of the QSs here, but I would say probably a little more unaware of all the idiosyncrasies going on out there. But ability-wise, he's a world title threat at all times.
Yeah, Makua, Billy Kemper has already won QSs out here, regional series events. He won the Sunset Pro both in 2020 and 2018. So he knows the math. He knows how to make things happen here. He knows the winning feeling.
It's a whole different level when you're surfing against the world's best than a 1,000. You know, winning anywhere in the world on this level takes a lot. Billy Kemper has what it takes to win out here. We know that. He's about to show he has what it takes to take on the world's best.
Yeah, and you know, it's going to be a big challenge for him because it's not going to be as much of a walk in the park, like to your point, as a regional event. I mean, Filipe Toledo, that's an elite #2 in the world coming into this year. Coming off his best season on the championship tour in 2021. I mean, never underestimate Toledo.
Yeah, his rail game. I'm slowly impressed by his rail game each year, and he's put on some muscle, some weight. He won Margaret River last year, pretty solid wave, which you wouldn't necessarily pin him to, you know, 5 years ago, but he's trying to iron out those kinks of where he has to get better. And here we go. Looks like Seth up and riding.
In the priority heat, Seth Moniz trailing Joao Chianca, needs a 5.41 right now, and looks like he's on his way to that number with some smooth surfing. And just finishes off in the channel. So I like the intent, I like the performance, I like the pace of it. What do you think, Makua?
That's all of 5.41. I mean, Filipe Toledo did one turn, got a 3.60. Seth Moniz just put together a beautiful 3-turn combination. I think he's up in the 6s.
Yeah, those first 2 turns were knifey and swoopy too. They love that out here. That's traditional Sunset. Look, it takes his time, gets low, coiled up, wraps it right here. Cuts it a little short nose. I got to get here. Nice smooth face. Oh, all the way back into the pocket. So that's the Sunset surfing they want to see.
Yeah, and like you said, Brett, cutting it short because it was a smaller wave towards the point. He knows that it's going to get a little bit fat, so he wants to get back down to the bottom as quick as possible and get that big turn. And here we go, Lucas Chianca.
Wow, that was a big bottom turn for Sunset. He laid that thing. He's check fading. Thinks he's T-Knox or something.
I like the fade. And I like the intent from Joao. We're going to see how all the numbers play out because we're yet to get the number for last of Seth Moniz and see if that took the lead off of Joao Chianca. So back and forth between the two surfers in the priority heat. They got 13 minutes on the clock right now.
Yeah, Kaipo, it's this is fireworks. You got Joao Chianca, Seth Moniz, Billy Kemper, Felipe Toledo in the lineup. All powerful surfers, all powerful on their front hand. Fireworks is all I can say for this heat.
I mean, Seth said he wants to go. Obviously, all these guys want to go for the top 5, but Seth coming off a second place at Pipe, getting through this round, you know, getting a good result here, he's kind of well on his way. So this heat is pretty crucial for that.
Yeah, I mean, in the context of nations represented, for the Hawaii surfers to start the championship tour, first 2 events in Hawaii, is going to be an advantage to them. So I'm talking guys like Ezekiel Lau, Seth Moniz, John Florence. It is a distinct advantage for them given this tour schedule. So it's going to be, Makua, the question is, can they take advantage of the home court?
Well, as of now, they have taken advantage. Seth Moniz is coming out of it 2nd in the world. John is 3rd in the world. I'm not sure where Zeke sits in the rankings, but I'll tell you what, after this event, he'll be up there, guaranteed.
Okay, numbers have come in. 5.93 for Seth Moniz. He's taken the lead off of Joao Chianca. Chianca needs a 5.2. The judges owe us a number. It's a 4.6, not enough. So now advantage to Seth Moniz.
Well, I mean, there's no other place in the world you'd rather watch. Pipeline, big sunset. It's so intriguing, and I think you're going to have to perform out here no matter what. So whether it's the end of the year or the beginning of the year, here goes Seth on a big one into the bowl. Oh, nice it down to the bottom. Can he get another? Oh, broken board.
That was a lot.
Kind of landed a little awkward under the lip.
And a foamy one for Joao. Finds a little bit of cover time, extended section, and that's just going to be a beating. What happens underwater, Makua?
Like I said, with Ariel, under the sea, under the sea. In there, it's not, I mean, it's not the worst poundings right there. It's kind of like, look, he's out the back already. It's more of a shallow water to deep water. So it does hit you really hard right off the bat, takes you down deep. But it's a pretty mellow, especially on a day like today. There's some days where inside there will just rip you apart. But today, looks pretty mellow. These guys are, you know, ripping. Joao Chianca, I think he's just missing time in the barrel. And I just think he really needs to, like a fish needs to be underwater, Joao Chianca needs to be in the barrel every once in a while.
Yeah, yeah, he likes the barrel, that's for sure. Look at these things rolling out the back. Where's the boys? They're kind of right in front of it.
Uh-oh.
All right.
And our surfers getting caught inside.
Wow.
Felipe and Billy in the no-no zone.
How hard is it to duck dive those things, Makua?
It's not hard to duck dive. It's just hard to hold on to your board.
Hey, so
you know what I mean? You can dip your head under the water.
Right. So, hey, with all seriousness, Makua, I remember a year where you took a board to the face doing a duck dive out here. I remember that distinctly, and that was a heavy moment.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like I said, we can duck dive it. The wave will just absolutely smash you out here at Sunset. I mean, look at these guys. Who's that? Is that
Phil
Felipe
got
Toledo?
rocked. He got rocked. Billy got under.
Billy got under. Felipe is...
Trying to get
that's
smoke.
Billy.
Oh, Billy. Phil's on the inside.
Phil's just cruising on the inside. He said, I'm going to test the jet ski. Billy's just powering right now. He's just ready for this. He's ready for anything. And Felipe is going to take that ski ride around. And I don't think no harm, no foul. Both surfers are getting back to the lineup. Billy's checking his board, and we'll get back down to Laura.
Yeah, we will, because just putting in an excellent heat. Nat's back, and that's that. Let's hear from him.
Yes, guys, down here with heat winner Nat Young. What an incredible end to that heat. The last half of that heat, 2 high 7s and a mid 8. Must have felt amazing.
Yeah, it was pretty fun to surf out there with a few guys and kind of get your pick of the lineup. And that's probably the most waves I've ever caught in 40 minutes. So that was fun right there for sure.
And having that jet ski assistance, I mean, did you use it much after some of those waves, or was it, you know, just getting back out in the rip and then, you know, just getting straight into that moment?
We're all using it for sure. I mean, it's definitely helpful after you ride a wave to not have to duck dive through all those waves and paddle back out. So get a second to breathe on the jet ski, and then you're right back out there, and it's a pretty quick turnaround to get another wave. So we're definitely maximizing those 40 minutes.
And tell us a bit about your equipment. Did you switch it up from yesterday, or same board?
It's the same board I rode yesterday. It's a 6.8 Channel Islands Proton. It feels good under my feet. It feels like sturdy, and out at Sunset with all the bumps and stuff, I just want something that feels sturdy and reliable. So not switching anything up, and yeah, it works good.
Well, amazing. We'll let you get ready for round of 16. All the boys in the booth are touting you as one of the ones to watch for the event. So good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Oh, wow. Seth Moniz coming through during that interview with some classic sunset lines and classic sunset surfing, Simple.
Yeah, it looked like Chianca got one before, maybe got the score, and then Seth just went swooping around. This one has like a little foam on it, but it wasn't too crazy, and he just, look at that. That is fun, huh, Makua? Right here, look how clean the face is.
Wow, even with that foam on there, it's so clean.
Yeah, there's ones like in here where if that was on the out the back, it's just so hard to turn. Your fins just want to disengage. It was just little enough to where it wasn't too crazy, and he just did 3 really nice turns. So that thing's going to go up into the good to excellent for sure.
Seth Moniz getting a little Tony Moniz going out there out the back with the big wrapping turn.
Channeling Pops right there.
Oh, yeah, Pops is on the beach.
And now here's Chianca. I saw the end of this wave. He kind of had to get going.
Yeah, so he did get the score on this wave. So it's all going to be about Seth Moniz's number. So this did fill the requirement for Joao Chianca.
Well, I'll tell you what, if that was the score, Seth is going to be a massive score.
Add 3.5 to that.
Yeah. Right here, he just really digs in. I mean, power into that turn.
So this is a 5.6 for Joao Chianca to take the lead off of Seth Moniz, but the judges owe us that score for Moniz, and likely
there it is.
Seth's going to answer back, and he does in a big way, a 7.67. Seth Moniz on top in the matchup with 6 minutes 15 seconds on the countdown.
That was a beautifully surfed wave by Seth, using the whole canvas, like I was saying early, Kaipo. Brett, you can attest to this. Sunset has such a big face. The judges like to see you start your bottom turn, you get up to the top and use that whole entire wall and swooping all the way back. If you don't do that, they want to see you attack the lip and free fall. A lot of guys cut that turn short at the top, and I don't think the judges like that as much.
I heard you talking about Parco earlier today, and he was always one. I mean, there's many names, but he was always so good at that, where he'd go out the back, ride a bigger board, and just showcase the rail and those elongated turns, which Seth just did right there.
You know what's so funny is I was talking to Fred Patacci on the beach just a little bit ago, and he was talking about a finals of him and Parco out here, where he had the smaller board on the inside. Parco sat out the back and was just doing huge snowboard cutbacks and carves and took down that heat.
Yeah, 2009, Joel Parkinson just danced beautifully with Sunset for a victory over here. And really, at that time, his control with that longer equipment was absolutely stunning. So aesthetically pleasing, the surfing of Joel Parkinson.
I mean, like I said earlier, Kaipo, the guy who looks the most in tune with the ocean, the most smooth, the most in control of his board through all the moves, is the guy that's going to be moving through the heat. And he's going to be the guy that you'll probably see towards the end.
Toledo in the non-priority heat, looking down the line for something big. And just a little cutty there, getting going. Wave steepens up on the inside, and a fast, exciting lip glide there. So you can see the range of speed that Felipe Toledo is able to engage on a wave.
Whoa.
And Joao Chianca, a little slip up off the bottom. That's going to cost him off the top. See if he can regain his composure. He needs an 8-point ride right now. Big turn to finish, but needs a big score as well.
Yeah, he's bottom turning really hard at off that first section, and sometimes it's like a few of the waves he's had, it's just not there. And what happens, he's like catching his toe side edge a little bit, where here's Billy, nice cleaner wave, swoops it right there.
Kemper in control.
So nice 2-turn combo for Bill.
Well, one thing about Billy, he knows what a wave looks like that has scoring potential on it. And he's not going to take off on a bumpy one. He's not going to try and race one down to the end. He's going to wait like he did yesterday. He waited again today. and he got a beautiful score on the board right
well,
there.
like the wave Felipe caught, I'm pretty sure Billy had priority, and he almost ran him over, taking off, and Billy didn't even look at it because he knew. He knew that wave was a 3-point ride.
Look at the difference in the score. Look at the difference in the wave. I mean, that's what I'm talking about. The experience out here at Sunset, you can't buy that.
Yeah.
You have to. You can't watch a video, you know, on screen doesn't do it justice. You have to be out there in the lineup, know and find your own lineups, and then know which wave to catch.
Here we go. Let's get some replays, starting with Joao.
Yeah, he kind of overcooked that bottom turn, but then right here does a huge layback, which super critical, but he's looking for that 8.0, which it's not going to go there. And then Billy right here, nice clean. See how he cut it 3/4, keeps the speed in and out of each turn. Sometimes you go too deep, you could be a little late, and his timing was perfect right there.
Yeah, right here, really just opening up those arms, extending on that top turn. You know, didn't go all the way back down to the bottom, knowing he had to get right back up before the closeout. Had a more of a snap floater instead of a smash on that one, but he likes it.
See, look at this. He runs him right over, but Billy was, or I'm not even looking at it because it's got that section right there where he had to go up and over the woods. And like we were talking about earlier, sometimes you got to do that out here. It's usually not the one you want.
Yeah, you don't want to have to create your own speed. Sunset has so much power, like that wave we've seen Billy catch. All you have to do is come off the bottom, go off the top.
Coming out of the replays, let's update you on the priority heat. Seth Moniz in the driver's seat right now. Joao Chianca needs a 7.67. 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining. And Seth Moniz with heat control, the lead as well as priority in these final 90 seconds.
You know what I noticed, Kaipo? Guys are really going to have to start smashing that end section to get in that excellent range, especially after Nat Young's wave. They're going to put that back on a replay. And if you don't actually get that board up there and get those fins free and hit that section, I really don't think the scores are going to come through in the excellent range.
Yeah, usually it only gets harder because like you said, once guys start doing that, to get those scores, you got to start pushing it even more and more, and your timing has to be even more impeccable. So, yeah, I mean, guys are slamming it. You know, Chianca got a 5.93 for that big layback, and that was critical.
Yeah. We heard from our judging and rules analyst, Richie Porter, this morning, and he did explain that it really is a game of comparisons when you're looking at numbers. 7.17 in the non-priority heat for Billy Kemper. Advantage to Kemper early on with the highest single wave score, but plenty can happen because there's 20 more minutes happening in that heat. In the priority heat, 35 minutes for Joao Chianca to mount a comeback.
Billy doing the Huntington hop for me.
I'm sorry, 24 seconds.
I wonder what he did outside.
So 20 seconds in the priority heat. And it looks like Seth Moniz is going to make his way into the round of 16, holding the breath right now because there is still time available on the clock, but no Joao Chianca coming into play.
Oh, here we go. Seth Moniz up and riding, Kaipo.
Seth Moniz is just going to be a ride-in for the young Hawaiian as he has advanced into the round of 16. Why not get a barrel?
No such thing as just a ride-in. He's got to back it, right? Yeah. You win the heat. No, never mind saving the board. I got to just back it.
Thank you. Thank you, Brett Simpson. Thank you, Kai Rothman. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we got to have a new heat in the water. Stick around. More on the way.
When I think of what born from water means, I think that's a big part of who I am, and that's where I grow from.
More in backdoor.
That was so deep.
Being in the ocean is just amazing, and it gives us another new feeling and vibe. Born from water means literally myself.
There's just something about riding waves that is just so freeing, and it brings me back to the present moment, which is really hard to do in today's world.
Being able to do whatever you want to do in a wave, it's just priceless.
Again, it is the Toledo Show.
And here goes Cruz Moore.
Thanks to the sky. Big
Wow. Oh my. Doing what I love to do, you know, being out here competing and going to beautiful places.
Oh, you gotta love it. It's a beautiful, big, deep ocean.
Welcome back to Stop 2 of the season. The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido. We've got some live action. Felipe Toledo setting up a big bottom turn as he's battling with Billy Kemper. Needs a 5.51 to get back into the lead. Huge section landing at his heels, and he will be just out in front. Grabs that board with two hands tightly, and he will reemerge in the whitewater. What a big task at hand taken on a wild card named Kemper. We also bring in Ethan Ewing and Sammy Pupo as they're just getting started. Thanks for being with us. Joe Turpel with some incredible surfers. Rosie Hodge and Barton Lynch. Rosie, it's been interesting watching today. A lot more eliminations being made. The biggest surprise for me is still that Italo Ferreira's had a pretty slow start this season.
He has, Joe, and I actually saw him just walk past the car park, and he had his head down, definitely doing some self-talk and trying to realize what's going on. I mean, this season has started off, and it has just got going, and I think Italo, he's going to try and make up that ground now.
And now still finishing a very important heat, Toledo versus Kemper. What's the big story there, Barton?
Well, that's a great story. Billy Kemper has got the fire and the mongrel of five blokes, most probably. You know, he's so determined. He so lives for these moments. And we were having a little chat, Joey, off air about how the modern comforts of the pro surfer lifestyle sometimes steal from that determination, that mongrel inside. But Billy's not someone who allows the luxuries that he's afforded himself to sort of dull his competitive spirit. He's so determined, so hungry, recognises every moment as the most important moment and brings the best him to every heat he ever surfs. And so for Felipe, I'm sure Billy goes into this heat knowing he's against an incredible surfer, but feeling like there's a great opportunity here.
Big caddy responsibility for the big brother, Miguel Pupo, caddying for Sammy Pupo, and already a broken board as he will paddle back out for the backup of the backup to be ready in the channel for Sammy Pupo. So that happened quick. That heat just got started with Sammy taking on Ethan Ewing in heat number 10 of the round of 32. And Pupo still just pinching himself after a dream start at Pipeline, finishing on finals day.
Yeah, that was amazing. I mean, Sammy Pupo, as a rookie on tour, one of the best pop events we have ever seen. And he was just learning on the fly, looking so steezy throughout that event.
He looked incredibly well. Big barrels. It was attacking. Now he comes to Sunset Beach and doesn't have quite the same experience as Ethan Ewing. Ian's been in a lot of events out here, and even more recently was part of that dramatic final with Jack Robinson and Ezekiel Lau. Ethan made that final at the World Cup back in 2019. So that line, the lines that Ethan takes make a whole lot of sense. He's progressive, he's radical. You might say Ethan would be the favorite in that matchup as things just get underway. Meanwhile, Seth Moniz just came off a solid heat victory as he's setting up on the glass with Laura Enever. Laura, Seth did look really solid in that last heat. Really impressive taking out Joao Chianca.
Yeah, Seth actually did look amazing. He's just run off to grab his hat, but he's going to be back in about 10 seconds, guys. But just talking about how Joao actually got a wave right at the very end of the heat. The hooter had gone, but it would have actually been the score. Here he is, Sethy Moniz, just doing some more cardio for us. Gotta have that sun protection. But Seth, stressful days. I mean, you made it through that heat. Seeing Joao get that last wave, but after the hooter.
Yeah, I was on the inside, and I thought he caught it within the time, so I thought I lost. He did two amazing turns right in front of me. I was like, oh, that's for sure the score right there. So I was paddling in and just thinking I lost. Then when I seen you said it was after the horn, so I was pretty stoked.
And, you know, coming off that huge second place, if you had time to decompress, obviously you got edged into the elimination round yesterday, so it hasn't, this contest hasn't got off to the way that you wanted it to, but, you know, you pulled it together, you're still into the round of 16.
Yeah, I know, a couple grindy heats yesterday. Didn't do my best surfing, but figuring it out today, I changed my board up, fully different model, so I'm really happy how it went in that last heat.
Yeah, and, you know, we talk about how, you know, you guys got off to a pretty slow start. So many rolls of the dice out there at Sunset until you finally found that 8-point ride.
Yeah, you know, you kind of just have to go for it. Like, a lot of the waves look the same, so especially under priority, I was kind of just maybe get a couple fours to start with and then climb the ladder.
Oh, well, we're very excited to watch you into round of 16 later on today. Go rest up, go get in the shade, and we'll see you soon.
Thanks, Laura.
Thank you, Laura. And Seth Moniz, his best start to date in his young career, starting off at number 2 in the world. And things got a little tricky because he was sent to the elimination round, but so did the rest of that top 4 picture. We had, you know, guys like Kelly, you know, Miguel Pupo did well at pipe. He was actually eliminated on that opening run day. 12:15 on the clock. We just saw Kemper throw down another solid number, a 5.67. Here comes Toledo, now needing an 8.24. Nice push off that bottom turn, hammering that section there. Known as one of the fastest surfers in the world in performance conditions. And he's picking his points well on this wave. His best before that was a 4.6. Rosie, what'd you think?
Oh, that was intense surfing from Felipe. I think his back's against the wall at the moment. He knows he has to fight back Beal. He's had a couple strange kind of wave selection, maybe errors going on, but that wave just a clean, smooth wave and a lot of aggression.
Yeah, this wave really does suit Felipe's surfing, the swoop that he gets. You talked about the speed he created, and we'll come to this in a minute.
As we're getting things started with Sammy Pupo just up and out.
It was a beautiful clean wave, but obviously too much wall there. Yeah, Felipe, we call him the fastest surfer in the world, and that is primarily in small waves. So what you can take from that is that he's used to getting to his feet, compressing, extending, using all of his body to build speed when it doesn't exist, and he is the very, very best at that. When you're at Sunset, it is pretty much the complete opposite of that. You don't need to create any speed. You need to maintain control of all of the energy and the speed that is in the ocean. And you can see those little pumps down the face. This is a smaller wave. And see those little readjustments along the way. This is the most comfortable I feel like I've seen him surf on a wave out here. And he's finding his feet. And if he can slow the body movements down and get his timing right and sync it with this wave, this really does suit him perfectly.
The rail control too, and just watching where he places his bottom turn, always coming from behind the section and timing it so well. I think that's so important for Felipe, not getting out ahead of it, well paced, well timed, and just a couple beautiful hacking maneuvers. Also showing some variation on some similar sections, which is really cool.
Really cool breakdown, and you gotta love the way Felipe is approaching the seat with Kemper. Kemper's already up again. This section's going to delay him from emerging out in front, and he'll be forced to kick out.
Fantastic opportunity. The priority switches. Felipe comes off the back of a great ride. Billy has a wave selection mistake, you would call it. And if Felipe can get back out the back, get a good score drop from the judges and get the priority, and only need that, you know, second backup score to put himself right into this, it could be a very critical moment we just watched play out.
The game is so interesting how it's played. I'm even remembering how Billy got this far in the heat with Owen Wright, the priority interference that Owen got, and that turned into Billy's best ride, a high 7, as Colapinto prepares with Tommy Whitaker. And that's also Griffin's filmer there, who became world famous in the Australian quarantine last year for the music videos he was making on his downtime. And they have a lot of laughs together. He calls Tommy Whitaker, who's a seasoned vet on tour, or had so many great results, especially against the high seas. It's one of Griffin's best friends, now coach, as he'll be preparing for Connor O'Leary in heat number 11.
Yeah, that's a great matchup, and scores are dropping in, Joey.
Look at this.
Numbers for Felipe Toledo. Let's see that excellent number, an 8-point ride. Toledo getting the best number of the heat against a Sunset specialist named Billy Kemper. Now he only needs a 4.84 as he's sitting out the back, probably feeling very confident, getting one of the better numbers of the morning. he does have priority. Probably wants to hear that number and that priority call once again with 8:30 to go.
Yeah, great heat management from Felipe, turning things at this stage, and also recognizing this is our first look at Felipe in this event. He got the walkthrough yesterday with Kyle Lenny pulling out of the event, so his first rep out here at Sunset in this championship tour event.
And we were seeing that as maybe a disadvantage, you know, where Billy had not only surfed yesterday, but he had 2 heats he had to deal with, getting sent to the elimination round, fighting for this spot. He called it a scrappy day of competition, but he loved every bit of it, coming in with a lot of motivation to look to upset Felipe Toledo. Now Billy in his 4th wildcard call-up to the big stage on the championship tour. We'll have to see how he can come back from this one without priority to maybe get in a little bit of Felipe's headspace with the time running down.
That would certainly be the plan. Sort of paddle to somewhere different in the lineup that makes Felipe second guess himself and think that, oh, Billy knows this place. Am I in the wrong place here? And all of a sudden you've destabilized the confidence a little bit by some positioning that you've done under his priority, get him thinking about you. But for Felipe, the signs are good, mate. The surfing's great, and he's got another chance.
Pulls the trigger on this one. Toledo, nice solid power gouge. Last year's runner-up in the world, drills it off the top again. Highlighting that lip line, feeling solid. Easily a 4.84. We'll see the lead change with 7 minutes to go.
Critical moment, the 8-pointer into the priority, and that wasn't the job done. That was just opening the door, and then easily could have made a mistake with wave selection, caught a closeout, whatever. He did not. He caught this one, Rosie, and it was a beauty.
Oh, look at this thing. I mean, that wave face just so smooth, allowing him to really negotiate through every maneuver, and he gets to pick and choose what he's going to do with this wave. I feel like there was no hesitation in his surfing. It was smooth, clean throughout. He's got the 8.0 in his scoreline. I'm interested to see where this number goes, because those rail lines held so beautifully and just such an impact on this wave.
His ability to manage flow. I think we broke down that a lot at the WSL Finals. When it comes to the high performance act of a lot of the best, he often wins with flow in between major radical maneuvers. And his pace set so well on that last wave at Sunset Beach. As we peek into the Red Bull Athlete Zone, Imai with his coach Pedro there. Well, he's been so comfy, he hasn't really missed a heat. He's not coming up until heat 16 against Kanoa Igarashi. And what a debut for Jake Marshall. He had Kelly at Pipe. Now you've got John at Sunset. Welcome to the Dream Tour. Rosie, how do you take that in as a rookie on tour?
Hey, these big matchups, though, that's what makes you right now. I mean, we saw Morgan Siblick last year taking out John and making a big profile for himself. So there's opportunity.
It definitely is an opportunity. And you know what? That's exactly what Coach Chris Gallagher told Jake. He's like, hey, there'll be a lot of eyes on this heat. This is your chance to build your profile. You've got to look at it that way. And he certainly wanted it against Kelly. He sent it on some bombs, and now he's got another chance against JJF.
And he's a natural out here, but have a look at the score. Let's look at this, an 8.47. The pressure flipped in a moment in a heat, in a critical moment. Billy Kemper needing the 9.3 now, and Felipe showing the form and the momentum that could actually and literally win this event if he keeps this up.
Just such amazing flow and form, using so much of the wave as well, Rosie.
Yeah, just doing such a good job at mixing it up, controlling the entire ride, and now controlling the heat. I mean, a 9.3, I won't say Billy's out of it because he's so capable, he's got the priority, but you know, just having a look at Felipe, the way that he's looking, even that yellow spray on his board makes an impact.
Yeah, definitely pops. There's a lot of surf photographers out there that say not having color on your board's a missed opportunity. At times it pops, it looks great against the whitewater, and Felipe Toledo looking to put himself into another title shot this season. And now Kemper feeling maybe the most pressure he's felt in the last 2 days in his 3rd heat here at Sunset. Needing a 9.3 to advance. So a huge requirement with about 4 minutes to go.
And talk about Jake Marshall looking at opportunities to turn what you could consider a tough draw or a difficult moment into something fantastic. That's exactly what Billy's got to do right here.
Now we've got an opportunity setting up for Kemper, drawing that first line through, some serious wind off the top. Second carve, super clean. Throws that last maneuver in the whitewater, he will eject. Working very closely with somebody he calls a family member, Kahea Hart, who's put in a lot of huge performances at Sunset. Still does today. Does a lot of coaching, not just for the world's best, for all types of people that want to come here and get the wave of their life on the North Shore. What do you think about Billy here, Rosie?
I thought it was great surfing, but you see the different shades of sunset. You watch Felipe's wave, the sun shines on it, the face is smooth. This one looks a little wild and woolly, that side offshore kind of creating some bumps at the face, but so well surfed. Don't think it's going to be the 9-3, but I do think it could improve his scoreline.
It's a great point. You put Felipe's last wave next to Billy's, it looks like a different day. Sun's popping, it looks like turquoise blue. And Billy had to rely on his talent to execute the maneuvers he did accomplish. And when you need a 9-3, that's almost perfect. It'll still be feeling like Billy's going to need another wave to come through in this heat. Sammy Pupo trying to get things started. Remember, had the broken board at the start. And that would have happened in the first few minutes against Ethan Ewan. Nothing there, as the non-priority heat's been a bit sleepy. Ethan hasn't even taken a wave yet. Sammy Pupo equal. Well, he'll be moving ahead now over Luca Macinas in the Rookie of the Year race. We just had Macinas go down earlier in this round to Kolohe Andino. Setting up for some great matchups in the round of 16. We'll be there shortly, but 2:10 on the clock. Standing by for the last of Billy Kemper and Felipe Toledo. 8.47 and an 8.0 is a low score. Last of Billy will be his best. 7.33. Now needing a 9.14 without priority to move on to the round of 16.
It's just such a tough task. I mean, when you look at these two heat totals for both of these competitors, Felipe, the best of the day so far, it looks like he's having a go here.
Interesting. Felipe is taking another wave. Almost thought he was going to play some defense here. Could be a repositioning move as well. There's the wrap into the pocket. Wide open face. Big vertical. Manages the landing well, but he's running out of wave height here. And he'll now see he's got a minute 20. That'll hand Billy the lineup with priority. A little over a minute to chase down a 9.14.
Yeah, I mean, the door's open for Billy to find that. Let's see who's having a look here.
And fighting through the breeze, it looks like a big wave champ, four-time Jaws champ, Billy Kemper. Frontside wrap to start, looking solid. Beating a 9.14, and he will get clipped in transition. Tough sign for Billy and a good sign for Felipe Toledo. Here comes one of the best styles in the game. Ethan Ewing, straight up. Beautiful fan, such a great approach, hard off the bottom. Greases that lip line, and he's finally on the board at the halfway mark.
Well, that was worth the wait for Ethan Ewing. Sat there for basically 19 minutes and got an absolute screamer that went the entire length of the break. Some critical maneuvers, and I bet Billy would have most probably rather waited one more and got that one perhaps.
Very interesting situation coming to a close here. Toledo 8.47 and an 8. Billy got priority with a little over a minute on the clock and ended up falling on the second effort. And Toledo will carry this momentum into the round of 16, and certainly with a lot of confidence, getting one of the best combined heat totals of the day. Kemper out of the event here in the round of 32, and we continue on with action at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido. Get the perfect gift for the surfer in your life. Go to WSLStore.com to get your official 2022 Championship Tour merchandise. They're about waiting halfway through the heat to get this wave. Turned in some beautiful lines, Rosie.
That speed is just such a thing of beauty, and the way that he's able to shift his weight forward and just really control every movement on this wave. I think Sunset does give you an opportunity to weight and unweight bottom and really release that tail, but the speed throughout was what I was most impressed with.
Absolutely. That was one of the great waves out there today. Like, that was great wave selection, beautiful surfing. He just looks so at home on this wave. And interesting, when I sort of reflected last night on great Australians who have come here and looked great out at Sunset Beach, and the Queenslanders, the people that have grown up surfing points, have kind of always looked better out here because they've known how to stylize those moments from being a point break style surfer, and Ethan Ewing's right in that camp. Look at those scores.
8.67, even a couple of 9s thrown for Ethan Ewing. And on his very first wave, it wasn't any warm-up needed. Board looks incredible. Positioning looks insane. He's spent a lot of time in Hawaii the last couple of seasons where a lot of international surfers have bailed and moved on. I've run into him in lineups, and he's like, I might as well stay. The waves are pumping. And I think that's all paying off for Ethan Ewing. Solid one. Now setting up out the back here. Griffin Colapinto is getting started against Connor O'Leary. This is the non-priority heat, and Griffin lays down some beautiful tracks. And just trying to find his feet through that finish. Kind of set it up, dropping the back shoulder, and that end section surprised him a little bit, but still managed to ride out. Sometimes I feel like Griffin is kind of the American answer to Australians' Ethan Ewing. They have a lot of similarities, the way they set up their turns, the maneuvers that they have to show on any wave around the world. They have a lot of similarities that they bring to the table. As we look at Griffin versus Connor O'Leary here, how are you seeing this one play out, Barton?
Great opportunity to compare the front side and the back side, and there's that distinct difference. And when you think of Connor O'Leary's backhand attack out here or anywhere, it is very, very suited to this wave. And Griffin's just such a beautiful surfer and got that really wonderful energy. He's got to find some mongrel in there too to be able to match the attack of Connor O'Leary and get us on the edges of our seats so we start really considering him a contender and a possible winner of this event. We saw Ethan Ewing do it. We saw Felipe Toledo do it. And you've got to grab the judges' attention with your performance. And that's this opportunity for Griffin right here.
That is so true. It was a long wait, but it was worth it to watch Felipe take on Sunset. Toledo is with Laura.
Yes, guys, down here with Felipe, 16.47 total, the highest heat score event of the total, of the day of the event. But you haven't even surfed yet in the event. How do you do that?
I know. At the same time, that felt really good, making to the next round without surfing. It felt kind of weird because I actually didn't get to surf yesterday. I surfed Haleiwa, but it's definitely not the same. It's a good training, but not the same wave. Pelling out here today, I was like, okay, all right, the challenge, let's go, especially against Billy. So, but yeah, I felt great out there, got caught up on the sets a few times. But I find myself on those medium ones, and felt great, yeah, happy.
And tell us about the momentum shift that you can get. You had some good scores and then all of a sudden 2 8s back to back. Did you just see those waves and your eyes lit up?
Yes, actually. There was a few waves that I thought it was going to be really small for today. I was like, maybe not. Maybe he's going to get fat down on the inside. And I was like, I'm going to try. And then when the first one was really good, I was like, okay, I know which one I have to get in. Then right after, there was another one really good. And I tried to open up a little bit more and had a section on the inside to hit. And yeah, I was really stoked on those 2 waves.
Well, everyone is saying that you are going the fastest we've seen of the event. We're going to do a Hurley board breakdown while we're here. So you tell us all about your boards.
So yeah, it's actually funny because this board is from last year. I didn't get to ride last year. And then 2 days ago when it was really small, I'm standing off the wall and I was like, okay, I'm going to try my 6.8 when like 2 full waves. And the thing was just flying so good. I was like, okay. and then I tried my 7.0 at Haleiwa yesterday. 2 of my boards was from last year. This one is a 6.8 SG1 model. And yeah, the thing is just flying. It's a board from last year. Felt great, and yeah, I'm gonna keep riding to then.
And thruster or quad?
It's a thruster. Yeah, I'm riding my model fins, the CS Toledo fins, mediums, because actually the board's too big, so I got to put the medium fins on it.
Well, amazing, Felipe. Go get some rest, and I will stop getting tongue twisted for next heat win. Back to you guys.
We love it, Laura. Yeah, a lot of excitement downstairs with Felipe Toledo putting on the performance of the event. 16.47 combined total, and that board looks incredible. I was talking to Kyle Alexander recently, and he talked about, big boards having, they've been using smaller fins on bigger equipment for a long time in a lot of those big wave sessions, and they can go incredibly fast with a setup like that. Felipe dropping the fin size with the bigger board, and it really made sense. But look great.
Yeah, and on my tow board, I've been riding the Geordie Smith smalls. So when the tail's so narrow, you don't need a lot of fin. You just and getting that fin to the width and the volume of your board, and particularly the tail ratio right is so critically important. And the way that Felipe's board looked like it was searing through the water there, and he admitted himself, I got a few of those medium ones, so he wasn't on the sets. He was actually on those in-between ones, which suited his surfing, but when it came to competing, that was exactly the recipe.
And there's a lot of great events on the calendar coming up quickly for Felipe. When you think about Portugal, he's won that event in the past. You've got Margaret River, last year's champ as well. And you go also to Bells Beach, where he's been in the final with John. So this is a great part of the year for Felipe. Momentum starting now.
Yeah, and definitely making a good push for the WSL Finals to make it into that Final 5. And then he can, relax come the back half of the season. We've got some great events on offer. I mean, G-Land is going to be such a fun addition. Can't wait to see what all the athletes get up to there.
You've driven there before, haven't you, through the jungle, Rosie?
Yeah, I did. I went overland to G-Land from Bali. Let's have a look at Griffin searing through those calves, definitely taking his time on the bottom and trying to place that maneuver in the cuppy, bowled out part of the wave. That's where he was kind of to me, it almost seemed like he was in two minds of what he wanted to do, whether he wanted to drop the hand in or just go for the regular lip line float. But some beautiful maneuvers done by Griff. Definitely going to a longer length of board, and it suits him so well. Staying low, touches the water on his bottom turn.
Looked a little bit awkward there out at the top, and as you said, Rosie, looked like a little confusion. But you'd hear the score 7-8-3. You would recognise what you did was totally within your ballpark and go, oh, well, I think I've got this, and there'd be great confidence from that.
As we also see Sammy Pupo looking to get into the heat with Ethan Ewing. This came in at a 6.83, Barton.
Driving into this last little snap there. Board's looking very responsive under his feet. And if he would have made that, potentially busting through the sevens, unfortunate end.
As we see these guys starting to sense the urgency of this heat coming to the 10-minute mark. Rolling into this one now, Ethan Ewing. Clean frontside wrap. His style doesn't change whether he's on a 1-foot wave or on a 10-foot face. Nice clean wrapping cutback again for Ewing. Strati Local throws down another nice re-entry. He's carrying a 5 as his low score, and he'll go right into the vision of a big dagger from Sammy Pupo. Twist and wrap that cutty into the pocket again. Sammy frames that carve up quite well. Layback power gouge to finish, and the rookie lets out a roar. 1-2-7's long gone. He's back in the heat with Ethan Ewing. 9:30 to go. You love this rookie excitement coming to play today, Rosie.
I've got a huge smile on my face, Joe, because, that way from Ethan backing up the 8.67, you're like, wow, that's insane. Like, Sammy had a bit of a misstep on his wave before, didn't finish it out, and then Sammy just clicks into gear. And that's what I love, is when you're so surprised by a surfer and their rail game and their attack of a place like Sunset.
And they start to... when you see them feeling it, and sometimes, they'll be claiming a 5, and you'll be like, oh, I don't know, you're just trying to sell that one. But that was pure emotion. There was no intent to sell or to do anything. That was for him. It was all about the way he felt in that moment. He was just given power by it. Good size wave. First turn's just absolutely beautiful. And where that bottom turn came from, Rosie, way back behind the whitewater, snapped into the pocket. Look at this inside one, a little more controlled there. But this wave, they don't normally keep giving like that one did. And it gave that last section, he really gave it everything he had.
And there was a moment, I think, you know, Ethan kind of got sold that first wave of the set by Sammy Pupo. He goes on and kicks out, and to watch Sammy on that second wave with a beautiful, clean, open face, and like you said, just kept offering up those sections, those money sections to hit. There's the pure emotion and passion.
Well, I think the turns that he did lay down as well for a surfer are so rewarding. The feeling he gets out of him going so quick through those maneuvers. Griffin Colapinto now pacing himself. Also one of the best styles on tour. Board chattering off the bottom. And here's that change Rosie was pointing out. One wave can look completely different, a little more breeze into the face, but he will clean that up quite well. Hops out the back. Griffin's third wave ridden in the matchup with Connor O'Leary, the non-priority heat. He'll be getting rid of a 3.17 there. And Colapinto compared to Connor at Sunset at the QS 10,000 or Challenger Series level. Griffin's had much more success making back-to-back finals. And Connor's been stuck at round 4 in the past. What'd you think here, Bart? Rosie, what about this maneuver?
Oh, I loved it. So searing. I think this is just a well put together way for Connor, for Griffin. He had to get through a lot of space before he could start electing to go to those maneuvers. There was a bit of chat on the bottom, but well timed. This is Connor O'Leary. This is an important wave.
Connor now swinging that backhand. Just kind of a redirect in the pocket, more vert on the second effort. Pacing his way through a nice backhand wrap. And O'Leary will step off. Connor's trying to make it out of this round for the first time in Hawaii. He's had a few chances at Pipeline where he's been stuck in the round of 32. Now trying to get it done here at Sunset Beach. He made it out of this round once last season in the shortened year. That was back at Wajima or Rottnest Island. But his success came to re-qualify with a huge win in France in the Challenger Series to get right back where he belongs.
Yeah, watching Connor last season, I feel like his results really didn't match the surfing that he was doing. I feel like he had a couple really close calls where he lost out. And Bill, I could tell from your body language while you were watching Connor, being a goofy footer, you're almost stepping into his shoes and anticipating that ride.
Yeah, it was looked like it was going to be a good one. The end result wasn't so good. I know the judges have got to be thinking long and hard. We see the score come in for Sammy Pupo, a 7.93.
Solid number for Sammy Pupo as we see a big committed takeoff for Ethan Ewing. One of the most classic frontside carves we have on tour. He lays that down and didn't have anywhere else to go for a second maneuver. With the 7.93 that Sammy earned, he took the lead. Ewing was needing a 6.09, and that wave held him to one maneuver. First reaction, BL, did he need a combo to get the lead back?
It's the one before that we need to think about. That's the wave that's going to make the difference. He's looking to improve on the 5. We can see a couple of scores there already, so he's going to improve on that 5. He's looking for a 6.09. He gets that score. He goes back into the lead on the basis of the one before that. But that was an opportunity. This is that score that we're waiting on, the one before Sammy's. Beautiful first carve, kind of pedestrian, but still beautiful. Into another nice wrap here, just waiting for this wave to stand up, waiting for it to do something. And we're going to think about the comparisons. Nice inside snap, and that's the end of it. A 7.93 and a 6.83. So the judges seeing 1 point different. I disagree. Like flat, bluntly, I feel like there was way more than 1 point difference between Sammy's and Ethan's on that exchange. Ethan's was great. It was beautiful. And just under the 7, you know, feels fair enough maybe, although the turns were quite simple and basic. The inside one had a little more flair in it. But then to Sammy's wave, that kind of had that from start to finish. It had that energy and that drive of someone who was going to win something. And I feel like that 7.93 kind of a little bit down. I feel like there was more than 1 point between those two rides.
Rosie, agree or disagree with BL?
There was a lot of electricity in Sammy's wave for me. I love the way that Ethan surfed his, but he didn't get those critical sections for those maneuvers.
So very interesting, keeping that spread pretty tight, 7.93 to a 6.83 on Ethan's last. Ewing does have the lead, and Sammy Pupo now needs a 7.58 with priority to get a spot into the round of 16. Sammy Pupo shadowed his big brother Miguel at a lot of the major CT venues, so he's had a ton of experience traveling. As the boys from Meriwether break it down, Ryan Cownan unfortunately went down earlier today to David Silva, and Morgan Siblick went down earlier today to Nat Young, but they're still hanging in there, cheering on the crew. Jacko Baker looked incredible as well against Jordy Smith, but he went down. And Matty McGilvray, who's been hanging out with that crew for a very long time, by way of J-Bay, but he's kind of spent a lot of time in Oz these days, especially working closely with J. Bottle Thompson over the last few years. 255, interesting situation now for Sammy Pupo, but I think the positive signs are how prepared this rookie is for the tour from Pipeline to Sunset. It doesn't always come this way, and Pupo's showing his confidence, and looks like he's got all the tools to succeed on the top 34.
I don't know about you guys, but I wouldn't have expected such great performances here in Hawaii. I would have thought that would take time, and, you know, first year on tour, and to see what he has been capable of shows the potential and the future that he's got in front of him is massive.
One thing Miguel, his brother, said in a post-heat interview is that Sammy's going to surprise us all. And he has done that. He said that back at Pipeline, and look what he did. He got a third-place finish. Here he's putting up great scores. He needs to try and turn the tables on Ethan, but he's such a good addition.
Yeah, and just 2% of the fantasy players in Tier A put Sammy Pupo on their squad. I think a lot of people were waiting to see what this guy was capable of. Well, it's too late to pick him now. The 2%, probably his close friends and family that know what he's capable of in big surf and also against the big names on tour. Ethan Ewing, though, does have the lead. Sammy needs the 7.58. Ewing came on tour his rookie season with a lot of hype because of his natural ability. He lost a lot of heat, sometimes with an 8.5 and then a 1, and then a 9 at the next event, and then a 0.5 as his backup. And he went straight to the drawing board back on the QS. A lot has changed since then. Last year, Ethan's best year to date on tour, and he's only getting better.
And look what he's done this season. Just such a smart head on his shoulders to come to Hawaii early to prepare. You see Shane Dorian in the channel being his caddy. I mean, he's really employing all the right people and doing the right things to help his campaign on tour.
Quarters in Narrabeen for Ethan last year. Semi-final result at the Surf Ranch. Round of 16 in Mexico. Those were his best results last season. As you see sets pouring through, priority is with Sammy Pupo. He needs a 7.58. Sammy choosing this wave. The rookie, kind of a mid-face cutback. There's the fade into a powerful whitewater section and a dramatic under-the-lip layback hack. Sammy giving us some emotion. He's hoping that's enough. Meanwhile, in the pit, and getting chomped out the back. Looked like a quick one there for potentially Colapinto.
Well, Sammy's one might have had a bit of salesmanship in that one. That might have been one that you're thinking, oh, well, maybe I need to give this a little juice up, see if I can.
I'll say this, though, like the recipe at Sunset, a 2-turn combination, like if Sammy had got to the lip after that or whatever, like that is a great score for Sunset, and it's a good recipe for success, so it doesn't get the combo.
Gotta love the passion, and then the attempt for the 2 for Griffin Colapinto. He still has 20 minutes in the matchup, but this is the important wave. Sammy's run out of time. Is it a 7.58, Barton?
No, it's not. I don't think so. It's a beautiful turn. It's a fantastic turn, but you think about Sunset Beach and you look at that one turn and you go, well, kind of a dime a dozen. You know, there's kind of a lot of that stuff going on, and so I feel like it falls short, but it was an amazing performance, and the writing's on the wall for this young man's future, and it's going to be massive. Because this is the hard part for him, coming from Brazil, smaller waves, beach breaks, knowing he's got an incredible air game, and he's proven that he's well-rounded.
And he's a big kid. He's very quick in his transition, but he's powerful. He's a lot heavier than he used to be a couple of years ago when you'd see him shadowing his big brother at all the CT venues. Judge is still waiting to make a decision. on that last of Sammy Pupo, chasing a 7.58.
And sometimes less is more. There's that theory that we have discussed, and they don't need the whole length of the ride or 5 massive turns. And sometimes, as you said, Rosie, in the call, 2 is enough. And so that'll be interesting to see. And the fact that they're taking their time means that there's a consideration that it has potential, because otherwise they would have just dropped it.
So now the numbers are slowly starting to come in for Sammy Pupo as we have run out of time in the heat. What an effort right at the buzzer, 6.37 for a very powerful finish, but not enough as he was chasing a 7.58. The rookie goes out in the round of 32, and Ethan Ewing will surf once again in the round of 16 later on today. When we come back, John Florence hits the lineup as he takes on rookie Jake Marshall right after this. The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido is brought to you by Hurley, the official apparel partner of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido. By Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League. By Hydro Flask. Every adventure starts with 2 simple words. Let's go. By Havaianas, official partner of the World Surf League. And by Expedia, official travel booking partner of the World Surf League. Welcome back to Sunset Beach, rolling right in with some action from John Florence. Solid start with that power car off the top, digs in again. Very aggressive. First couple of turns just to get a warm-up out of the way for John. And now rolling in behind him, Connor O'Leary in the priority heat with Colapinto. The man from Cronulla turns under the lip, nice and safely just to get down the line. Goes off the bottom and a wild finishing move. Connor O'Leary hangs on. What an effort for Connor. One of the biggest finishes we've seen all day.
Absolutely, a miraculous finish there. We see John heat 12 against Jake Marshall. Exciting heat, that one. And Connor O'Leary, he really needed something. He'd had the 5.5, but you know, Griffin had scores, both 2 scores better than that, so he was sort of hadn't even got started. It wasn't such a great wave. The first turn was kind of nursed and managed through a very sucky section, a difficult section to turn in, and then that last turn, they're the sort of turns the judges love. The whole ride wasn't incredible, but that particular final turn was.
Amazing ability to hang on to such a wild effort on the closeout section. He will be heavily rewarded. Let's take another look.
Coming from way deep, drives from behind up into the lip, manages that high line and needed to keep speed to get around all of this section. Came into the closeout. This came from his side. This energy out of that lip just came and pushed itself towards him. There's that first turn. Nice and tight. There's a long section in front of him that he needed to sort of horizontally come out of the lip and maintain his speed so that he could get around it. Watch this bit of energy coming at him right there. The wave flared across the top of him and just covered him up, and he just looks so controlled and so, well, there you go. Look at the scores, Joey. The scores are in. It's the wave of the day, and it's an incredibly high score for an inside closeout maneuver.
Incredible performance. So before we get there, John Florence on his start.
Beautiful wrap, and his board looked just beautiful. He looks so fast. Look how clean and easy and in control he makes everything look. Beautiful start from John. John just looks so confident.
So he's getting on the board against Jake Marshall, but what got BL jumping out of his chair was seeing a gigantic number enter the screen for Connor O'Leary, a 9.43. See, they dropped the high and the low. Every judge threw 9s. One of the best waves we've seen the last couple of days. Total commitment. I even appreciated that first turn much more on the second look. How critical that was and how important it was to carry his speed to set up that wild finish. 9.43 gives him the lead over Cole Pinto. Griffin with priority now needs a 7.11 to get the lead back.
Wow. But, well, I suppose the job of a surfer, and even as a commentator, is to look at what the information is out of that. And obviously he was deep. He came from way back. The first turn was critical, and it was a speed line turn, but it really didn't have a lot of points in it. You imagine he straightens out on that, it's a 3. But that final turn was critical. It was exciting. The way he timed, where he put himself with the wave, was like near perfect. And it actually wasn't as difficult as it most probably looked when you consider the perfect timing that he applied to that moment that made it all sort of sink and was easy, and the judges loved it.
Another look at the 9.43 first turn, set up everything.
And you could see the horizontal nature of it. He didn't sort of whip the tail too much out of the top because he could see this whole section running off in front of him. And he needed to get to the closeout for it to be anything. It's not even going to be a score. And again, he went below the lip line. He didn't even connect with the lip line. He went below it. And then the wave flared at that moment that allowed him to find that beautiful little line down and through. And it shows that the judges, they love the drama of that moment. If you can coordinate a moment that has that drama in it, the big scores are going to follow Jake Marshall.
Jake Marshall has to step off since he's in the non-priority heat. It's Connor's turn again, fresh off the 9.43. Hammering some backhand carves, looking strong. And the Australian pushes even harder down the line. Nothing like a big score to give you all the confidence in the world to put your opponent away. Remember, Griffin right in the mix though. 7.83 was his high. Still looking for a 7.11. And these two were in the elimination round together, where Connor got the win in that 3-man series. That was where Griffin got second, and then we lost Jordy Lawler from the draw yesterday afternoon.
And Griffin won the first half so clearly and so easily. You know, to come out with the 7.83 and the 6.5 after that first half, you would be sitting there thinking that, oh, I've got this. Wait till I get priority and start getting some bombs. But that 9.43 just changed the makeup. It turned that 5.5 into something you could keep, where before that 5.5 was nothing without the 9.43. It was a throwaway. The 9.43 going so high has allowed that 5.5 to come into play and be sort of worthy in its own right now.
Jeffreys Bay, Matthew McGillivray is going to enjoy one of the heats he'll probably never forget as he takes on world number 1, Kelly Slater. Already had a heat with Kelly yesterday, and he was able to finish on top of that heat against Kelly, so he'll hang on to that in his memory for confidence. But now it's one-on-one. Completely different slate against a guy like Kelly, who can intimidate just about anybody on tour just by shaking their hand.
Who looks the better in the swoop? When they're out on that face and they're swooping the rail and driving this big, beautiful open carve, I feel like Matt's got everything that Kelly's got in those moments. And so it's although on paper it's a very sort of different type of heat, in reality and in performance out here, it's a goodie, Griffin.
Griffin's looking to get some momentum back his way after Connor dropped the 9.43. Nice clean wrapping carve. Digs in hard off the bottom, swings it. Back in the pocket. Now a solid finishing jam. Studying tape of guys like Joel Parkinson. One of his heroes turned in one of his good friends. As the yellow jersey on the shoulders of Kelly. He's trying to wake up the Red Bull athlete zone a bit, saying, come on, you guys, let's go.
Did he say what, no cheers?
Yeah, let's get some energy. And you know, we speak about energy a lot with surfers like Italo and how they thrive off it. Felipe loves to get the crowd behind him. I mean, Kelly's at the top of that list. He's a total showman. He's like, hey, let's do this.
And you know, the list he's at the top of is someone who understands the energetic influences in a moment and the way the stimuli influences him particularly, and then the environment, the public, the judges, the whole thing. And he is an expert at bringing that energy together to work and play for him. And we saw that yesterday in the transition from his round one heat to his elimination round heat.
As we saw Jackson Dorian, Kelly's godson, the son of Shane Dorian, doing the caddy responsibilities once again. And this was Griffin's last.
Beautiful carve out of the top, just such a wonderful surfer. Does it have that spectacular flaring closeout stuff? Well, he got it at the end there, that he needed that, because otherwise it's almost too perfect. It needs that moment of drama, that moment of flair to excite the judges. A 6.5 on that last ride of Conor O'Leary's makes the ask even tougher. An 8.11 for Griffin. I don't feel like that wave goes that far, but it's going to get him towards it.
You're always interested how it's going to go at Sunset with Goofy versus regular and who might have that advantage. And, you know, with Griffin's past results here, he seemed like a heavy favorite in this matchup. I mean, earlier we saw Nat Young take out last year's number 5 in the world, Morgan Siblick, where Goofy got the win. And this one's playing out in Conor's favor so far. Last of Colapinto, 7.87, his best so far. Now needs an 8.07 to catch up to O'Leary. With now 7:30 to go. Griffin coming off his best year to date on tour. Missed out on making the Rip Curl WSL Finals by 1 spot. Finished 6th in the world, 3 semifinals along the way. From Narrabeen to Margaret River, and also got a 3rd place finish in Lemoore, California at the Surf Ranch. So wants to keep that pedal to the metal and continue to increase his chances for a world title run this season. Knocked out well before he wanted to, a pipeline. And he definitely wants to continue on to the round of 16 today. Conor with priority and the lead's in a great situation now. John Florence, we remember, got the start early. First wave, 2 real powerful turns. Just a warm-up wave at the caliber of his maneuvers earned him a 7-point ride. And Jake Marshall just took the wave that Conor wanted, so he was forced to step off. But great to see John Florence healthy, happy, going for that 3rd world title that has really just eluded him based on injuries. The injuries that he suffered even last year through the Aussie leg in Margaret River forced him to be sidelined, and then he had to watch the year go by. His main reason to get back to form was to compete in the Olympic Games, and he still wasn't at the form he wanted to be in. He just didn't want to miss that shot. And then what he's done more recently, Florence winning in Haleiwa, going to the HIC Pro and dominating that event as well. You can tell he's surfing at the top of his game.
Yeah, that's exactly how I would put it. He's been in career best form so many times, and we see it going to take him to a world championship, and then something, injury came along and you know, interrupted that moment of brilliance. And for John at this point, he's again in that moment of brilliance, and if he can just maintain health, keep himself in that good place, it could be super exciting for all of us to watch this year play out. And, you know, without Gabriel Medina on tour this year, Italo having a slow start, there is certainly opportunity there for John, for Felipe, and many others to put you know, their name towards that world title.
That door is still open, and I'm still not giving up on Medina coming back at some point this year. That's what I'm hoping for. But yeah, when you compare the world champions in the last handful of years,
well, we talk about
there's no one in there's no one in more injury moments than John Florence. You know, you look at, you know, Medina, he's had a couple here and there that he's been able to surf through. Italo, the same thing, where he gets a little injured, he could kind of power through and maintain his position on tour. I think John's been through the most.
Yeah, he certainly, you know, and I suppose in a career that's what you have to deal with, and when you surf with such a crazy abandonment, and, you know, the big day, on the biggest day of this winter, he paddled out Waimea, and a couple minutes later was on the biggest wave of the day. So it's not Pipeline, it's not Sunset, it's not Margaret River, it's absolutely every wave in the world that he is that capable of doing and living at that amazing level of performance.
So what a situation for Conor O'Leary. He deserves to keep a healthy distance towards the qualification run for how many times he's been forced to requalify. When you think of Cronulla, you can't get past thinking about the great goofy foot of Mark Onkalupo, who's been ripping just his whole life, is throwing down 8s and 9s all day long. Aki, hope you're doing well. A world champion, one of the great stories in the sport of surfing.
And speaking of injuries, I might just do a quick shout out to my good mate Jamie Mitchell over there in Nazaré. Fractured his L3, hasn't been able to walk unassisted since, but today he's able to get up and around, and he's got a brace that he's going to put on, and looks like he may be able to fly back to California in the next few days. So thinking of you, mate, and charging over there in Nazaré. Those guys are just incredible. They're next level athletes, and you know, good to hear that he's on the mend, though.
Oh, such great news. Jamie, he's a part of the Sunset community, one of your tow partners. What a great human being. And so we're happy to hear that positive news. That Nazaré event was just like it always is, so scary to watch. Joao Chianca, who competed earlier today, his older brother Lucas, an absolute all-star. No one could touch him. I mean, what can you say about a guy that does the impossible time and time again and repeats that success?
I just watched your face kind of go, what do you say? Like it's the performance that he brings is a small wave, hot dog style performance that sees opportunity to hop and pop and bump and jump that other people just are looking to survive. And it's an incredible place where surfing and Nazaré. And to put Sunset in context, before Nazaré, before Piahi, when Waimea was the big wave and the outside reefs weren't so explored and people hadn't had the opportunity to get onto jet skis on days and go, oh, you can actually be out here. We didn't know you could be out here. So that the whole makeup of the playing fields of what we consider big has doubled, quite literally doubled over the period of time. So, you know, Sunset Beach is still a big wave spot, but in comparison to where the big wave surfing world has gone, it's kind of somewhere in the middle.
Such a cool breakdown, Portugal. We'll be heading there next on tour for stop 3 of the season. Super Tubos, about an hour away from Nazaré, where all those big wave heroics go down to a minute 40 on the clock in the priority heat. Colapinto still searching for an 8:07 to keep this run alive. Griffin's story is always so interesting. We see a pipe and back door, him getting the wave of the evening or the wave of the morning, and everyone's channeling how Griffin's been maybe one of the best in the warm-ups, even at Sunset Beach. And then it comes down to a heat, and sometimes he suffers an early loss, even though he's in fine form. Here comes John Florence. So much control of that 6-2.
Just looking for a second score in this first half of his heat, making sure that he's got a couple of rides on the board that he can then sit back with the priority and start to build upon. Great first half, and obviously Jake Marshall with the 0.5, so half-time advantage to John Florence.
Throwing down the 7 to start and taking his time to get wave number 2. I always felt like this overlapping format suited his approach so incredibly well. Here we go with the rookie Jake Marshall from Encinitas. Nice steady down carve. Hard off the bottom, beautiful top turn, but loses the handle on what would have been a very dynamic frontside power carve. Big missed opportunity there. You can't afford any mistakes against Florence in waves like this. Aggressive snap for Conor O'Leary. Wow. And just one maneuver, and he'll straighten out with 5 seconds to go. Not seeing Griffin at the moment, and looks like he might be running out of time here.
And when you think about it in its entirety, Griffin had a good heat. He surfed well, selected good waves, finished his rides, had a really good heat. And there's this one inside moment was of a backhand closeout re-entry that kind of changed the whole makeup of that heat. But great surfing by both guys.
Huge win for Conor O'Leary into the round of 16 here at Sunset Beach. Coming up next, Callie Slater takes on Matthew McGillivray right after this.
good, makes me want some more. Having way too much fun, and all I want is to stay like this forever. I just wanna make it last. I'm having way too much fun, never gonna sleep again. I can't slow down.
Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido, and new heats in the water. We got 13 world titles in the water in this overlapping heat format. Kelly Slater in the non-priority heat against Matthew McGillivray, and that is going to be a great heat. Just started the clock down there in their 40-minute heat, 37 counting down for those two. In the priority heat, John Florence is matched up against Jake Marshall, and advantage to Florence with a 7-point ride and a 5.83. It's a beautiful day here in Hawaii, and we're just enjoying it. I got a couple of special people on the set with me. Makua Kai Rothman.
Good morning.
And Laura Enever.
Nice to know you're not sick of us yet, Kaipo.
No, it's been a good time. we got more surf talk to happen right now.
do.
And let's talk about it right now.
I got a good point to bring up. That aerial shot that was just brought to us showed a cleanup set. And there's one place people don't know where to go, and I'm going to tell that. I'm going to give that secret out. You see Mr. Kelly Slater paddling around the right side of the peak as it came in towards backyards. That's a safe zone. No, a lot of people don't know when the waves come in at sunset, they break in a certain spot. There's an actual spot right there that you can paddle out and squeak out the back. And right there, you've seen Kelly Slater do that.
Well, Slater's got some tips. He's been in the game for a long time. Again, Kaipo girl, Makua Rothman, and Laura Enever on the show here. Day 2 of competition at Sunset Beach. Stop 2 of the Championship World Tour. And we're celebrating the return here to Sunset Beach at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido. And Laura, this is going to be a big challenge for Kelly Slater versus the youngster from J-Bay, South Africa, Matthew McGillivray.
It will be. I mean, Matt put on such an amazing show yesterday. He's been, you know, in the past at all of his showings here at Sunset, he's been able to find these barrels that not many of the crew can find, and he, you know, he just comes out of nowhere with these bomb waves. So he has a really good connection with Sunset. He's had some big results here and some amazing waves, and you know, but he's up against Kelly, and Kelly can do anything. So I think, you know, it's going to be a tough, but I think exciting heat.
Yeah. The boy's been putting on some big performances out here, and looks like Kelly Slater opting to be on the inside more and deep on the peak. He must have a strategy we don't know about, but up and riding, Kaipo.
Here we go. Let's pay our attention here to JJF, John Florence in the priority heat, swooping through some turns and looking confident. He's been riding and there was a broken board from the impact of that off the top.
Almost looked like a broken shoulder that stuck on the board.
So let's take a look at that, and I'm pretty sure he broke his board. We'll get another vision of it. But it did look like one of those things.
The board,
yeah. I mean, just purely from the impact. Jake Marshall, the challenger to John Florence, right now surfing through this wave. He's trailing John and looking for a big number, an 8.83 inside section here for Marshall, and some soupy water to contend with.
I think Jake's just wanting to get to the end of that. He got a 4-point ride for that wave before that he fell in the second turn, so he'll be kicking himself for that mistake against someone like John. As John jumps on the ski, he'll be heading out to get a fresh stick.
Yeah, oh my gosh, I mean, had he completed that wave, that would have been up in the excellent range for sure. That was a huge wave, huge mistake. You're not going to win a heat or get past John Florence with incomplete ride.
Yeah, no way.
No, you need exceptional surfing to get past John. He's been on a roll, and he's back healthy as ever. Let's take another look at it. Break it down for us, Makua.
Swooping back all the way back up to that powerful section, almost like dropping back in again. John coming off the bottom. He's really working the fins on that board. You can see the fins from the front.
Oh.
And then right there, just, you know, the tail of his board went one way, and the weight and everything else was on his front foot.
It almost
and
looks
right
like
there,
he shaved as well, like right here. A little bit of shave the beard.
Well, that's where I thought he might have hurt his shoulder.
Yeah, and that's powerful surfing, just to snap a board underneath your foot. Makua, Jake.
Just down the line right here. A little bit late to that first section. Comes around. Nice carving turn. This boy knows how to use the whole wave Unfortunately, gets a little stuck behind right there. Could have got a little tube time, but nonetheless, little carve right in John's face. And I'm not going anywhere right now. But this boy really needs to put a big score on the board to put some pressure. Up and riding, Kaipo.
This is the opening ride for Matthew McGillivray. Big swooping top turn. Holds it off the bottom, carves back again. And one more time to the lip, and he is going to put up a challenge against Kelly Slater, who he's matched up against. The 24-year-old out of J-Bay is not intimidated at all by 11-time world champ.
That was incredible. I think just speaking to all the competitors that have come in from heat wins, most of them have said that it's nearly impossible at the moment to get a wave in that non-priority heat. And, you know, even Ethan Ewing in that last heat, he waited until his priority heat started to even get his first wave. So somehow Matt jagging a bomb, while obviously we were saying that Kelly had moved up the point thinking that he was going to get something smaller to start the heat.
Strider, what do you got for us?
About to go underwater.
Okay, we'll check back with you in a little bit. Strider Wazlewski out on the water with us as we fly past Sunset Beach, Makua, and another wave here for Jake Marshall. Nice snap off the top. Again, good pace from the rookie on tour. Another forced snap and just decides to do the sacrifice there.
That's the boogie man. That's when the boogeyman comes. You don't know which way to go. But as you can see out the back, I mean, Kelly Slater, his game plan from yesterday to sit deep on the west peak, the swell's turned a lot more north. He's going to have to move over a lot. I know he's under priority. Still 30 minutes to go. I'd really like to see him move over to that north peak and get in the mix there.
So looking on the screen, what direction would that be on the screen?
On the screen, he has to move to your left, his left.
Okay. All right. So Strider's back from up under the water. Strider, what do you got?
Yeah, back above water, watching that the John waves. You know, like John coming back out and jumping right back on another 6'2". His backup board, the exact same thing that he was riding earlier. So I was talking to Ross Williams, his coach and caddy out here, was talking about the fact that he wants to do some in-the-lip surfing. He doesn't want to do some down carves. He wants to wag his tail. That's straight out of Ross's mouth. So I like the fact that he's just on attack mode. You saw him paddling back out. When he came by me, he was just strictly business, all fitness and ready to go. So really intense mindset coming back through that exchange.
Yeah, and great equipment provided to John Florence by John Pizell. Pizell was able to host us the other day. We had a great hot dog barbecue down on the beach right at the sandbar. It was a beautiful day, and you know, so John just has a full quiver and a lot of duplicates of some of those ghost models, Laura, that John Pizell shapes.
Yeah, and hot dog model coming out next, I heard. It's a cracker.
All right, well, let's see what we have numbers-wise. A 5.33 for the last of Jake Marshall, second to last of Jake Marshall. Judges still owe us a score, Makua. He needs, however, a 7.94 to overcome John Florence, Jake Marshall.
Oh, he's going to be, you know, looking for that 7.94. That last wave, have we got that score yet on his last wave?
We are still waiting for that last score.
Well, that's going to be a crucial score, because if he doesn't get the 7.94 and it's just under the ask, he's going to need another score to get back into this race. John Florence is not going to, you know, let up at all. He got back out there on his 6'2", and John might be one of the only guys that can use a 6'2" and make it look like a 6'8". The way he holds that rail and how long he's able to come off the bottom and hold that rail all the way through his turn makes it look like a bigger board.
Yeah, really impressive with that shorter rail line to have that leverage in to keep that railing. We got some big numbers starting to pop in, and we're going to have a big update real soon. All right, 8.6 for Jake Marshall. He overtakes John Florence in the priority heat. In the non-priority heat, Slater's up against a challenge because Matthew McGillivray just dropped a 9-point ride, Makua.
Yeah, that was a huge turn. I mean, that was a big wave. Like I said, this boy's putting up major performances, especially out here at Sunset. I've noticed that McGillivray really excels out here at Sunset. He loves this wave. He's put in a lot of time. I've seen him from a young kid out here, years and years, and it just goes to show, I mean, he knows where to sit. He knows where the North Peak is right now. He picked a beautiful wave and just absolutely took it to Kelly Slater.
And just as impressive, Laura, Jake Marshall with that 8.6 to put John Florence up against the rope with 8.5 minutes remaining.
Wow, I cannot believe it. Both of these, you know, I guess, rookies, or Matthew's not a rookie, but just taking it to the top dogs right now.
Let's take a look. This is a 9-point ride, Makua, for Matthew McGillivray.
Like I said, coming off the bottom, using the whole entire canvas, top to bottom turns. Every one of his turns, speed, power, and flow, and control. I mean, he ticked all the boxes, Kaipo, and that's why you see a beautiful 9-point ride.
The GOAT's not the GOAT without having a steady and strong mind. Kelly Slater undoubtedly will not be rattled at all, but he will have to acknowledge, Laura, the challenge that is already presented to him in this matchup.
Yeah, well, he's got so much time left, and I mean, here taking off in white, we've got, oh, someone is going over the falls. That never feels good. That was either Jake or Matt. But yeah, I mean, Kelly's got a lot of time left. I think, you know, the real sort of stressor here is John. He's got 7 minutes left, but he only needs a 6.9, so he can do that with his eyes closed. So I know he's got priority, so Jake's going to either have to try and better that 5.33, which is maybe what he was just doing then, trying to get something else to put more pressure on John. But I mean, 7 minutes to go with priority. Looks like John might be making a paddle.
Number 6.94 for John Florence, two-time world champ, and someone who's come into the Hawaii season with a ton of momentum. A healthy John Florence, a happy John Florence is a dangerous John Florence, Makua.
Healthy John Florence is a world champion contender, John Florence, every day of the week. And talking about world champions, Kelly Slater, so far back on the reef, I wouldn't doubt it if we see him go left on one of these waves.
Well, in the history of Sunset Beach and competition here, we have seen buzzer beater finishes here and actually utilizing that West Peak left in a final. I think it was AI did that one year.
Oh yeah, the man, the legend. There is no myth about Andy Irons. He was the greatest of his time. And I'd really like to see Kelly get out there by John. I'm not sure where he's going right now. It's kind of a mystery, but that man's always been a mystery, and I think that's why he's done so well. Nobody really knows what he's thinking or doing, and somehow he just comes out swinging. So Kelly Slater yet to open his account, Kaipo.
Yep.
Matthew McGillivray, 9-point ride already.
That's right. And just to put that in context, I think it was 2004 that Andy Irons had that buzzer beater left where he got barreled here on West Peak and took out a win at Sunset. It was incredible.
Yeah, that left at Sunset sometimes gets as hollow as pipeline, believe it or not. And, you know, going back to Marcus Hickman again, I mean, that man knows this reef so good. He's used to pull into some barrels out there I never thought he'd come out of. He'd come out on shallow reef. For those of you that don't know, just a little bit to the east of Sunset Point, it's dry reef. It's called the Boneyard. And there's a reason it's called the Boneyard, because the only thing you take home is your bones. It takes all the skin off of you over there.
Yeah, be aware of your place in the lineup for sure in this broad playing field, as you can see at Sunset Beach, Paumalu. John Florence now down to under 5 minutes remaining in this heat, and he is behind the rookie, Jake Marshall. And how did he do that? Because Jake Marshall put on a brilliant performance for excellent wave score of an 8.6.
You know what, Kaipo? Had Jake Marshall not fallen on that first wave, this would be a totally different heat. We can't go if, and, or but why. Right now he's in the lead. He's performing, doing what he needs to do to be ahead of John Florence at this point.
Yeah, and the youngster out of Encinitas, California, just has to keep his head together and see if he can close this one out. On the paddle, up and riding. This is Matthew McGillivray in the non-priority heat. Little swoop there, smaller wave, but he wants to back up that 9-point score. He needs to stay on his feet, and that's not going to do it, so he's going to have to continue to search to back up that 9.
I think he's just trying to stay on a roll, Kaipo, keep his, competitive juices flowing. He got a 9-point ride, first wave, doesn't want to sit and get still. Here we go, out the back, we may have some action.
Slater taking a look, decides not to go deep on the peak and didn't like what he saw, so he let that one pass up underneath him as we fly through a rainbow up above Paumalu, Sunset Beach. 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in the priority heat.
Wow, some tense moments for John right here. He's got his back up against the wall.
This would be a big upset as we take a look at the support squad for John Florence on the bike path. Brandon, as well as his shaper, John Pizell, younger brother, Ivan, all actually, like, I see some nerves right now from that John camp.
Yeah, well, there's only 3 minutes left. Sunset, you know, it could take 3 minutes for a wave to come in for sure. It's been really pumping. The waves have been going off. I think we have some sets out the back, you know, medium-sized stuff. What do you see, Kaipo?
I'm gonna throw it out to Strider. I want to know what he sees. Strider.
Yeah, we do see some lumps out the back there. Depending on where they arrive on the reef is the question. Yesterday around the same time, you know, the lineup took a breath. It did lay down and kind of relax. So it's just all up to Mother Nature to send those waves, and hopefully it doesn't just go dead quiet for John, so we get to see an actual exchange here at the end of this heat, because it would be a shame not to see him just get a shot at it. But wow, radical surfing out here by some underdogs right now. I love it.
Hey, that's what we love about it, because it is so unpredictable. When you look at the elite, the best of the best on the championship tour, anything can happen. And a lot of people right now playing fantasy surf are nervous as well, because I'm sure John was a pick for the majority of players. We're down to 2 minutes priority with John Florence. Sets coming through. Again, he needs a 6.94. And no movement from Florence so far, but the opportunity for maybe the third or fourth wave in the set. What do you think, Makua?
Yeah, it looks like there's a wave coming. I'm not sure where he is in the lineup compared to where this wave's coming in, but I'm sure John will be somewhere taking a sniff. And here we go, Kaipo. 6-point ride could just be one move for him.
This is what it comes down to. John Florence carves off the top. This wave steepens up on the inside, and it runs away from Florence. So we talked about the time bandit. We talked about time management. Now, John Florence under priority, 90 seconds remaining, still is going to need that score, and Jake Marshall is on the precipice of a giant upset.
I think John's going to be looking to get a wave on the way back out. It's pretty surprising to me that I'm sure he wanted to hit that section. Didn't look like he had the right speed to be able to do so. Jake Marshall is not backing down, Kaipo.
Here he goes on the offense and takes this wave with his priority. He needs to better a 5.33. So we'll see how this choice plays out for the rookie. Nice snap on the inside there. And that's all that wave's going to offer. Kelly Slater as well as John Florence in the priority heat. Uses his priority, but gets knocked off. A lot of gamesmanship in the last minute of that heat. We had Jake Marshall give a priority and take a wave. I don't know if that's going to improve his position. We had Kelly Slater take off on a wave, and then John Florence, realizing he was in the priority heat, took that wave from Slater. A lot going on and a lot to digest.
Crazy things just happened then.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you're supposed to cross paths with someone that has priority. There's going to be a lot of shifting going on right there. I don't think that one snap per se was a 7-point snap.
There we have it. Kelly just got given a priority interference.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
That we cannot confirm that yet. We cannot confirm the interference. Just to bring it to back. Here we go, John. Let's see what happened there.
Big wrap off the top. I mean, was that a 7-point turn? I'm not sure. We got to see what the judges think. But
just as important is this situation here.
Right here, Kaipo. Priority, I mean, interference. The way that Kelly Slater came around that wave, he was looking. I don't think he impaired John's performance at all because he was stuck in that whitewash. So I'm not sure exactly what the rules are with that one right there. Crossing paths, I think, is interference.
Yeah, we're going to wait to hear from the judges' tower. We saw a similar situation with Italo Ferreira and Jordy Smith at Bells Beach. And it has come through. Now it's official. Priority interference. Yellow. Kelly Slater on John Florence. So it's the heat our priority heat's done and over with, okay? So John is eliminated from competition. Jake Marshall will be advancing into the round of 16, okay? And now, let's take a look at the numbers first. And in addition to that, in the new priority heat, which is Kelly Slater versus Matthew McGillivray, Kelly Slater now holds a priority interference, so Slater will only be able to count one of his scoring waves. And that brings all kinds of drama, and this drama continues. We're going to continue back. We're going to explain it all. A lot has happened. Don't go anywhere. This is the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido. Wow, a lot has happened here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido. We just saw John Florence knocked out of competition by the rookie, Jake Marshall. We also saw Kelly Slater get a priority interference in his matchup against Matthew McGillivray. He actually Slater got priority interference with the priority heat, which was John Florence. We got a new heat in the water with Callum Robson, who we see right now surfing, matched up against Jack Robinson.
Yeah, Kaipo, I mean, that was so much action at the end of the heat. I mean, Kelly Slater only being able to count one wave. If I was Matthew McGillivray, I'd almost come in, because the only way that Matthew McGillivray cannot advance from this heat is if he gets a priority interference and Kelly Slater gets a better wave than him. It's going to go to one wave. Other than that, he's got to surf again today, save his energy.
Yeah, we'll see what the decisions are made right now with this new matchup, non-priority. Jack Robinson, smooth as silk on that opening turn. Aggressive lip glide there, stuck to his board like flypaper. Comes around this corner, big gaff, some variety. Opening up with a bang is Jack Robinson, and he's feeling it. What an opening ride, McCool.
Beautiful. I mean, just textbook, knowing where to sit, under priority, smaller wave, beautiful turns, and just ultimately ripped that wave apart. Laura, what do you think?
Wow, what a way to start the heat. And the beach just erupted then. He's got a big support crew down here, and that would have felt good. You know, Callum got a nice start as well, and you know, Jack just to turn around and see that. It was so smooth, so precise, and yeah, awesome. Must have felt good.
All right, replay. Callum.
Off the bottom, hack up in the lip. Wow, that's a beautiful turn. I didn't see that one. Carving it back to the whitewash, going back to the power of this wave, and just kicking out. But wow, Kaipo, that was a beautiful first turn. Here's the water angle. Let me take you through this. Off the bottom, and just lays into the perfect part of that wave. Really Sonny Garcia-ish right there.
Yeah, that was a strong turn. Callum's known for his amazing power surfing. Awesome in barrels. As we see Kelly taking off now, taking off nice and deep. This actually needs a combination right now, so.
All right, so Kelly Slater punching out the back, and definitely it would be a little bit disappointing on what's happened so far. Again, the priority interference put upon Kelly Slater means that they've eliminated his second scoring ride. He will be judged on just his top single ride, given the fact that Matthew McGillivray, again, opened up with a 9-point ride and a 3.83 for 12.83. It is mathematically impossible for Kelly Slater, like Makua said, to advance out of this heat unless Matthew McGillivray got a priority interference and took away one of his rides. But I think McGillivray is going to be a lot smarter than that given this option. But stranger things have happened, Makua.
Well, I mean, Kelly Slater is known to make people do the weirdest things in heats. So like I said, caddy, bring that boy to the beach, give him some water. He surfs again later.
I like it.
Do not
keep him out of
give him
trouble.
a chance to get hurt or any other thing. Here we go. We see the priority interference here. You know, I get it. He crossed his line. I don't know how much actually interfering there was on that wave. I mean, the rules are set and they're, you know, to be followed as such. But, you know, I really don't think Kelly Slater had any malicious or any kind of thing. You could see his body language out the back. He already knew he messed up. And, you know, that's just how it goes.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough one. Here we go. Dropping into this one. Matty McGillivray. And takes a carve here. He's in a strong position, obviously, in his heat. Now he's just going to have some fun surfing Sunset. He's doing a great job doing that. We'll see if he takes this wave in. We'll see the decision-making. Kelly Slater right behind him.
I think Kelly's going to take some time to have some fun out there, maybe.
Kelly kicking out. But I like your advice as a water caddy, Makua, in, hey, maybe bring your surfer in, keep him out of trouble.
There's no reason for him to be out there right now. He's passing this heat. Save his energy. Surfs again later. Sunset can take it out of you. I know people want to go out there and surf and have fun. Right now, it's all about competition, making heats, getting to that final, and becoming champion at the end of the event.
Yeah. Big upset. Jake Marshall overtook John Florence, one of the event favorites. Let's hear from Jake.
Well, Jake Marshall, such an amazing heat. Chris Gallagher coming to give you 5. Amazing performance against John. Safe to say this is one of the biggest heat wins of your career so far?
Yeah, I mean, that was for sure the best heat win of my career. Just to compete against someone like John is pretty amazing. I knew I was going to learn a lot, but at the same time, I feel super confident out at this wave, and I at least wanted to make him earn it if he was going to get me. So I was just like going to go big and not hold back. And yeah, I'm pretty stoked it worked out. I don't know, the end of the heat got a little slow, and after I got that one really good one, it just seemed like the ocean kind of got a little weird, so it kind of played in my favor.
The confidence definitely shows, but when you're looking at that matchup on paper before you went to bed last night, you know, what do you run through as your game plan?
I mean, yeah, I got Kelly in my heat at pipe, and then I got John here, so I was just like, well, got to make one of these heats, I guess. I'm going to give it my best shot, but yeah, it was just, I knew like today I wanted to be on the best waves because I knew if me and him were on the same waves, he'd probably end up getting me, so I was just going to go for the best waves, try to get the biggest ones out there, and just see how I could do.
Surfing again today, what do you make of the matchups that's coming up this afternoon?
Oh yeah, waves are firing. Just got to reset, kind of just mellow out a little bit and get some food, and then get back out there. I think it'll be really good this afternoon. It's gone offshore. It should just be pumping, so I'm stoked.
Amazing performance from our rookie, Jake Marshall. Back to you guys.
Yeah, and it is pumping, as we saw a couple of waves happen during that interview. Kelly Slater as well as Callum Robson. Robson in the non-priority heat versus Jack Robinson, and Jack Robinson opening up with a big number, a 7.8.
Yeah, I mean, he was rewarded for that critical surfing. I mean, I think had that surfing being done on a set wave, would be in the 9-point range.
Laura, it looks like the waves are flaring out.
Wow, and what a moment for Jake Marshall. I mean, just being a rookie coming in, you know, with the mid-year cutoff this year, it's like he's coming up against Kelly and John and the highest seeds in every event, and he actually, that's what you needed to do to move up the ladder, break down through, as we see Jack Robbo on a nice looking wave, coming through to the bowl, standing up, huge carve, digs the nose, but makes it. That was amazing. Jack's known for those massive turns in scary, ugly sections.
All right, so we're going to add that score to the 7.8. That's the backup wave for Jack Robinson. Judges also have given Callum Robson a 5 and a 4, and I'm going to throw it out to the water to Strider Wazalewski.
Now we were seeing a board change. Jackson's going to hand another board over to Kelly. Kelly's going to go have some out there, do a little experimental surfing. He's not happy, obviously, with the call that went down, and he's going to go back out and catch a couple more waves. McGillivray is on the inside here, not surfing now. His caddy must have heard Makua as saying, yeah, you know what? We're just going to hang out on the inside, and they're just going to watch the rest of this thing play out and take some time to get his breath back. But Kelly Slater, very vocal just now. He did not interfere with his lines, and he got through the back of the wave before he went over his track. I don't know, I didn't see the replay, but a lot of emotions in the water at the moment. A lot going on out here, as you guys just talked about on the inside.
Yeah, there is a lot going on, and hey, playing the game though, Matthew McGillivray getting off the field a little bit and staying out of trouble.
It's the smartest thing to do. I mean, you made the heat. It's what it is. You know, That's just how it's going to go. You made your heat. There's no reason for him to get hurt or anything. I wouldn't even be out there. I would just go in. You know what I mean? But that's his choice, and he surfed well. He's beating Kelly Slater regardless of the interference, a 9 and a 6.67. You know.
Hey, look, there's a lot of debate going on in the water, but the only opinion that matters are the judges. So, and the interference is already down. Callum Robson is going to be challenged right now because he surfs through this wave, needs to finish it up, big finish, and that's what he needed if he can hang on. That's exactly what the doctor ordered for Callum, because he needs to break himself out of the combination situation he is currently in versus Jack Robinson. Jack Robinson with a 7.8 and an 8.5 on his last wave. So to break the combo, Callum Robson needs better than a 6.3 on that last wave, and it looks like he surfed it pretty well.
Yeah, here's Jack Robbo trying to take off in the whitewash, and the whitewash had there's that Palmalu secretly taken. That whitewash just said, not today, boy. And looks like Kelly out the back, about to catch another wave.
Okay, well, this could be exhibition time for Kelly Slater. Let's see what he's going to have for us. Streaking down the line, setting up for this section, and you know, he's going to put on a show. He's Kelly Slater. He's 11-time world champ. He's the GOAT. He's done incredible things in surfing or in all of sports. That was just an unfortunate circumstance, Laura.
Yeah, that situation is so hard. Myself and Stephanie Gilmore were talking about this. With the overlapping heats, I don't think this has ever really happened, an interference from someone else in a heat. And when Steph was at Mexico, she said that she also took off up the point, and Sage needed a score on a wave and paddled for it. And in that moment, Steph didn't realize whether she had to go straight or like straighten out, or she could keep going, but because Sage was further down the point. But she came in and found out in the rule book, yeah, even if you do have the priority, like even if you have priority in the first heat, yeah, they can go whatever wave they want. And John needed that wave desperately at the end of that heat, and so he didn't do that for to do anything to Kelly, but he just wanted to make his heat. But it's the rules.
Well, just 5 minutes, 45 seconds, and we'll follow the Slater out into the lineup. Obviously disappointed, but the game of surfing is played thus so. So we're going to put our attention to the non-priority heat between Jack Robinson and Callum Robson with 25 minutes. A 7.33 for Callum has gotten him out of the combination versus Jack Robinson. Callum Robson now needing an 8.97 if he wants to advance into the round of 16. Here's the 7.33, Makua.
Yeah, I mean, really low and powerful bottom turn right here, wrapping it back into the power section of the wave. One more nice swooping carve. I think this is his money turn right here, just banging that end section. The judges are really, really rewarding a huge finish on the end section. You see him coming up over that whole entire wave, getting out in front of the whitewash, coming down, really getting low there. He really had a difficult time negotiating his whitewashes. Those whitewashes are so powerful. He did a great job of riding out of that, Kaipo.
Oh yeah, that was some progressive surfing on an extremely formidable canvas in the way of Sunset Beach, Laura.
Yeah, not every day you'll see someone do a full tail blow at Sunset, but with these guys we're going to see it more and more. They're pushing the limits, they're pushing their tails, and they love to get that fins free feeling. And just the way he held on in the whitewash, that was amazing. That's some leg strength.
Sets coming through here. What do you see, Makua?
I see that the boys are jockeying for position right now. And I like it that they're moving out towards the more outside and catching the wave at the peak. The waves have come down, not that much chance of getting caught inside. Every once in a while, I really would like to see somebody sit outside and actually get that wave from the peak, get that big first turn off, maybe even two before where these guys are taking off. I mean, here you go, we got a Kelly Slater on the inside.
Steep drop, long bottom turn, bangs it off the top. Kelly Slater, and just going to finish off this 3.5 minutes in this heat and take home a 17th for stop number 2. Callum Robson wants the mount to come back, has to just reposition himself. on the broad playing field that here is Sunset Beach. Out the back further, like you said, Makua, is Jack Robinson.
Yeah, I think they're going to start to migrate out towards that outer peak, knowing that there's not as much chance of getting caught inside. Regardless of the interference, Kaipo, I think Matthew McGillivray is doing the better surfing in that heat anyway. His waves, the way he performed, his wave selection was on point. So, you know, we really want to congratulate Matthew on the great surfing in this heat.
You know
as
what?
well.
Really, really good point, Makua. I mean, regardless of the interference, Matthew McGillivray came out with a 9-point ride, one of the highest that we've seen in competition, then backed it up with 6.67. So he did set a very, very high bar, you know, 15.67, borderline on an excellent heat there, but great point.
Yeah, we don't want this heat to just come down to, oh, Kelly got an interference. What about this heat was surfed masterfully by Matthew, setting up, you know, opening up with a 9, backing it up with a 6.67. Really want to, you know, shout out to Matt on the great surfing, great performance in this heat.
Yeah, good job. No, we don't want to take away any of that sheet. That was a great performance. Here we go. Callum snaps it off the top there, throwing a bit of flair at Sunset Beach once more. Another layback hack to finish off. 8.97 is the requirement. Jack Robbo with a long roundhouse cut back into the soup. Coming around the corner here. Another rail arcing, putting some pressure on the fin. Lip glide, airdrop, back to the bottom there. Jack Robinson answering back. What an exchange.
Oh, he looks like he's having so much fun out there. We saw him paddle like way further at the back. I wonder if that was the start of the wave that we saw with the swoop, but that was, yeah, so cool. Just that airless under his feet doing that drop.
I really think it's a lot easier to set up your wave and time and place your maneuvers when you catch the wave from the peak. You get to see the whole wave set up. You know, you're not rushing anything. You're not like, oh, I got to hurry up and get a turn in. You're out the back. You're relaxed. I mean, Jack, you know, taking off pretty much outside, going around Kelly, big swooping turn. I mean, look at the power and the flow you can get off of that bigger part of the wave. Coming in here again, nice, beautiful wrapping turn. He's one of the first surfers I've seen besides John wrap it back up into the whitewash, and there you go. Just, you know, I believe I can fly. Jack Robinson doing his best impression of Qantas Airlines right here.
The wave didn't have like a massive wall on it, but he knew that it would have had that nice sucky inside section for him to do something like this. Almost, it's like a floater into wee.
The adjustment's incredible that Jack Robinson was able to do throughout that maneuver. Not just getting into the lip, but also being able to adjust his body positioning to keep the board underneath his feet.
You know what's so funny is I seen him look at Callum Robinson and smile. as he went to kick out, he looked at him and had this little grin on his face. he knew he got a good score. And let's see, what does Jack Robinson get for that?
I mean, he needs to better a 7.8. So
yeah, he's going to do it.
Wow.
Yeah, so we got under a minute left. We're down to 5 seconds in the priority heat, which has been a foregone conclusion. Kelly Slater eliminated from competition. Matthew McGillivray moving on to the round of 16, which we will surf later this afternoon. With all this stuff, why would you want to go anywhere? Stick around. We got more from Sunset Beach right after this. Let's wind it back to 2019. Jack Robinson dominating Sunset Beach with the smooth rail work for the young man out of Western Australia. And you know what? He does a good job finding the barrel as well. Difficult wave to surf, but Jack Robinson made it look so easy this year, Makua.
Yeah, here we go with Zeke Lau up in the barrel, coming out and running over Jack Robinson's surfboard. What do you think about that, Kaiko?
It was actually right at the final moments of this heat, and that was a brutal one. Again, one more time, Zeke needed the score to get the win. If Zeke won this event, he would have been back on the championship tour. Second place wasn't enough. He got second in this event. Jack Robinson won it. Jack got his way onto the championship tour, but you know what? Zeke battled his way, and he's back on the championship tour here in 2022. So we have two great Sunset surfers now back on the championship tour.
And both competing here today brilliantly.
Callum Robson needs something big, and that was just a big slap for the young man from Evans Head, Australia. But he has quite a challenge in the way of Jack Robinson. Jack Robinson, his scoreline, Makua, an 8.5 and a 9.17. We have a new heat in the water with Federico Moraes and Jadson Andre in the non-priority heat.
Yeah, Jaddy versus Freddie. This is gonna be a cracker as well. And like you said, an 8.5 and a 9.17. I mean, that says alpha male all over it.
Yeah. Well, interesting heat. We got to hear from Matthew McGillivray. He's with Rosie.
Yeah, Maddie taking down a big name, Kelly Slater, in that last heat. But watching all morning, you've been here with your crew on the deck in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, just checking everything out. What did you learn from that to take into your heat?
We've had a good atmosphere amongst all the Rip Curl crew with Jackson Baker, Morgan Siblick, and Bam and Noah looking after us. And yeah, we've been having a lot of fun here in Hawaii and out at Sunset. And Morgan and Jackson surfed before me, so I was watching and supporting them, and they kind of motivated me for my heat now. Yeah, there's like everyone's motivating each other, and the waves are pumping, so we're all happy to be here, really excited.
And Matt, just looking at you, you've got such an even keel temperament. Do you think that comes into play when you're coming into a big matchup against Kelly Slater? There's a lot of noise and expectation.
Yeah, for sure. It's all about not getting like swept up with the hype and the emotions and thinking about who you're surfing against. I like to try to focus on myself and try to do everything I can as best as I can, and if I win, I'm stoked. If not, then hopefully I can learn from it, and that's kind of how I enter heats.
And let's focus on the 9-point ride, because to open up with that number just shows just such a lot of grit, and it's amazing to get a 9 from the judges straight off the bat.
Thank you. It gave me a good confidence boost getting that first score. It was kind of like a wave that came inside and doubled up, and it had a really clean face, which is what you're looking for out there, because a lot of waves at Sunset are super bumpy and hard to surf. So as soon as you get a clean face wave, you have to make the most of it, and it's a lot easier to surf the wave. So I was stoked to find that one.
Keep up the great performances, Matt. Well done.
Thanks, Rosie.
Into the round of 16, Matthew McGillivray got his opportunity as an injury replacement and making the best of it. Strider, you got something for me?
Well, we got Slater. He's still out there. He is not happy. He paddled by. He said, "Now I really hate Sunset." He's, you know, I think maybe he's just trying to renew his relationship with Sunset. I think that's what he needs to do so he can actually have some success out here, put some time in. There was rumors he was out here at night with a flashlight. That's why nobody saw him. But now he's actually going to sit out the back, try and get a good wave in, and kind of lick his wounds, I'd say.
Yeah, but Strider, you know, the competition's still underway with 2 heats in the water. Your comment on that and Kelly's positioning, where exactly is he?
He's basically thinks he's commanding the peak, it looks like. But he's out the back. He's just a little deeper than everybody, so probably waiting for one of those deeper bowls that nobody can catch, and he's going to ride it. I don't think he wants to interfere with anybody. I think he's just, you know, probably shaking it off right now. He always goes and finds a place to do that. Right now it's here in the water.
All right, yeah. I mean, I get it. That was an unexpected occurrence in that heat. So the ball rolls on. And we roll on into Jack Robinson versus Callum Robson. Again, Robinson with an 8.5 and a 9.17. And Makua, from the performance that I'm seeing from Jack Robinson, he's got to be one of the favorites in this year's comp.
Yeah, Jack Robinson's always a lethal threat out here at Sunset. I mean, he's figured this wave out you know, as much as you can. Like I said, he comes from a big open ocean swell spot out there in Western Australia. You know, powerful waves, just like here in Hawaii. And yeah, he's got an 8.5 and a 9.17. I mean, I can't say much. His surfing's doing all the talking. I think we may see a left out there, maybe pretty soon here.
Let's see what happens. And going to Jack Robinson's history, he did come over here as a young junior, and we had a pro junior event out here, and it was amazing that we even ran it. It was 12-foot sunset, and we sent all the juniors out. He won that event as a visitor, but he was so head and shoulders above all the other kids at the time with his charging and his finesse out here at Sunset. And here he goes. Looks like he's just maybe repositioning on this wave. And that's exactly what went down. So just kind of got out of the way, Jack Robinson. Non-priority heat. The pride of Portugal, Frederico Moraes. Large framed surfer with a big snap, and he has a bit of a history out here at Sunset Beach. 2016, Frederico was runner-up to Jordy Smith at the World Cup here at Sunset. So he's already had some good results here.
Yeah, Freddie has a nice big polished front hand attack. And that's what you want out here at Sunset. Well, hopefully he gets to show it in this heat. I mean, Jack Robinson has been on some beautiful waves. I mean, just going down the line, you know, looked like he was barrel hunting on that one to me. And, you know, got unstuck on that big hack. Frederico Moraes, only one turn. I mean, right here, kind of a more frothy wave kaipo off the bottom. Beautiful lip tag. And then nothing more on offer right there. Just kind of having to straighten out on a shorter wave. And yeah, going back to Jack Robinson, he's going to be hunting a barrel. I can just tell in his eyes. I can tell in the way he's positioning his body and the things that he's doing. He wants to get a 10 and a 9.17 in this heat.
Hey, why not? Jack Robinson, you know, already with an excellent heat under his belt, but why not put out some more scores and intimidate the field? Everyone's watching right now from the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Intimidate the field. Show how dominant you are. Get in their minds, you know, and that's what I think Jack Robinson is capable of, and maybe doing a little bit right now.
Well, that's why I said it had alpha male written all over it, because there is another round. We're going into the next round. Surfers know they're coming up against him, and whoever's coming up against him is going to watch him just keep on pushing. And if he does get a higher score, it's going to play into the minds of the competitors a little bit, for sure.
Sports psychology at play. I mean, surfing, as physical as it is a mentally draining task to be on point, especially in competition.
Oh yeah, I mean, you know, your mind can burn more energy than anything in your body, I think, you know, and it's just the central command center for everything that you do. And to have a healthy mind is crucial as well, you know, as athletes, as preparing for these events, preparing for a professional career, knowing what it comes with. There's a lot of things you have to overcome, and having a healthy mind is a very important thing.
This is true. Well, we're down to 10 minutes for Jack Robinson in the priority heat. In the non-priority heat, just one score on the board, a 3.5 for Frederico Moraes. Still no rides for his challenger, Jadson Andre. Andre Goofyfoot out of Brazil, 31 years old, his 10th season on the championship tour. And when we look at the story of Jadson Andre, he's fell off tour a number of times, and it took performances at Sunset through the qualifying series to get him back on the championship tour. He did that in 2016. He did that again in 2018, where a semifinal result here at Sunset got him back on the championship tour. Callum Robson. Nice hook off the top for the rookie. Pumping through the bottom there, and a little mistime, misses that section, comes around again. A lot of rail work, nice rail work, and combos it up right back up into the lip to try to get himself out of the combination that he currently is in. Callum Robson needs 2 waves of a 17.67 or better to overtake Jack Robinson at this moment.
Yeah, Kaipo, I think he's going to have to keep his fins in the water and use his rail a lot more. That first turn, he kind of tried to throw some flair on there with some tail slide. Out here at Sunset, the judges want to see you dig in. They want to see you use that rail from top to bottom. Like Jack Robinson, you can see he's going to the top of the wave, wrapping his turns all the way back to the top of the whitewash again, maximizing his, you know, power and speed potential again. that last wave, I seen a little bit of fins free action. I think a little more power surfing. He's got it in him. We've seen him with that backside, that layback hack. And here we go on the replay. Beautiful bottom turn. And just kind of, see how he throws the fins right there? I think more of a carve all the way down, pushing through the rail so he can get speed to nail that second section. And right here, nonetheless, doing some beautiful surfing. But I think for those bigger scores that's going to get him out of the combination situation, it's going to take a lot of rail work.
Yeah, that's right. 6.9 for last of Callum Robson. Still remains in the combination. Really, to get comfortably out of that combination, Callum needs at least like an 8-point ride to comfortably get out of that combination and to give himself an opportunity to come back in this heat. He's got 7 minutes and 40 seconds, but it is a tall ask at the moment.
I mean, I'm thinking 9s. Yep. His comeback score needs to be a 9, so the second score that he needs, because he needs to, will be less of an ask. Yeah. You want to try and produce that bigger score first if possible. Wave selection is going to be key for that.
Here we go. Marias paddles into that one, and no harm, no foul. He's last in line, actually. He's in the non-priority heat with second priority. So he's just kind of underneath everyone's priority, looking to see what he can get in this overlapping heat format. Again, a lesson that we've learned today is also pay attention to every surfer in the water in this overlapping heat format.
Oh yeah, because just because you have priority in one heat doesn't mean you have priority in the other heat. Sometimes that can get lost in translation, as we've seen. The priority heat always has priority. Even the second place priority guy has priority over third and fourth priority in the non-priority heat, kind of like a riddle.
There you go. Well, here we go. Up, out, nothing going on over there for Callum Robson. 6.5 minutes on the countdown with Jack Robinson out in the lead. Jack Robinson actually coming off his rookie year on the championship tour, got into stride, Makua, having his first win over there at the Corona Open Mexico, and I think that gave the young man a lot of confidence coming into this 2022 season.
He surfs way too good not to win multiple events in his career. It's all gonna be if he can control his mind, not get ahead of himself. His surfing talent is there. I think his, the commitment to the longevity of all of this, just like we've seen in the past, and really just believing in himself, having that confidence, knowing that he can do it.
Yeah, that's right. And, coming off, for Jack Robinson, coming off a 17th place finish at Pipeline, a wave that I had actually had him as a favorite, must have been disappointing for stop number 1 on this year's tour. So I know he's going to really want to make a big comeback here at stop number 2.
To me, it was really, I thought Jack would come out of here, top 3, top 5, maybe even top 2 in the world out of these 2 stops. He's so good at pipe. He's so good at Sunset. I mean, just some unfortunate situations. I mean, I've seen him come unstuck on a few waves at Pipeline. I was just like, wow, what happened? I mean, you never see Jack fall like that. But, it's competition, it's surfing, it's Mother Nature. Things happen. Looks like he's bouncing back. He hasn't let that result get to him. He's full steam ahead in this event, Kaipo.
Yeah, one thing when we talk about the psychology of surfing with Jack Robinson and observing him when he went for his maiden championship tour victory over there in Mexico is he was almost in like a zen-like state, Makua, where it was really hard to even get interviews out of him. He was just so focused on the moment, and he wasn't giving anything up until he crossed the finish line there. And at that point, he was able to enjoy his victory. But what I've seen from this young man who has always had the surfing ability is now the mental fortitude is coming into play.
Well, it's kind of like a young Kelly Slater. When he was in his stride, you weren't getting anything out of him.
Right.
And you kind of got to keep that to yourself. You can't let that chi, that ha, like we say in Hawaii, that breath out of you. You got to keep that to yourself and use it, for your performance. And then afterwards, you can celebrate. There's nothing to celebrate until you win that contest.
This is true. Marias on the wave number 2, and Freddie fading back. Big swooping turns, trademark turn for Frederico Marias, and another swooping cutback. Looking in control, and he's going to build upon his scoreline.
Yeah, that was a nice wave, Kaipo. Nice swooping turns. Almost swooped a little bit too much on that second turn, but regained control and finished that wave strong.
So we're waiting for that score for Frederico Marias. He's got 23:30 minutes. He has 23 minutes and 30 seconds in his matchup. One more look.
Nice and smooth off the bottom. Nice arcing turn all the way to the bottom. Excuse me, that was his first turn. He almost overturned on that one. Got himself back up into that pocket. Nice turn. Another big carving turn back to the whitewash. And a strong finish there, Kaipo.
Yeah, strong finish, and we're waiting for the number to populate as we see him getting a ride back out into the lineup, saving some time and able to manage this heat much better. A great decision today by our tours and competitions department to allow this jet ski assist back out into the channel.
I mean, it only gives for more performance, more surfing, more waves, more action for the fans, more action for each and every one of you. I want to say thank you very much for tuning in. Thank you very much to all the fans of surfing around the world for watching today. That's right. 5.67. Last for Federico Moraes. Combine that with a 3.5 with 9.172 heat. 2 wave total in his heat. Jadson Andre being very patient at the beginning of his heat, still has yet to ride a wave. Yeah, he's definitely being very patient. You know, Jaddy's usually so hungry and so eager to catch waves. I mean, maybe he has a different approach today. I mean, not the biggest scores, you know, with his competitor of 5.67 and a 3.50, but nonetheless, you want to get in rhythm. You want to start, you know, feeling that rhythm, feeling the flow, getting your feet in the wax, and kind of building a house right here under priority. So when you do have priority, you get out there and just tear the lip off. Yeah. Well, at this point, I think Jadson Andre is 1:43 away from him being in the priority heat. So I would expect him to sit on this priority at this point. So then he'll have complete control over the lineup. But then again, he's going to have to surf a 20-minute heat. In the priority heat, we just got 90 seconds counting down, and Jack Robinson setting the bar so far in competition at this year's Hurley Pro Sunset. Yeah, he really went above and beyond and, you know, put up those big, excellent scores. You know, 1:13. He's pretty well off. The big combination situation. But like you said, Jadson Andre, 1:05 to go. He'll have priority over the whole lineup. Yeah. And, you know, he'll be looking to open his campaign with a meaningful score. That's right. Yep, that would be the smart strategy at this point. Conditions are still pristine. The east-northeast trades have come through and cleaned up Sunset. The more northerly element of the swell has provided us for better wave conditions, just better shapes overall of the wave. And here we go, a last-ditch effort, and just the ride in for Callum Robson. Yeah, he surfed well, you know, had some big hacks. You know, it wasn't for lack of good effort. He put his best foot forward, and unfortunately, he just came up against the tiger of today, Jacko Robinson. Oh yeah, the tiger's got his claws out, big fangs and stuff, and he's already taken down one competitor, and we're going to see him continue surf through this event. A brilliant performance by Jack Robinson, and look at the numbers, 9.17, 8.5. More from the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido, on the way just right after this.
One Ocean is an initiative led by the WSL to inspire our global surf community to protect and conserve our One Ocean. This year, we're partnered with Shiseido and we're working with local organisations in communities around the world where we hold our championship tour events.
All big changes start with just a single step, and I believe in the power of coming together and working together to create positive change.
Help us preserve the future of our sport. Go to weareoneocean.org.
What an afternoon. It's been here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido, and looks like Jadson Andre is finally on his opening ride as we hit the 18-minute mark of a 40-minute matchup. Jaddy going off the bottom and off the top, incomplete on that last blowtail as he was just kicking his way out the back, trying to come back in this heat against Federico Moraes. What a day on the North Shore of Oahu. In that community, you can see just off the beach there, a lot of legendary surfers, shapers, all come to play here in the ocean every single day. Looking at the new heat just getting started. Imai Kalani DeVault in motion as he takes on Kanoa Igarashi. The rookie is inspired from turning in the highest number performance yesterday. Couldn't hang on to that last layback carve, but definitely fired up coming into day 2 of competition row.
Yeah, Ima, Kanoa, both of these guys just such standouts in the opening rounds of competition. It's cool to see the rookies start to open up now, Joe. I think Pap was a fast learning curve, a disappointing result for Ima, and he's turning things around.
Imai was a wild card at Pipe before and produced huge numbers, almost getting a 10 against Medina a couple of years back. So I think he had a lot that he was hoping to show at the first event of his true rookie debut. Imai from the island of Maui, just the second male surfer to qualify for the championship tour. And we still miss Dusty Payne. Dusty, hope you're doing great. One of the most exciting surfers in the world, has been through some injuries, but he's surfing now at 100% based on the clips I've been watching. Imai taking on Kanoa. Obviously, he's got his hands full with a veteran. Kanoa, a top 10 type surfer who's won major events. And he's very focused. One of the most professional athletes we have on tour as far as managing his time to himself, treating himself like a true athlete, doing everything he can in the offseason to be better than the previous year.
Yeah, he's definitely just stepped into this role. I mean, we've seen him grow up on the championship tour, as well as all the junior events that he featured in as a young grommet, and now seeing him really fill that role of one of those elite athletes and the way that he composes himself.
With now 15:50 on the clock in the priority heat, Federico Moraes and Jadson Andre. Moraes had an incredible rookie season, making a couple of big finals. He finaled in the famous Felipe Toledo win, where Freddie got past a ton of world champs that were on his side of the draw, which included John Florence, Adriano de Souza, Gabriel Medina. It was one of the best days of his career. Since then, we saw him fall off the tour, re-qualify. The thing that was cool about Sunset getting the upgrade to a championship tour event was Freddie never had a problem with it. Even when he hadn't competed here before, just all the waves he surfs in Portugal, he knew he'd be well prepared for this big open ocean wave.
It's interesting assessing the demeanor of the people that have experience out at Sunset. They hold themselves with a lot of confidence. Chatting to them in the post-heat interviews, they're quick to bring up how comfortable they feel out here.
So winner of the heat with Federico and Jadson will move on into the last heat of the round of 16. So the round of 16 is almost already set. First heat will be Kai Ubeli, Kolohe Andino, followed by a Jordy Smith-Zeke Lau matchup.
Wow.
Which will be a lot of power, a lot of water moving. Baron Mamiya, the wild card, still on the loose. He's got a matchup with David Silva. Well, unfortunately, #1 in the world got caught up with that interference, losing to Matthew McGillivray. Kelly Slater's with Laura Ennever.
Kelly, interesting situation. Not the way you wanted to start the heat, but tell us a bit about it.
Yeah, just one more reason I love Sunset. Well, John and Jake had caught waves, and they were in, so I was like, okay, I'm kind of free. I'm on the peak. I can get a wave, and I was in the spot, and I caught it, and then I saw John paddling down the line, and I didn't know his situation, so I didn't know if he needed a wave or anything like that. And I was just thinking, like, he's pretty far down the line, like I'm already riding. I think that's kind of what happened with Owen yesterday with Billy, but by the time I had kind of committed to my bottom turn, I was like, oh shoot, I'm like under John's line. And then I was just like trying to work out in my head, like all the scenarios. I'm like, I don't think we can cross, but like I'm going to cross over and the whitewater's going to cover my line way before he gets up. I was thinking all that stuff, you know, so he wasn't like technically up and riding yet when he crossed my line. So I didn't know. And then, you know, part of me was thinking if I jump off in this whitewater right before I get to him, like either my board can be there where he can hit it when he paddles, or I'm going to get totally cleaned up and washed in. So I just like made the wrong choice really. And then, yeah, Matt had a 9. I don't know if, I think Matt maybe already had his 9 at that point, and a 2 or something. So I was, with that, I'm straight out of the heat, so it was over before it started.
Yeah, and I mean, that's never actually happened yet in competition. I think a non-priority interference on a priority heat. So I mean, you're the first. But get
I came up with it. I should probably like work all the problems out, you know.
But nonetheless, you've had a first. You know, you've had this result.
Yeah.
You know, it can be a throwaway still going into Portugal. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, it's all good. It's just, you know, there's highs and lows on this tour, and I had the highest high last week, and you know, I narrowly escaped the elimination round yesterday. I mean, I really haven't put in any of a performance out here. Look, I obviously don't love Sunset. I don't like the wave. I don't like the crowd out here. Everyone's on a 10-foot board. I don't put the time in. I don't respect the wave, and it doesn't respect me back. So unless I change, it's not going to change. But yeah, I was just, you know, I went out with a game plan. I thought I'm going to either, two things. I was either going to come in and get the smaller ones, which it felt like they weren't going to score that well, or I was going to go deep on the point, and I saw a couple good left barrels. So I was actually going to try get barreled outside. So I sat deeper than those guys. I didn't want to sit with them when the sets were coming because they were going to get the pick of the litter. And I was never able to get one of those. And then next thing you know, that situation played out. So, you know, my bad. I don't think that I affected John's wave in any way. From having looked at it, I don't think he got up until he passed me, but the rule is the rule, and, you know, we got to play by him.
Oh, the highs and lows. Thanks for keeping it exciting, and good luck in Portugal.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Laura. A deep interview with Kelly Slater, talking about a lot of things that happened in that moment, and especially kind of touching on the true relationship that you have with waves and the ocean, you know, and, you know, Pipeline's probably down the beach saying, come on, Kelly, I'm waiting for you, you know, and for Sunset, it's been that weird, interesting up and down roller coaster ride for Kelly. Well, he'll have a good heat, and then the next heat, something will change in the early years, and just never seems to quick into that rhythm, and then getting an interference, that was just impossible to come back from, since Maddie already did have that 9 and that 2 Ranger to already take out, you know, #1 in the world.
There is a lot to unpack from all of that, because that was, you know, a really important wave for John too. Obviously, Kelly touching on that, maybe he didn't impede his scoring potential, but yeah, in the heat of the moment for John, looking at that wave, who knows what's going on. So
we'll get back to that in a moment with Jadson. Well, he'll just straighten out here. So interesting. Jaddy only had the 5 before that, and now he's going to ride this one through. He'll try to reposition for his second effort against Federico Moraes. And Kelly is still in yellow. Seth Moniz now #2 in the world. We're looking at him to chase that yellow jersey. If he makes it into the quarterfinals, we'd see Seth take that jersey. We'll keep you posted on all the scenarios. Caio Belli still involved, and even Barama Mia at this stage would have an outside shot. As we catch up with more live action here, Imai is going to be up and out.
yeah, interesting wave choice there for Imai. I don't know if he's trying to reposition or what's going as Kanoa Garashi. Small scores on the non-priority heat. Jadson Andre, I wonder if he's going to do a board change. That was also interesting, the way that he took off and barely boarded in.
So Jaddy now will head back out to the lineup. He's saved himself and his career so many times at Sunset Beach. You know, oftentimes it was the last event for qualification, and Jadson had everything on the line on this wave, and he'd produce year after year. Definitely a warrior when it comes to competing on tour. Rookie season back in 2010. He's seen a lot in his time.
The energy and the passion just oozes out of Jadson Andre. I mean, a different situation here, not surfing for his career in the qualifying sense, but now that it's got the heft of a championship tour, let's see how he kind of attacks this location.
So Jaddy 0.7 on the last wave, needs a 4.31. supports a lot of people in his family with every result that he gets on tour. So it's never been just about himself. He's always thinking about his family back home and how he can make their life better. And sometimes that's added quite a bit of pressure to his performances. And he's had certain dreams. He still has one dream of winning the event in Tahiti one day. Calls that his favorite location on tour. We always remember he won as a rookie in Brazil, but he's always focused on winning in Tahiti. He also mentions Huntington Beach as a place he's always seen himself on the podium. You love his motivation, where his goals are set, and in this point of his career, now in the 30-plus club, doesn't show any signs of slowing down.
Yeah, that's an interesting, I mean, Tahiti, US Open, 2 different locations, but, you know, back to a point that Barton Lynch made earlier, sometimes when you don't have the luxuries that some of the other athletes are afforded with big sponsorship, I mean, Jaddy having to provide for his family, this means so much more to him with these every heat win, he's putting food on the plate.
Kanoa Igarashi has that big top turn swoop. His rail gets caught at the top, so he'll be incomplete, which is actually incredibly rare for Kanoa to fall. His maneuvers are, it seems so planned out. What'd you see there, Ro?
Yeah, that was interesting, just catching that rail there. Here's the replay. His boards were looking so good yesterday, just so confident on that rail. You see him just kind of dig in on that little rib up the face. He tries to rectify and grab that rail, but yeah, he goes down. That's really uncharacteristic from Kanoa.
Oftentimes he just controls his start, has maneuvers he knows he can rely on, that will be scored heavily. We saw that change in his career with big results on the CT level, getting a good partnership with Sharp Ice Surfboards. Saw him make the finals day at Jeffreys Bay. Saw him take a huge win at Karamas over Jeremy Flores as well.
Yeah, he's got a decorated career so early on. I mean, for your rookie season to make the final at Pipeline, he's got a lot of confidence coming in to the championship tour this season. Not making the final 5 last year, I think that's going to fire him up for this season.
So now looking 6:30 on the clock in the priority heat. Let's now hear from the winner of the last heat, Jack Robinson, is with Laura Henniver.
Yes, guys, Jack Robinson, the highest heat total of the event now, a 9 and 8.5. Wow, you just really look at home at Sunset.
Yeah, I was just trying to put myself on the best waves, and yeah, also just being in the moment out there. It's always a lot going on, so especially when there's another heat in the water too. There's people everywhere and waves coming in, so yeah, just try and take it wave by wave at the moment.
And talk about your equipment. You looked so connected, and we know that that's a big thing with you. You love being connected to everything. What are you riding, and how are you feeling on it?
Yeah, Eric Arakawa, this one, it's 6.6, and yeah, I let him do his thing here, and yeah, just try and guess connect with everything else around that's going on. So yeah, it's just feeling confident out there is one of the main things. Especially, you know, don't want to be doubting anything. So yeah, feel good.
And heading into this afternoon, round of 16, same strategy?
Yeah, I'm not really thinking about anything. Before, I was trying to just stay clear and not worry, but yeah, there's a lot going on, just wave by wave.
Amazing. Clear, calm, and in control. Good luck, Jack. We'll let you go get some rest, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you. Yeah, Laura.
Thanks so much, Laura. That was amazing. Nice catch up with Jack Robinson, who stays very calm. How interesting was it, Rosie, in Mexico, where Jack just wouldn't let anybody change his facial posture. No matter how well he surfed, no matter how many 8s or 9s he got, he just wasn't flinching. And he had a very calm delivery in his voice. Once he gets that game face on, he can't budge. Meanwhile, there is that huge effort from Kanoa Igarashi during the interview.
Yeah, just rectifying some of the mistakes that we saw in on earlier waves. A smaller wave from Kanoa, I think that's just one to get those nerves and that energy out. Get that feeling of getting that board on rail.
Yeah, you just want that feeling real quick. You caught a rail and you just want to grease one real perfect. Kanoa Igarashi has a lot of maneuvers he can rely on. He's got this little fin ditch he can do in performance waves, like at a lowers or a Karamas, that I feel like he can do on demand. You saw how much it meant to him, last year, competing in the Olympics, getting silver, and all the attention that was on him in Japan, and seeing how big his profile is in that country, and just really an all-star talent that I think has more goals for himself than people realize.
Definitely. He's got a huge appetite to win. He's got these goals that he sets out before each season. And it's cool to see him kind of get more calculated as he gets on with his career.
Strider Wasilewski, Kanoa Igarashi back with Tommy Whitaker again this year.
Yeah, we're hanging out with Wits out here. They had a good conversation on the paddle back out. He said you're just too amped. You're like leaning over that rail a little too much, and we saw him dig that rail in, falling over, uncharacteristic. So he's just told him to take a breath, sit back a bit, and then go to work and on the natural stuff that he knows how to do.
That's a great read for a coach that's seen a lot and done well himself. He's seen Kanoa surf so many days where he knows he wants it so bad. I actually got to tell him to lighten up just a little bit so he's not over surfing sections. Kanoa 377 on that last recovery wave as we're setting up the round of 16 once again. Some big names gone. John Florence, who saw that coming, losing to rookie Jake Marshall. Jake was stellar in that performance. And so Jake will have Connor O'Leary in the round of 16. And you got to say Connor was probably the underdog against Griffin with all Colapinto's accomplished on this wave.
That's what I was going to say. I mean, we have seen so many upsets today. Kanoa Igarashi coming up against Ima, not going to slow down for the rookie as we see Jaddy surfing for that 4-point range.
Finally into the open face, snap, holding that bottom turn. Great connection off the lip. He's feeling it. Throwing some arms to the sky, and we know how you feel, Jaddy. We loved it. 5 already. That's a solid second scoring ride. Only needed a 4-3-1. Are we getting the lead change?
Well, Strider's putting up the fist out there in the lineup towards Jaddy. You see that heart that he wears just so well. We'll see what he gets done on that wave. So it is a 4.31 that's required for Jaddy. And here goes Frederico to answer back. I mean, both of these guys, Frederico, Jaddy, they seem to only be starting to get their campaign started. Small line of scores for both of them. 5 ranges for both is kind of the high mark.
Frederico Moraes is Mr. Consistent when it comes to big open ocean waves like this. He has very reliable maneuvers that he goes to. And then there's the happy, energetic Jadson Andre, who just can't sit still. It's a pretty big contrast when you really look at goofy versus regular and the hyperactive Jadson Andre. How about this one again?
Yeah, Jaddy just using that energy to bounce through that whitewater section, brings it around, touches that rail for a moment. That's where he gets more vertical, gets that air underneath the board. He claims it. But I think the dangerous thing for Jadson is the wave that Freddie gets behind, because Freddie's looking to improve on the 3.63. So Jadson had a lot of downtime on this wave. Here he makes a big impact, goes fins free, manages to keep his composure and kicks out. So this wave right here is really important for Frederico. Let's see if he can improve on that 3.63. Nice swoop to begin with, a lot of foam on that face. Big turn off the top. He gets more critical on that. So does that improve his 3.63? Because that'll change the need for Jaddy Andre.
Yeah, I think he does improve. Jadson Andre, now the score is drifting in a 6.33. He did take the lead. So Freddie needs at least a 5.67 to get the lead right back. 20 seconds.
Oh, look at the paddle back outlets. This score is so important. I think it's going to be really close, Joe.
And they've got to paddle this out to the finish to see who will get priority just in case there is a shot. Last of Frederico, a 4.6. Not enough. Stays in second. Jadson still in first, and he will see the clock run out. Moraes, a runner-up in this event in the past at the QS level, has just been knocked out in the round of 32 by Jadson Andre. What a big win for Jaddy, moving on to the round of 16 to surf in the last heat of the day. We'll open up the round of 16 coming up next with Kaio and Kolohe. We'll be right back. Welcome back. You're watching the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido as we take a look at where we are in the world. We're in the Hawaiian Islands. You can see the 8 main Hawaiian Islands there. And we're on the island of Oahu. Got the capital of Honolulu in town, Waikiki on the south shore. Got to take that drive out to the north shore to find a place called Sunset Beach. Past Haleiwa Town. You can go over the bridge if you want. And then get all the way down here to check out Val's Reef, the Inside Bowl, the West Peak, and see one of the greatest waves in the world.
Yeah, this is a huge playing field for Sunset Beach, and as we pull back out, you can tell that reef and how this place kind of sucks in all that energy. The northwest swell is what you're looking for. It's ideal out here at sunset. Those 2 channels that have come into play, been like a river the last couple days with all the swell that we've seen, but they're deep open ocean, and then the swell starts to find that shallower water, and that's where it makes an impact. And Sunset is so unique. It's I would say one of 2 open ocean waves that we have on the championship tour. Sunset Beach, Margaret River, a lot of similarities.
It's so true, and you could see those channels that were defined with fresh water coming off the mountains for so many years, like helping create this amazing wave. Kanoa Igarashi snapped to slide, kind of had to keep that railing gear. Big vertical re-entry for a 2-turn combination. And now here comes Imai in the same heat, a classic frontside carve for Imai. And on his heels, a little bit hung up there, will fall on the finishing move.
I see a lot of similarities in both Imai and Kanoa's game, and you're seeing a bit more urgency from Kanoa in this heat, the way that he's approaching every section.
Yeah, you felt like Imai really wanted to put his authority on that last section and just got a little off balance going for broke there. And it's fun to see a pretty substantial rookie class, isn't it, Rosie? There's so many different types of surfers that have qualified this year. Kaio, a former Rookie of the Year, achieved that back in 2016. Took out John twice in Florence's first world title run. And that made a huge name for himself. It was kind of like what Jake Marshall was going through. And had Kelly at Pipe, went down, regrouped, beat John at Sunset. Those are big rookie opportunities.
Yeah, the rookie class this season is so much fun to watch. Jaddy, all hot.
Everyone loves Jaddy.
He's been here since early this morning too. I mean, he's one of the guys that really sets up camp on the contest sites and watches every heat.
Really cool to see where he's gone in his career, just with a big win over Federico Moraes, and we're into the round of 16. That's why we love this overlapping format. Could accomplish a lot in a short period of time and really maximize the swell window as well.
24 heats on the roster today, Joe.
That's right. During the break, Kolohe got this way.
Oh, beautiful read from Kolohe, pulling into the barrel, comes out of that one. Only seen a handful of barrels out here at Sunset in this event. Brings it around for that rebounding cutback.
I know Kolohe's probably been a bit busy being a dad these days, but you've seen him run around back. Oh, well, wait, we got more waves here. Imai just up and out. Yeah, has Kolohe been kind of seen at lowers quite a bit?
You know what? I think Kolohe's had so many things on the go. I mean, he had his Reckless Isolation tour that he went on with, you know, Griffin and all the boys. They went all over the States and just introduced that movie. That was so much fun to watch. So he's had a bit on. Yeah, the baby girl. He's got. He's a new dad, and Joe, you and I both know that being a parent is it's a lot of work.
It's rewarding but challenging.
It's challenging.
It's like Sunset Beach.
It is.
At the best of times. So we've got Kolohe, who's in a great part of his life, signing obviously with new sponsors as well. And like you said, that movie he released, I think a lot of people voted Movie of the Year for what he accomplished with his best friends and went to surf perfect waves. And I think the cool part was, you know how competitive Kolohe is. He lives for the jersey. And to see him in these free surf parts with his best friends, it just takes you into this simple place of pure joy and love for riding waves.
Yeah, that was so much fun, just getting to see behind the curtain and watching those relationships, and it's still so competitive between those guys, even when they're free surfing.
Last heat was won by Jadson Andre, and he's hanging out with Laura Enever.
Yes, I'm down with a very elated Jadson Andre. Wow, you waited with priority forever at the end of that heat, waiting for that mid 4-point ride, and how'd it feel to get it on that wave?
Yeah, I mean, it always gonna gonna feel good when you got the wave in the end. When you need, and you got the wave, and you get the score. Probably that's the best feeling for a surfer. When you compete, you know this feeling for sure. So yeah, I mean, just as I said in what I've been saying in the very beginning, like sit on the back, breathe, take your time, and make sure you make the right decisions. And I sat there forever, and right in the end, I got the wave that I need. And don't even ask me how I make that last turn. I don't even know how I made that thing, but I knew the only way I would win my heat if I land that thing. So thank God I did, and I'm stoked.
Yeah, and as we know as competitors, it goes either way so many different times, you know, such close heats, someone else gets the score at the end. So stoked it's you, but yeah, the way you held on to that turn was amazing. What are you riding today?
I mean, same one, 4 years old. Tokoro has been helping me so much, and same board that I rode yesterday, 6.7, and it feels amazing. I mean, when you compete 4 years in a row with the same board, means it's a really good board.
Well, go hide that board. You're into the round of 16. Go rest, and we'll see you later this afternoon.
All right, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Laura Jadson, saving a 4-year-old surfboard during the interview. Caio Ibelli found this wave. Big carb to start, and this thing is going to open up wide. Ibelli gets the exit. Tried to avoid taking out the caddies on the shoulder there.
Watch this from Caio. He's been such a showman throughout this event. Tucks under this barrel. This West Peak just producing the goods for Caio. Clean exit on that one. And right here, almost snapping the Achilles heels of, I think it's Mike Parsons, and I don't know who else was deep on that one, but narrowly avoids danger.
Oh, that's right. You could sneak up on the caddies real quick. I heard the announcers going on upstairs. The caddies move out of the way. Caio is happy to get that clean vision. A guy that loves to get barreled. I've asked him about that in the past. I remember a contest in Hainan Island. He won over Mitch Cruz. It was tiny that day, but if it got hollow, he was pulling in. He just said, I love getting barreled, loves the feeling, and I'm sure any opportunity at Sunset, he's going to be packing it.
Yeah, such a grom. And Caio, he's got so much support here on the beach. As soon as he comes in, he's obviously spent a lot of time in Hawaii, but different feeling for Caio coming in as an injury replacement. You can tell, like, every single heat that he's going in, there's so much passion, and it matters to him so much.
It's so true, and it's such an interesting mindset shift. You know, when he's going through the emotional roller coaster of where his career may or may not go in surfing. He already has other businesses on the side. You know, he was going, okay, well, I guess I'm sitting this one out. You start probably contemplating if you'll ever come back. And then with Gabriel's announcement, everything changed for Caio. And it makes it interesting because those two have had quite a rivalry, and it was Gabriel's decision to wait that gave Caio this stage to perform. And he's still enjoying his best start to date of his career.
Well, I mean, he's won, he's a world junior champ, former world junior champ. He's had a lot, he's made a couple finals, he's done so well in his career, but I feel like he's doing his best surfing right now. And it's this freed up Caio that has really been enjoyable to watch and get behind.
And also getting support from Rusty Priesendorfer, one of the best shapers of all time. And what a great addition to his team with all the knowledge that he has. You ask a lot of shapers who their heroes are, and they often add Rusty to that list. As we look at Caio going off the top with a frontside top turn, and he'll try to spring into that lip line. Tell he's surfing with a ton of energy off of that 8-point ride from the tube. An 8 and a 1 so far in the non-priority heat with Kolohe and Dino. He's almost giving us that energy that he's the priority heat. He's getting so many good rides right now.
Yeah, he's got such a good read at the moment and such a good heat on paper. I mean, Kolohe and Dino, he's finished runner-up here at Sunset, so he knows this wave so well. But Caio, he's just got this red-hot hand at the moment, and he's just working this lineup so well.
Let's take another look, Ro.
Yeah, deep on the peak, and this is just after dropping in, I think, that 8.0. Brings it around, beautiful carve, smaller inside wave. Just gets bucked off the Bronco there.
So the priority heat's down to 9 minutes. That features Kanoa Garashi and a rookie named Imai Kalani DeVault. Works closely with his coach Pedro, and he got a bunch of boards that they just worked out perfectly with KT, and got his boards all dialed for Sunset Beach. He's happy with his equipment. And he's looking at a great year on tour. First goal, make that midseason cut. So you're not only surfing for a spot in the WSL Finals, but you're also going to be back on tour for the start of 2023. So that's a big format update. Not only are you surviving for the back end of the season, but you know that you won't have to worry about bouncing to Challenger Series events to keep your spot. You can focus on one tour for the rest of the season. And the surfers deserve that at the high level, not to be changing flights and chasing points. You know, I remember Brett Simpson, who was in the booth earlier today. He was surfing almost 20 events a year towards his last couple of years, just managing his points and surfing through a lot of injuries. Rolling in is Imai. He will lay down a wild turn and bounce out the back quickly.
Yeah, that was going to be a cool look at a good turn from Imai. But yeah, so true, just to streamline that focus. But the scary thing with that mid-year cut, you don't get much time. And Imai, I don't think a lot of people know this, but in the free surf in the lead up to day one of the pipe contest, he injured his elbow. I saw him at the medics getting attended to. So, you know, he was kind of struggling with something heading into that event. But yeah, it's cool to see the way that he's turned it around here, and let's see what he does. I mean, it's a big heat against Kanoa and a big ask.
Setting this one up is San Clemente's Kolohe Andino. Clean wrapping turn, beautiful fundamentals that he learned from his father, Dino. Big blast there again. Really enjoyed his surfing yesterday. Real powerful surfing, big gouges off the top. He obviously is known for a lot of high performance, but his dad always joked, he said, well, I didn't teach him that. We're talking airs and everything else. He was like, just wanted to make sure that his fundamentals were perfect. He had a perfect cutback by the time he was 7 years old.
Yeah, and a fun bottom turn too. I think Kolohe, those foundations of surfing, they never go out of fashion. It's so beautiful to watch someone arc through their turns and really rely on the rail. You know, answering back now, because the Kaio with that 8-point ride, you've got to think about what's going through Kolohe's mind, thinking about how he can regain control of the heat when Kaio has that high number.
See that quick whip from Andino again. Utilizing that space well with that rail work.
Yeah, so fun to see the way that he mixes it up too. He knows that that variety is going to be so key when you've got that long stretched out wall in front of you.
So Kolohe Andino getting back into rhythm with this heat. Feeling good after that 3-turn combo. He had the 483 a while ago, so it probably felt good just to get another wave since Kaio's had that 8-point ride in the tube. Andino now almost reaching a decade on tour. Qualified, he was still 17, just turned 18, and he had to learn a lot on the fly. You look at vision of Kolohe's rookie year, it looks like a little kid. He looks like a kid who just qualified super young, a phenom of talent. Now he's built with so much strength, loves his training time. As we'll now catch up with the priority heat. Big blast there for Igarashi. Hard off the bottom, there's a clean wrap, 2 different turns. And he'll hop out of there. It looks like he'll get rid of that 377 and increase his lead at the 5-minute mark.
Yeah, definitely, Joe. That was a way better way from Kanoa. You know, comboing up those 2 maneuvers, that can pay. The judges really like to see you do that. Let's watch these 2 strong turns. Coming from behind you on the section, timing out this bottom turn perfectly, really just laying into that one. A lot of spray, a lot of water to space, waiting on that bottom turn again, hucking it around, and then kicking out. So he's going to add to that scoreline and start building a better lead.
And now rolling in with Kaio, non-priority heat. Still underway, jamming that first vertical. Solid effort there. Nice sweep under the lip, and something grabbed his back foot. Just took it right off.
I was enjoying that wave so much. Did not see that coming.
And I suppose the wave was about to go right into the channel, so he probably didn't miss too much. I think you always want to kick out with control. Just feels good, looks good. But already laying down 2 big turns. He still is carrying a 317, so could see that improvement there.
Yeah, that the way that he attacked that lip so vertically, that deep bottom turn goes past 12 o'clock on the approach. Watch this.
And quickly stepping off. We obviously have to be aware of priority. We saw the big interference today with Kelly, also yesterday with Owen Wright. And just a little bit behind is Kanoa Igarashi, forced to kick out. Kanoa's last wave was a 5.77. That was his best of the heat. So he did improve over Imai. Kolohe's previous wave of 5.67. His best so far, but still needs a 5.51 since Kaio has that 8-point ride.
Yeah, Kaio still waiting on that other score, right, Joe?
Kaio looking to improve on a 3.17. Judges will also throw the last of Kanoa, where he just went down the line. Busy day for the panel, overlapping heats and a pumping swell. A lot of things to consider throughout the day.
Yeah, they've got a bit on at the moment. And just looking at this lineup for chatting to Jake Marshall after his heat with John Florence, just noting that these conditions, I mean, they're getting super clean. That sun's out. We are having, you know, every now and then there's a little bit of a puff up of the side offshore wind, but it does look super groomed out there.
Yeah, it's so interesting how it can change, you know, by the hour, by the heat out here. Sun's out. The sun typically ends up cleaning things up in the morning for us. Sometimes you start with a bit of turbulence in the morning in Hawaii and the sun pops up and it feels like everything starts getting better. Surface starts cleaning up. We had some wild sets on dark. And just seeing the sets just ease a little bit in size has made the high performance act really exciting at sunset today.
Yeah, it's definitely settled into itself.
Down to the 2-minute mark for Imai Kalani Duvall. Has priority, needs the best wave of the heat, which would be a 6.61 against Kanoa.
This heat is still so obtainable for Imai. I mean, the time is not on his side, but there's still that opportunity and that hope. He's got that priority. 1 minute 40 seconds.
Wearing the number 22 is his jersey number, formerly Kolohe's number. Kolohe made the change to 24 to honor Kobe. As we look at a beautiful lineup, they call it a big playing field for a reason. Some surfers choose to sit towards the end bowl and get that chip in to light up a big section. Some like to sit a bit deeper and get a longer ride and come into that section with a ton of speed. Down to the final minute for Imai to hopefully get a spot in the round of 16 to feel safer for qualification after the midseason cut. Decision time now for Imai. You can see the different positions where waves are breaking, but it kind of takes a lot to really move off your point on a day like today. It's not like you just take a few paddles and you're on the other section to take off. There's quite a room in between those zones.
Let's see if Imai's going to get an opportunity here. Here we see him scratching over that wave. Does he identify something on the horizon?
And now down to 15 seconds. Imai, who made the 8:05 post show yesterday for one of the best waves of the day, is trying to use this wave to make his comeback. Starts with a carve, needs a 6.61. Fades it in the pocket again, but this face isn't giving him too much to work with. And that's going to shut down maybe a little bit sooner than you'd hope for.
Yeah, that's a tricky one, Joe. I mean, when you look at the context of the heat and the scale, and Kanoa with the high mark of the 5.77, Imai searching for that 6.61. Just don't think it had it in it.
Kanoa Garashi 5.77, 5.27. Last of Imai Kalani Duvall comes in at a 4.2. So he improved on that low score just a bit, but not enough. The rookie gets knocked out. Kanoa moves on into the round of 16 to take on Jadson Andre later on today. Back with more right after this. You're watching the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido, the second stop of the season. We saw Kelly Slater and Moana Jones-Wong win the first stop at Pipeline, an event we will never forget, setting up an exciting season on tour for the World Surf League Championship Tour. This is where the world titles are decided, and that's been a goal for Jordy Smith since day one, representing Durban, South Africa, taking on a local boy named Ezekiel Lau, who has re-qualified for the tour courtesy of a huge win that he had in Portugal in the Challenger Series. Excited for a battle with two powerhouses, Zeke versus Jordy. How do you make a decision there, Rosie?
Two of them so successful at Sunset, but chatting to Jordy, he's in a good place at the moment. Zeke this morning in his post-season interview was so stone-faced. I mean, he doesn't see anyone at the moment. He's just the Terminator.
It's really interesting with Zeke Lau, you know, going through the competitive effort that it took to win the Ultimate Surfer. He stayed in that place for the entire time he was in Lemoore.
Yeah.
There was all these challenges that he was probably like, what do I have to do today? But he was still like, I have to win. And I feel like that effort of competing in different ways that he'd never done before, and knowing that he couldn't flinch with mics on him at all hours of the day, I feel like he took a lot from that. You know, he knows how to keep that competitive edge, that intimidation factor when he's in the Red Bull athlete zone, and where he couldn't really hide anywhere and like turn it off and just be his natural nice self. He had to be that warrior for the entire time, and he didn't break until he finally won.
Well, he made that decision, and I mean, stepping onto the championship tour again, he knows what it's like to drop off to regain his spot. Thinking about the way that he's made upsets in his career, what he did with John at Bells Beach, and just the fact that he knows how to fluster people and put on this competitive edge.
Yeah, there's a lot of similarities between Jordy and Zeke as well. And speaking of bells, they both love bells, and that was the last time they surfed against each other. It was a semi-final heat at Bells, you know, flashing back to 2017. Zeke Lau getting started. Jordy undefeated against Zeke, as we see an awkward fall as Zeke was looking to get started.
Yeah, Zeke just going through the motions through that cutback, and then on that last one, those fins kind of disengage on a bit of a wind chop. That's never fun. The hit on the ribs, get the wind taken out of you.
Yeah, as soon as you have a game plan to start off with authority and you just have this awkward chop come through at Sunset Beach, happens all the time. Zeke knows that. He's already got his head down, ready for more.
But that's the element that we're playing in. I mean, the ocean really does have the last laugh. I mean, we heard from Kelly Slater earlier, and just the respect that Sunset, you know, the give and take that you have to give the ocean. Zeke obviously wanted to start strong. He's got to readjust after that.
As we saw in the deep stats that were powered by Hydro Flask, the Bells heat, they also had a snapper heat before that. The same year in round 3. Jordy's so good at snapper rocks. There was a few years in the row, only guy that was beating him was Taj Burrow. It was like 2 semis and a final. It was like every time it was Taj taking the win. They had a really fun rivalry at the time. But Jordy often used that event to catapult into Bells and start his world title formula. And for these veterans, usually that becomes your strength. You're going to these same spots year after year. So there's been some changes and some wild cards for the veterans that go, wait, where are we going? Especially last year. There's so many new events that they hadn't had to prepare for in a long time.
Yeah, you do tend to slip into your comfort zone. I mean, us as commentators, we know for the last 7 years, we've been traveling to all the same stops until you get comfortable, you know where you're staying, you know where to go and eat, you know what the wave's going to be like. And now with the change-up of the tour schedule, it's fun to see how the surfers adjust and how they react.
They both had a heat at Pipe together in that opening round, where we saw Zeke get second, Jordy got third. But it really comes down to one-on-one heats to see how they act around each other. Two of the biggest guys on tour. Jordy just maybe an inch taller than Zeke.
But even that heat, Joe, I mean, that was turned on the last decision from Zeke Lau. So there is something in that. I think both of these guys are so aware of their matchups as far back as their most recent one at Pipeline.
Kai Ubeli holds priority against Kolohe and Dino. That is the priority heat that's underway. The overlapping format was tested for the first time in Cloudbreak at Fiji. You're saying Kelly came up with the idea. They did a strike mission to see how it would play out, did some mock heats. I'm sure Rosie would have been like, hey, where was my phone call? I would have been there. And they saw how well it worked. And, you know, more than ever, we've been using it in the last couple of years. We've seen it pipe a lot over the years, but more recently, the last few seasons, you see it work at a lot of different venues. Definitely makes a lot of sense here at Sunset.
Oh, for sure. And even just thinking about our permits, I mean, starting at 8 and having to end at 4, and we're cramming in 24 heats in that amount of time. There's a lot of waves out there, so everyone's getting opportunity. I like it. I think you just fly through the contest, keeps things exciting.
Yeah, we'll be setting up quarterfinals. It's what Kaio and Kolohe are going for right now. Same for Zeke and Jordy as we're into the round of 16. Kaio's had some big moments as well at open ocean style waves like Bells, where he's made the final series. He's done well at Margaret River as well, so he really likes that feel of the power of the ocean. But after you get barreled, sometimes just good things continue to happen. He's in a good position against Andino now. And they've only had one previous meeting. It's at La Gravière, the southwest of France. Kolohe got that win. And Kaio's looking to even it up.
Yeah, you can tell even looking at Kolohe there, just keeping that head on a swivel and looking for a wave. It's been tricky. It seems like that ocean's kind of taking a breath at the moment, Joe. It's kind of settled down a little bit.
As we see a roll in here, setting up that first turn is Zeke Lau. And he'll hop out of there. So Zeke had the 2-3-3 start. And we noticed with Zeke's performance yesterday going from third to first in the final minute, just showed the patience that you need to have at Sunset. It's not a wave that you can just take control and manufacture scores. You've got to let Sunset come to you. Zeke knows that really well.
Especially when you know what you're looking for in this lineup. I mean, you might as well not waste your energy going on something that's not going to produce what you need.
Now looking at 11 on the clock in the priority heat, and rolling in is Kaio Ibeli. Hard off the bottom, going straight up. Beautiful flow off the lip. Driving into a big section. That board will sink, and he'll lose a big two-turn combination.
Yeah, his eyes were down the line, but that was looking like a really fruitful wave for Kaio. Doesn't stick the landing on that second maneuver. Oh, watch him get mowed down by the wave behind before grabbing onto the ski. Beautiful float through that section. Watch as he eyes up this lip line. Oh, just so much spray. Tell that he wasn't as committed with his eye line, not heading down the wave. Beautiful float over there, though. That board looks so good underneath his feet. See him just kind of get hung up there, and he goes over. Surfing with a lot of speed and intent, though, Joey.
He sure is. That little snap float, I love that.
I mean, look at his feet. They kind of narrow. His foot placement gets shifted as he's heading into this next maneuver. He's kind of got to rectify that. But that was also going to be a beautiful turn. He was going to make Kolohe's job a little bit harder had he landed that. I mean, he's looking to drop the 5-1-0.
And the curve of the wave didn't help him out as it started getting a little bit wide on him. Kolohe goes straight. And he'll look to reposition. So that'll take some time off the clock. Kolohe chasing a 7.44. And he's taken 5 waves, still keeping his first 2 at the moment. Let's hear from Kanoa with Laura.
Yes, Kanoa, a heat win into round 16. Tell us a bit about the changing conditions out there. We were just chatting about it. How have you adapted to this afternoon and in and throughout that heat?
Yeah, I mean, we're in Hawaii. We're in the middle of the ocean, and it just picks up everything. And it feels like it kind of had a pulse, like kind of in the last hour or so. And the swell feels like more west or something. I mean, I'm no expert at sunset. Like I barely surf this wave, but from what I kind of figured, like understood, was it felt like it was coming from the channel more, and the waves were so much bumpier. And yeah, I just wanted to find the clean one. I kind of didn't really find it, but it was just one of those heats where you have to make deal with what you have, and I have a lot of respect for Imai, and obviously what he did the other day. He surfed really good. And yeah, you know, I had to buckle in, and I had the waves that I didn't really want, but I surfed it as best as I could.
And a bit of a board switch up today. Tell us a bit about your equipment today.
Yeah, I'm on a 6.6. I wanted to ride a 6.4, but yeah, like I said, when I was in the channel, it was kind of bumpy, and it wasn't as clean as I thought it was from here, from when I was on the beach. And yeah, it was just a small change, and that's what's so fun about Sunset. Is I get to have Tom out there with me, and we kind of just talk, and we kind of just chat like we always do. And it was, he so happens to be right in the water with me, so we just switch boards and change rounds and have fun, and we're just yelling at each other. And he was doing a lot of yelling at me then, but yeah, I yell at him back, and it's fun. It's a really cool atmosphere out there.
Amazing. Well, don't let him yell too hard. Go get relaxed and ready for round of 16. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Laura. That's right. Kanoa's got another heat to surf. That'll be against Jadson Andre at the end of the day for a shot to be in the quarterfinals, which ends up being a keeper result these days. Equal fifth is solid. You've achieved a lot of points. There's still a lot left on the top end. Wins are heavily weighted at 10,000. And for Kaio, he's made about 6 quarter appearances out of 46 events surfed in. That's how challenging it is to make a quarterfinal. And so he's tasting maybe his 7th appearance in that final series of his career.
Yeah, wow, what an achievement to go back to back. There's still 7 minutes remaining. Kaio with the priority.
Kaio also with an outside shot to maybe take the yellow jersey. Big news, Kelly Slater out earlier today against Matthew McGillivray. And you got to, talk about the interference, but also McGillivray, 9-point ride to start. He was absolutely lethal in that heat. It was unfortunate it had to play out that way. But now we'll be talking about yellow jersey scenarios heading into Portugal.
Yeah, that's always fun looking at that the top and who's going to take that leader's jersey. But Matty McGillivray just surfed such a great heat. I mean, you can't, with the priority interference aside, he won that heat.
Frontside carve to start for Ezekiel Lau. Nice clean wrap again, such a steady pace. Now really digging in for a wide open hook. Frontside snap to seal the deal. What a pace and tempo for Zeke Lau. Was never in a rush. If Sunset tells him he's going to throw on a long wrap, he's going to do it. If it allows him to sink that rail in further, he'll react in fine fashion. Best score of the heat so far.
Not a drop of water out of place on that one maneuver there from Zeke. Just such a beautiful approach. Takes his time. You can tell that chatter that Kanoa was talking about. There's a lot of bump at the moment on the face of the wave. As you get to drop in on this little bit of a double up section, it seems to clean up quite nicely and bowl up right here. Beautiful sweep, so much spray. That was a clinic. I mean, technically sound in every single way. I don't think you could see a better turn today, Joe.
That was so well executed. And there's the pace. Real steady, and then really opens up.
Look at the way that he leans on that rail all throughout. I mean, there's no flat spot where he goes to the fins. It's all rail, all control. And I think this is going to be one of those turns that really highlights the day. Watch as he just digs that board in. Huge frame of Ezekiel Lau. A lot of power, core strength, quad strength, all coming into play there. And then jams this maneuver right here just to mix it up a little bit. What do you think, Joe? Where are we going to see the score go?
Oh, I enjoyed every bit of that. And you just see our comparisons already. Jordy had a huge top turn while we were catching up with Kanoa. That earned a 5.07 basically on one huge move. For Zeke to put a seamless effort together and really open up with that huge carve, it's got to be better than that in my mind. I feel like, yeah, we'll see the best score of the heat in a moment. As Zeke Lau's probably paddling out with an idea of what he's getting. His first 2 reactions from the panel, it's going to be excellent. An 8.2 and 8.5, one going just under that excellent range. And he will be in the driver's seat against Jordy Smith. Right there, the score averages out at a 7.9. 2.33 is his low. Jordy with priority. Now needs a 5.17 to answer. These two have met a couple times at Sunset, so we've had those comparisons in the water at this venue. And they've won one apiece over each other, a semifinal in the past. They got to share the lineup. Jordy's always been really solid at this wave at Sunset Beach, even through his Triple Crown rookie days. So hopefully Jordy will be inspired to keep this power showdown going.
Yeah, I think that's what this kind of needs for a kind of matchup like this, where you got 2 favorites coming up against each other head to head. Zeke, I mean, just under excellence there. That was a crazy spread of points from the panel. Jordy knows, that's the high mark. That's the benchmark for this heat. There's no holding back. You can't strategically play this heat anymore.
We've been scoring with weather on Oahu. Remember the last Challenger Series event at Haleiwa?
Yep.
It rained, I think, every single day. It
The
just
wind was out of
raining
control.
and windy, and it was overcast for most of those days. We've had sunshine for a very long time now, and pumping surf. What a winter, and it feels like it's still just getting started.
Is that, I mean, it's La Nina this season essentially, but this is really like, obviously we're coming in later in the season, coming in February. Weather seems to be settled down, but this is kind of unusual.
It is. You know what? There's been floods this time of year, typically, where it's muddy everywhere. Usually it's a very, very rainy time. So it's really interesting. We'll see how long we can keep this sunshine around. But yeah, you're spot on. Usually this time of year, you're a bit more wet. You're seeing a little bit more mud around from the passing showers.
Even sometimes snow on the Big Island.
Gosh, yeah, that actually happened earlier this winter, which is really cool. Up on Mauna Kea. 2 minutes to go. Kaio still in the lead, looking for a shot in the quarterfinals. Rolling in now, Kaio. Big fade to start. We're lighting up a big turn. Mid-face bottom turn and slaps it shut. Did he have enough room to outrun the lip? That thing gobbled him up quickly.
If you're thinking about commitment, Joe, what we just saw displayed from Kaio, you've got to give him points for that. I mean, just getting slapped off that way. But here we go, Zeke on another one.
Zeke Lau looked like he slipped off on that front side wrap. But yeah, Kaio dealing with a lot of heavy water. He's been totally committed. And it's been interesting at this part of his career. I think a lot of surfers go through this as they age. They're looking to push themselves more, and they've ridden a lot of waves in their life, and they want the adrenaline going. You've seen that slab Kaio's been taking part in Brazil. He's been surfing a lot of heavy waves with authority.
Yeah, he's been coming in with just the biggest smile on his face. Watch as this thing just converges on him, just boof, just pushes him off his board, vaporizes him in the white water.
And that'll seem to give Kolohe a little opportunity here. 49 seconds, and Dino trying to move on to the quarterfinals. Nice over the top of that section, deep off the bottom, snapping it off the lip. Smaller wave that didn't have a ton on it. And he was chasing a pretty big score of a 7.44.
Yeah. I mean, you can tell just from the body language of Kolohe, it just hasn't been about the surfing for Kolohe, more about the opportunities that he's needed to find.
And you see the celebration from Kaio, feeling like that should do it. Meanwhile, Jordy Smith in the non-priority heat with Zeke Lau. Just S-ing his way on that wide open face. Keeping that rail engaged. Needs a 5.17 to take Zeke's lead. Goes straight up in that section. Nice, just calm, collected approach from Jordy Smith. And a big congrats to Kaio Ibeli. In fine form in this matchup. Coming in as a wild card at Pipe, doing some damage, making finals day all the way to the semis. Now he's into a quarterfinal appearance here at Sunset Beach. And for Kaio, that's going to mean the world to him. It's like right when you think your career might be changing, it's really just getting started on the top 34 for Kaio.
What a feeling for Kaio, getting these wildcard opportunities and potentially turning it into a full-time spot on the championship tour. Let's watch the rest of his run through this contest, but big congratulations to Kaio.
Exciting times here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido. Zeke and Jordy still have a ton of time, and we'll bring in the wild card named Baron Mamiya as he takes on David Silva coming up next.
here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach.
5 in the morning, 5 minutes counting down.
But if you ride a whitewash, they're not going to take your priority away, are they?
No,
like,
no, no.
You just...
Fins are going.
Yeah! Wow, that was fun.
There we go, take him out. They're giving me knuckles after eating.
I thought I was going to die.
That was psycho, dude. I can't believe the floaty, like, left the lip and went through another bit of lip. Mate,
Listening in to the sounds of Sunset Beach, day 2 here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido. We're into the round of 16, and the non-priority heat in the water, Baron Mamiya versus David Silva. This is Baron Mamiya on his opening wave. Nice turn for the youngster from the North Shore of Oahu. I'm Kuiper Guro, joined by 88 world champ Barton Lynch, to talk you through this afternoon.
Yes, and it's a beautiful afternoon. You can see the winds offshore, quite blustery out there really, and a little bit of north in it. You can see those chops outside of the lineup there, pushing a little bit of water across, but generally speaking, it's cleaned up, it's moderated, settled into itself, and should be a great afternoon of surfing.
Beautiful angle from high up above, illustration of the conditions that we have here, but it always looks a lot easier from the beach here at Sunset BL.
And especially from the drone angle, doesn't it? It looks so clean, so pretty. Then you'll see a shot from the channel and you go, oh my gosh, it looks bumpy, lumpy, and a wild rodeo out there. And it's just like that. This is one of those waves that takes an enormous amount of skill to be able to ride with confidence and assert yourself over it.
Yeah, this is a full suspension wave. You need both rear and front shocks out here at Sunset. And look at a happy Kawi Belly. Let's listen in, because he's earned his place as our first quarter finalist.
Quero ver a foto, tem a foto? Vai me mandar? Vou estar esperando.
And he's just saying he's stoked. Must be. My Portuguese, not so good. I'm working on it. But Kawi Belly, what a story.
Surfing fantastic, so aggressive, so powerful and sharp out of the top. Really made, you know, from yesterday to today, you could see a visible difference in the performance that he's brought. He's really stepped things up.
Hey, man, I mean, to really be real about this conversation, Kawi Belly has the potential of leaving Sunset with the yellow leader's jersey. Wouldn't that be an incredible thing? I mean, he's in the quarterfinals. He came from a semifinals over there at Pipeline event #1. So a lot of math to be done, a lot of surfing to be done yet. Let's pay our attention, Barton, into the heat #2, our priority heat, with Ezekiel Lau on top of Jordy Smith. Ezekiel with that monster score of a 7.9, which is very valuable to the Hawaiian.
Oh, extremely valuable. And the 5.07 and a 4.43, two more or less throwaway scores for Jordy Smith. So 14.5 minutes on the clock. There'd be a reset in your mind going, okay, I haven't even surfed yet. Yeah. Let's just get rid of, let's not even think about what we've got. Let's match that 7.9 with something and then work from there.
And statistically, we look at someone like Ezekiel Lau, as we see him just kind of jumping off that one. Statistically, a very winning surfer here at Sunset. He took out the World Cup in 2013 as well as 2018. He also has won the HIC Pro, which is a regional QS event, in 2011 and 2017. 2011, when his first win here, he was playing hooky, if you would, from school. He was 17 years old, still a senior at Kamehameha. Came over here, didn't show up for class that morning, and went home with the title.
Fantastic. Well, that's better than a day at school, I dare say.
All right, let's hear from Kawi Belly. He's got to be happy.
Kyle Belly, you found out you're getting into Pipe 3 days before the event. You found out you're getting into Sunset 3 days before the event. A semi-final and now a quarter-final. Wow.
Yeah, it's been a good Hawaiian season for me. I'm so grateful. Like, life does this crazy turnarounds, and I'm witnessing this in my life. It's been so many turnarounds, and here I am again. Yeah, 3 days before the event, I was pretty nervous, like something was going to happen with the spot. And now I'm in the quarterfinals. Wow, it feels good.
And talk us through that 8-point ride. Not many of the West Peak barrels coming through, well, no one finding them today. How did you just manufacture that?
Well, the priority heat was like sitting on a lineup like way far back. So I'm like, whoa, I see something here. Like, I spent so much time here in Hawaii and spent so many hours on this lineup, like trying to get better and better. And sometimes the experience and those times pays off. And I'm so grateful, like, oh, I found a sick barrel, it was fun.
And your equipment today, did you change it up from yesterday or this morning?
No, never change. I've been riding a 6.8. It's a little bit bigger than everyone else, but I feel like I have a different approach, and I love this board. I hope like there's waves all the way through, so I don't need to change my equipment.
We hope so too. Kaya, congratulations. We let you go rest up. Enjoy your afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, the story of Kyle Belly, it's just a roller coaster ride throughout for him with professional surfing. And he's persevered throughout all of the challenges. And it's really, it's a touching story for me to see Kyle's success right now. David Silva on a white watery wave, but he slices through that no problem. Loads up off the bottom, and again, through some chunks, keeps it on rail. Let's see if he has the closer. And solid-footed David Silva puts it down.
Beautifully said, so solid on his feet, and we saw that in that first searing carve through a white, watery, lumpy kind of face, and he looks so comfortable on that board. And I suppose to Kyle Belly's point as well about staying with that board, having the consistency, and knowing your board just takes one of those massive elements out of your performance. That was a fantastic turn. Beautiful, powerful driving, sitting on the rail for the exact amount of time into the closeout, projected away from the white water back in there that may have destabilized him. As we look at it on the replay, he throws that board up and projects out towards our left, away from that white water in there, gets the completion, and a fantastic opening ride. Looks so strong, so confident, and you know, just the way you like to start things, really.
Yeah, impeccable timing to clear that whitewater for the finish, getting up there nice and early and getting out into the clean water without getting all caught up. So we'll wait for a score, and it comes through. A 5.83 for David Silva. Early advantage to Silva over Mamiya in the non-priority heat. In the priority heat, Ezekiel Lau is up ahead on Jordy Smith. Jordy Smith with priority, looking for a 5.17.
We've watched Jordy as we see Nat Young getting ready. Another fantastic goofy footer. Got his name after the 1966 world champion, Nat Young. So some history and heritage in the name, and especially in the town, the surf town that he comes from.
Yeah, Santa Cruz.
Santa Cruz.
Really
Reach.
deep in surf history. White watery takeoff and a roll in here. Loading up, and nice lip glide for Smith. And just behind the section there at BL, not able to get in front.
Both Zeke and Jordy have been sort of throwing away their priority, giving it to the other guy, then going and not turning it into anything, giving it back, and it's been sort of to and froing between them without anyone sort of really staking the claim on this heat. So both of them, two of the standouts without question, here at Sunset Beach, and in any big strong right-hander, these guys come straight to mind as two of the favourites. So they know that about each other, and they recognise the challenge that's in front of them, and somehow it feels like that challenge that they perceive it to be is kind of making things almost harder than what it may be if you just concentrated in your own game.
Yeah, and it is a shame that these two Titans come up in the round of 16 so early in the competition, because in a way they're both are favorites in this particular venue with strong Sunset performances in the past. So it is unfortunate. One of them is going to go home. But meanwhile, David Silva just continues his assault, BL.
Straight up into the lip. The power in those bottom turns, the authority in everything that he's doing. A 6.5 for that second ride. So two good scores. The 5.83 on that first one was inhibited by the quality of the wave, and we see this replay of Jordy Smith just sort of kicking out. The first turn was beautiful, and we saw Zeke behind looking at the second one, deciding not to go and deciding that that priority is more valuable than what that wave was going to be.
I like the work that David Silva's doing right now in the non-priority heat, early in the heat, already getting some potentially keeper scores and showing flashes of brilliance.
It's certainly creating that foundation that once the priority is theirs, that he can sit back with and wait for the right sort of waves, because he's done everything he's needed to do, and it's been sort of fast and furious, the start and the surfing on the waves. There's speed and power and flow in everything that this young man's doing.
Priority heat and 5.17 is the need for Jordy Smith at this point in that priority heat. That is an illusion of a number, however. That 5.17 is in regards to Ezekiel Lau still holding on to a 2.33. I'm pretty confident that Zeke Lau, within this final 7 minutes, will improve upon that 2.33.
If he adds 5 points to it, it becomes a 7.33, then you're in a combination situation if you're Jordy. So really the next move, striking next, getting the score, getting yourself into it, matching that 7.9 is so important.
And this is it. Zeke Lau forces his way down the face, and again, that would be a priority error. He's already calling for the ski. He knows that, hey, I took off way too deep on that one. I'm going to have to lose time, come all the way in, hop on the Red Bull jet ski, and get ushered back out.
And he's sure lucky that these Red Bull jet skis are available. Another beautiful top turn, a wild bumpy face, maintains it. Don't necessarily see that improving on the 5.83 if there was nothing before that one turn. Zeke Lau in the bottom of the screen there on the jet ski, heading back out, but that was a real priority mistake from Zeke Lau, wasn't it? And these guys are showing the nerves of the opportunity that presents, and I suppose you'd look at the draw and go, John Florence, out.
Yeah.
Kelly Slater, out.
Yeah.
And the thing opens up for a Zeke Lau or a Jordy Smith. You go, oh my gosh, it's right there.
Yeah.
We could, you know, and that pressure seems like it's actually coming to bear on these guys because they're making a lot of uncharacteristic mistakes.
Yeah, Zeke getting ushered off, and I talked about Sunset being a time bandit, just stealing time off the clock, and clock management, time management being so important out here. All Zeke did was burn 2-3 minutes off the clock and put himself behind Jordy Smith. So tough situation right now.
Yeah, and you can imagine how difficult those decisions are, how critical those decisions are in a time pre-jet ski assist.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
Instead of a 2 or 3 minute mistake, it's a 10-minute mistake, and you make 2 of them and your heat's gone.
Yeah.
And so it was a much more critical, decisive game back then before the jet skis. Now it's allowed this opportunity to have some mistakes as we've been seeing, and we've seen sort of 3 or 4 in a row from both these guys. So plenty of room for an opportunity to succeed with the help of the horsepower.
Yeah, and it is a welcome addition. We're seeing more surfing that way, but it does change the complexity of each of these heats at Sunset.
Yeah, the consequences are not as extreme when you've got that help. And we as spectators, we get to see more surfing.
Yeah.
The surfers take more risks, and so, you know, it's a win-win in that sense.
Okay, 4.5 minutes. Jordy Smith with priority, needing a 5.17. Things have shifted slightly in Jordy Smith's favor at this time, and he could really play the cards where he can get the score and leave almost no time on the clock for Ezekiel Lau to respond.
And for Zeke to put the pressure and really take it to Jordy is an easy assignment as well, isn't it? Drop a 5.
Yeah.
Drop something simple that just adds to that 2-3-3 and puts more pressure on Jordy, because while he doesn't improve on that 2-3-3, which at some point we're going to see him make the strategic decision to go, okay, I've just got to get better than that. It doesn't really matter how much better, as long as it's a little bit better and takes, you know, Jordy's ass from a 5 up to an 8, for example.
For Zeke Lau, it can be just one big turn. So he's just got to get to his feet in this final 4 minutes. Waves coming through here, decision time, positioning time. We talked about Sunset and how important positioning is in this playing field, Bart.
Oh, it's everything, absolutely everything. And we've seen it work to people's advantage. And say, for example, in Kelly Slater's case, the positioning led to an interference from a surfer who wasn't even in the same heat as you. And so there's so many factors that go into your positioning that need to be considered. But primarily, it's about you putting yourself in the right place to get the wave. And that needs to be the primary focus. The rest of it you can kind of get to once you've got that wave and you've put yourself in the right place. But time's ticking away fast, as you said. about the old time bandit, 3 minutes to go, and you know, who would think that after 38 minutes
it would come down to this.
Yeah, and Zeke could still be carrying a 2.
Yeah, and flying up above, you can see the multiple lineups and the multiple peaks here at Sunset Beach. So there is opportunity to get away, but it is a tricky option to contemplate.
Yeah, it comes with consequences, doesn't it? Because all of a sudden it just shifts to where your opponent is. And, you know, obviously Zeke Lau's got second priority. My idea, if I was he, would be to not be sitting near Geordie Smith at this point in time. It would be to get some distance, make sure I can find myself a 5 or something simple, 5 or a 6, something easy. The Geordie's not going to go with the priority at this point in time. But as the time ticks down and we're at the 2-minute mark, it even becomes more likely that Geordie, it's a one-wave equation for both of these guys. And the less time there is, the more it favours Geordie with the priority.
Yeah, this is going to come down to the wire as we hit the 2-minute mark in heat number 2 of the round of 16. Up for grabs, a space in the quarterfinals. Zeke Lau starting to break away now, realizing the consequence of the clock.
Nice move, get some space between he and the priority holder, Geordie Smith. See Barron, Mamiya and David Silver out there too in the mix, wanting anything that the other two don't go. So there's people looking at everything at this point in time, and everything that's in play, everything that comes through has some kind of value to someone at this point in time. And for Zeke, it doesn't need to be 2, it needs to be a 4, it can be anything. And Geordie's not going to go that. So, oh, here he goes though. 1 minute, 15 seconds.
Okay, it's go time for Geordie Smith. Looks like he's identified a wave, kind of making a move. Knows that sets are coming.
Yeah, they're out there. Look at these lines. Have they gone too deep? Is what I wonder.
Yeah.
I feel like that a bit.
It looks to me as if they, and as we come from above, they've placed themselves way up the reef. And this one's going to run away. This first wave of the set's going to run away for sure. Wow.
They're in the repositioning process. If nothing happens and Zeke Lau doesn't improve and holds on for the lead, it almost feels like, you know, that's kind of like the right way for it to go, because he's been in the lead the whole time, but you never know. On the inside, David Silver just back at work, Kaipo.
Yeah, he's just happy to pick these off way away from the rest of the competitors. No harm, no foul on this one. He'll straighten out and get a ski ride back to the peak. Down to 20 seconds, and now Geordie Smith absolutely needs to paddle for a wave. No question.
And fair to say that Zeke won't get one, and if he gets one and Zeke doesn't, and he gets the score and he steals it right in this last 5 seconds, what? Oh, he's paddling. Is there something coming towards them?
There's not enough time. He's going to go down.
It was right there too. There's the wave.
And there's the wave. And let's just pretend we're scoring this one. And I've got a feeling just by the taper of this wave, even though it's not going to count, that would have been enough for Geordie Smith. Unfortunate, but fortunate for Ezekiel Lau, he's into the quarterfinals. We're going to be back with more from the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido. We're in the round of 16.
We Are One Ocean is an initiative led by the WSL to inspire our global surf community to protect and conserve our one ocean. This year, we're partnered with Shiseido, and we're working with local organisations in communities around the world where we hold our championship tour events.
All big changes start with just a single step, and I believe in the power of coming together and working together to create positive change.
Help us preserve the future of our sport. Go to weareoneocean.org.
Go to weareoneocean.org and learn how you can get involved. Baron Mamiya attacking Sunset Beach, now in the priority heat against David Silva, as we return to live action here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido. Nat Young, new heat in the water, versus Seth Moniz, and Nat's going to have to take another lap around, as that wave was a no-go. Let's take a look at the challenge that we have in heat number 4, round the 16. Nat Young versus Seth Moniz. I'm Kuiper Guru, along with 88 world champ Barton Lynch, talk you through all the action we have here.
Yeah, great heat, goofy versus natural, so you've got that contrast, and you can see now from that shot behind there how the ocean has calmed itself down. Those big sets aren't really there so much. We noticed in the non-priority heats that people really aren't getting too many waves, which indicates that there's not a lot of options outside and around the sets. And all of, up until sort of midway through today, the mid-size waves are the ones that people were going, and people were catching the mid-sizes because they were the more controlled ones. Now it's gone to the point where you're looking for the sets and trying to find those bigger ones to get the big scores. Yeah, energy starting to subside. The swell as a whole changing directions, turning maybe a little bit more of the north element, and that's going to change the personality here at Sunset. Absolutely, and we're seeing a few of these insider smaller waves just section and close out on them because they're stretched out along that inside, and they're not coming from outside that gives you a line in. They kind of don't break outside, they hold their energy into the inside and then stretch out. So wave selection, as always, critically important, and Sunset, one of the most confusing waves that exist to surf. This is true, and when we look at the bathymetry of this break, there's kind of like coral fingers that go out to sea. So there's these high spots and low spots, and that creates like steep sections followed by flat sections followed by steep sections. So, I mean, you're really kind of like surfing in improv here. Yeah, and especially on a dying swell and still trying to identify where to be. Not that it's dying, still 6 to 10 feet out there and still plenty of size and energy, but compared to what we've that these guys have had to surf the last couple of days, it's definitely moderating. Yeah. Hey, well, the Hawaiian, he's into the quarterfinals. Zeke Lau will be coming up against Kyle Belly in quarterfinal number 1. Let's hear from Zeke.
Yes, Zeke. Nervous moments. You got that 7.9 quite early in the heat, and you just had to try get that back up the whole heat. Talk about that.
Yeah, it's nerve-wracking. I mean, feels good to start off the heat and get one of those good waves under the priority. And I had the 7, so I knew I was out in the lead. And I was like, okay, all I need is one more. And next thing you know, there's 5 minutes left, and I still have a 2 for a backup. So I was just kind of squeezed in there for a bit. But Jordy didn't really get anything going either towards the end, so I figured it was just hard to pick waves, and I just had to trust it. And just the last 2 minutes was super nerve-wracking.
We call that the time bandit in the booth. It goes very quickly, but you have so much history and so much experience competing here at Sunset. Same with Jordy. So what did you do at the end there?
I just pray to the gods that Sunset loves me enough to not send another wave in the last 2 minutes, especially after I gave up priority. But I just have a special relationship with this wave, and I just trust that.
Yeah, you can feel the energy, you can feel the connection, and we're super excited heading into quarterfinals now. An amazing result for you here.
Yeah, super stoked. Now I can just hopefully get a few waves and do some more hot dogging.
Amazing. Back to you guys.
Yeah, Zeke Lau. You know what, young man, not time to let off the gas yet, because he could have another title right here at Sunset, but we're going to see him in quarterfinal number 1.
He's got big dreams. The world title is his dream. Yeah. So this is just a step along the way, isn't it? It's every heat is a great opportunity, but it's a long year. It's a big picture.
Dropping into this one, Seth Moniz slashing off the top there and handles a lot of the bounce before kicking out into the channel.
How was that bounce? It was like being on a trampoline.
Yeah, there's just still a lot of moving water out here, a lot of different currents, and the bounce is always something here at Sunset Beach. Well, let's look to our championship tour leaderboard. Kelly Slater eliminated from competition, and Seth Moniz, you can see that number 2 position in live rankings. If Seth was able to come out of this heat, he's going to be in that number 1 spot. Meanwhile, Baron Mamiya just hammered a very, very difficult wave to ride. Well done.
Just getting wild with it, wasn't he? Just throwing himself at it and attacking the lip.
So Mamiya trailing David Silva right now. Another look, BL.
Here we go on the replay. Jumps to the feet. Waits, bides his time. Smaller wave. Nice wrap on the first turn. Starts to stand up down the inside. Another beautiful carve out of the top. Clean, pretty into that last radical turn. Just throws it up aggressively. A couple of 4.77s before that. Potentially his best wave of the heat so far. I don't know that it matches the 5.83 or the 6.83, or perhaps, or the 6.5, should I say, of David Silva's bigger waves, beautiful open face. But the surfing performance is definitely there. Perhaps it needs to be on a more attractive wave, but still, look at this carve and power this young man brings, and he's definitely a superstar of the future.
Yeah, and the short-footedness to throw it up there. Yeah. It's just some difficult water to ride through, and comes out complete. So we'll be waiting for that score for Baron Mamiya. David Silva, sneaky good, but he's been paying his dues out here. After his exit in competition at Pipe, he was doing some warm-up sessions. He was doing his workout here at Sunset, broke his leash, lost his board, and got caught in the infamous Cammy's rip and got sucked out to sea. And he had another surfer with a typical Sunset local. I don't know the guy's name, but a guy like on an 8.6 or something, and on a big board, came out there to aid David Silva, as because you know BL as being a resident here, that once you're out past a certain point, it's very difficult to come in.
Yeah, you've just got to start going sideways, almost like sideways and in towards Rocky Point, just to get out of that rip, haven't you, and have some white water wash you in. It's notorious, and you can imagine back in the day before leg ropes and boards, people losing their boards and just floating off out to Kauai.
Never to be seen again.
Never to be seen again. You know, the other thing, and it'd be interesting to ask Strider this, is that I've noticed that as Sunset drops, here we go, up and riding, going straight, that interference situation, he jumps off.
Oh, staying way clear. Smart surfing by Nat Young, because David Silva utilizes his priority, and again, just picking some really good waves out here and performing. Another slash off the top and a hooking turn to finish. Wow. Strider, give us your input on the conditions and what you're seeing out there.
Well, we're seeing some attack mode. There's a lot of just beautiful walls coming in. You know, it seemed like it was dropping a lot. There's a lot less current out here in the channel. You know, on the whole lineup as a general, it looks like it's settled down a bit. But the buoys are still pretty high. I mean, there was like 10 feet at 14, 15 seconds. So I think we're going to see another onslaught of swell coming in here. As we can see right here, we got a surfer taking off. Looks like Baron Mamiya back there. Or no, Seth, sorry. Yeah, there's a big snap in the bowl. I mean, it's just, you know, it's going to keep pumping, but it's a different day out here.
Oh, my. Strider, Seth just went down off of a huge floater at the end section there.
Oh.
Hey,
wow.
Strides, one of the things that I've noticed is that when you think Sunset has dropped and you paddle out there and you go, it's way smaller today, it always surprises you. You always get out there and go, oh my gosh, it's way bigger than I thought. Does it seem like that to you? Because you've been in here, you've seen the monitor, you see what we're seeing, but out there in real life, definitely bigger than what it feels like to us in here.
Well, I think the thing that you don't get from in there is the playing field, how big everything is, how much water is moving, and how much space you have to cover, and where you have to get to, and when the sets are coming where you have to be, and when they're out, you know, when they're not coming, where you have to move back in. When you're paddling hundreds of yards at a time just to position yourself, and that's just radical. You think about that, you're paddling a football field to get from the inside ledge back to the outside peak. That's a long way to go. Here we go, Seth just coming back out into the lineup. He's psyching, getting some words with Reynos right now. He's on a 6'4", he's ready for action.
Thank you, Strider. We're watching a replay of David Silva at this point with a 6.27 for this performance on the replay, BL. So he's extended his lead over Baron Mamiya. We also saw in the replays just a horrible wipeout by Seth Moniz, attempting a dangerous floater on the inside section.
Yeah, it's one of those, it's a potential injury every time you go for those late floaters and the tail drops down, and if your back foot slips off, we know it's happened to me, it's happened to a lot of people where the hamstring, something's got to give in those situations, and ankles go, hamstrings tear off the bone. So that was a really critical situation, but these guys are such incredible athletes who just climb straight back on the board and start paddling back out for more.
That is incredible. Back to David Silva and Baron Mamiya in that matchup. Silva, I wouldn't have put him as my favorite with this matchup against Baron Mamiya, but he has proven me wrong. A 6.5, a 6.27, and now Baron Mamiya with priority is in kind of a desperate situation, needing a 6.9 to turn the heat.
The priority is a great thing to have, and the 7 minutes is enough time to get 2 rides, you would imagine. So here he goes. I think this is him.
All right, this is going to be an important wave. Patiently off the bottom, nice, all the way around, hooking turn off the top. Again, patient and snapping through that section. One more time and can't get the 3rd turn, so the score is going to rely on those 2 turns.
A bigger wave, a set wave. It was good to see him on the set wave. Those other scores were on smaller waves without the priority at that time, and then the 5.87 was not exactly a big set wave as well. So he needs a 6.9. I think it's fair to say he does not get that, in my opinion. The wobbles at the end and the loss of control towards the back end there certainly stole something from it. Let's have a look on the replay. Drives that first turn, beautiful carve. Clean, easy, up into the lip, snaps it. 2 nice turns, and whoa, 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 see there, things just got out of control, and I suppose the first turns actually now on replay appear better than I thought they were first time around. You?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the analysis you can see, and it's always impressive when you see it in slow motion. Of course, the judges will never see this in slow motion. They'll see it from a fixed angle on the replay, but they will allow themselves multiple views before putting a score down for a surfer. So still waiting on that number for Baron Mamiya. 5 minutes, 40 seconds counting down.
It feels like it's going to improve on the 4.77 and replace that. How high it goes is going to determine the long-term outcomes in this heat. Here we go.
Look out for David Silva, however. The deep bottom turn, hooking top turn connection continues for the goofy foot out of Brazil. And again, just able to time everything so well.
And he's had a great heat.
Yeah.
From start to finish, he's constantly been in it. He's got a 5.83, a 4.63 that he's throwing away. He looks fantastic on the waves he's caught, and he's caught good waves. And then you go, but my opponent still only needs a 6.9, and I feel like everything's been going my way. And they're those heats that can just turn right at the end with 5 minutes to go, and all of a sudden you go from just cruising through and feeling like you've had your hands on the win the whole way through, and then somehow at the end it just disappears because you never forced those scores high enough to take it away from Baron Mamiya, and that's how it feels right now to me.
You can say that David Silva's certainly been on the best waves in this heat, so that's been going in his favor. But the pure talent of Baron Mamiya is not to be ignored.
And the beautiful surfing that he's been doing, those backhand vertical tight re-entries just like that one, into the lip. Great surfing from the young Brazilian and the 2 of Hawaii's promising superstars in Baron Mamiya and Seth Moniz out there in the water at the moment, Kaipo. 2 of the front leaders, 2 of those people that we look at and are certain are going to have massive careers.
Here we go, Seth Moniz, long bottom turn, carves it through this section, stalls the bottom turn again, a long rail arc, takes it all the way back around, and that's going to be it for this wave. Seth Moniz looking to better his low of a 3.3.
And the judges taking a long time to digest Baron Mamiya's last ride, which is an indication that it's in their mind, they're considered it close to what he needs or worth that extra deliberation, that extra time to get it right. Perhaps watching a few different replays to make sure they do. 6.9. I didn't feel that it was going to that place straight away personally. Felt like it was below that. But we see a couple of scores dropping, and whoa. One above that.
Yeah, we see some swell as well.
Another above it.
So David Silva is going to surf through this one. Has to skip a section there. Again, trademark backhand hook as he kicks out. Still waiting for the number for Baron Mamiya to set the stage. A 7.03. Mamiya takes the lead over David Silva just like that, Biel.
Wow, I had that feeling that it was one of those heats that he'd done so well, and I don't know that he'd done anything wrong.
Yeah.
But all of a sudden, the scores just hadn't gone high enough, and the door was open, and Baron Mamiya got those 2 nice turns in before the third. Judges loved it, went to a 7.03, got the score he wants, and all of a sudden, with 2.5 minutes on the clock, you've been leading the whole time, all of a sudden you're behind, you need a 6.41. Thinking of the 7.03 in relation to some of those 6 points, say the 6.5, for example. Pretty interesting scoring, and David Silva's got some work to do, and he hasn't got enough time maybe to do what he needs to do.
Yeah, Baron Mamiya, you know, really a momentum shift right at the end of this heat. He had to turn it up when he had a chance. He had to turn it up just at that moment. Such a clutch performance if he does advance out of this heat. He does only have 2 minutes on the clock. He has priority over David Silva, so he should be in control of this finish, BL.
You would think so, wouldn't you? And David Silva's job's to create some space, move away. He's on his way back out. He's still got a bit to paddle, looking for the 6.41 to advance. Can't help but feel for David Silva, because it's been a good heat. He surfed a great heat, and he'd have every right to feel like he should be doing well. But then, you know, you look at the size of that 7.03, and perhaps that's where things went in his favour, Barron's, because of the size of that set wave.
Yeah, Felipe Toledo yelling over at David Silva, getting him fired up, giving him some motivation, some words of encouragement as he paddles out Silva with the white jersey with the number 16 on the back. We're down to just a minute, and Silva's going to have to find something out there. Good news is here comes some opportunity at Sunset in the final minute of Heat 3 in this round of 16.
6.07 and then a 3.17, the last 2 rides of David Silva, Kaipo. So no changes there. Big set washing through.
Yeah, and someone like Baron Mamiya is going to be happy to just take this one on the head just to keep his position on David Silva. He's going to want to play a little bit of defense. Or perhaps I spoke too soon, because he's just going to give it up, put on the offensive hat, and he wants another score. Big hack from Baron Mamiya. Steep section on the inside here. Has to time it right all the way back around for a second hook. And looking to improve upon his 5.87 and seal the deal.
10 seconds to go. Is David Silva, he's up and riding, Kaipo.
Here he goes, big off the top, and big wipe out David Silva, and that's going to be the end for him. The opportunity was there for David Silva, and it is going to be Baron Mamiya, our first quarterfinalist in quarterfinal number 2. Who's he going to meet up against? Is it going to be Seth Moniz, Nat Young? That answer when we return.
Let's go! See, I can break it down like whatever you want. I can break it down like whatever you want. Rat pack, dope sack, bumble and thump. Let me drop a couple lines about X. Rush it to the dirt, this is all about work. Adjust whatever you bump in the proper volume. Houston, 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 we have a problem. I can break it down like whatever you want. Whatever you want. Pause.
Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido. Into the round of 16 and another heat in the water. Heat number 5 has just started. Felipe Toledo versus Ethan Ewing. Priority heat with Seth Moniz and Nat Young. Overlapping heat format all day today. And we got a lot of surfing done, and we got more for you in the future. Kuiper Girl along with Barton Lynch to talk you through all of this action. We just saw Baron Mamiya advance into quarterfinal number 2. Up for grabs, the spot who will be surfing against Baron Mamiya, Seth Moniz versus Nat Young in the priority heat.
Seth with a slight advantage in that first half. 17 minutes to go, so lots of time, but if you're Nat Young, you'd be looking at the 4.5 and the 3.33 of Seth's and going, well, no problems there.
Here we go, hot off the buzzer, Felipe Toledo. Harking turn there, BL. And just great rail work from Felipe Toledo. But BL, you used a term, the first half. And I think with this overlapping heat format, that's really the way to look at these heat, as a two-part heat. Your first half, your non-priority half, and your second half of your heat. And so I like that vocabulary, and I like that description, because the first half is completely different from the second half as far as strategy. Absolutely.
You haven't got the priority, and you're looking to make or create a base for the second half, that when you've got the priority, how you do in the first half is going to impact how you use the priority and how you manage that second half. So really interesting way to compete, and adds opportunity for strategy that doesn't exist in a normal sort of format. A 5.33 for Felipe, so great score there. And with the absence of some of the bigger names and some of the favourites out here at Sunset, Felipe Toledo starting to put himself right at the top of my mind.
Caught a little bit on his heels here. Nat Young has to travel a long way before even having a chance to do a turn, so that's going to be a no-go for Nat Young, and he's just going to have to take another lap out the back. When we look at Felipe Toledo and Ethan Ewing, they've had a matchup before, and it's actually Ethan Ewing with the advantage historically over Toledo. 1-0 on head-to-head matchups. Ethan beating Toledo in Tahiti in 2017 in their last matchup.
Okay. The young Australian, two of the most beautiful carving surfers that exist on the tour. Both of their styles really suit this wave. Ethan Ewing more natural, I suppose. It just seems really natural for him to surf here and to pick his lines and to where he puts himself. Felipe, on the other hand, has had to work at it. But if what we're seeing today is any indication, the work's been done.
Yeah, I mean, getting over on Billy Kemper was a big feat for Felipe Toledo earlier today. Ethan Ewing here, he's been a finalist 2019. He got 3rd place in the World Cup here, so he's got a feeling of success here at Sunset Beach. But right now, it's a man-on-man matchup. These are no 4-man heats, although there are 4 people in the water because of the overlapping format. Hey, we got a lot of stuff going on here, not just surfing. We got merchandise on the beach, and for more on that, let's check in with Rosie Hodge.
Hey guys, I'm down here at the Hurley merch tent, and Nick Kutcher, a North Shore artist, has actually been commissioned to commemorate this event here. You can get his merch. It's all vintage inspired artwork. As you see it there on the tees, there's hats. If you want to stop by here on site and grab yours, you can also shop it at hurley.com as well as the WSL store. And also to note that Hurley is giving away an electric bike. The Hurley Mini Swell electric bike is more than ready for early morning strike missions with 500 watts and 48 volt ride assist and throttle, plus utilitarian go anywhere tires. Stop by the merch booth to enter. Winner will be announced on finals day, so you want to be in that draw if you want to win this little Mini Swell Hurley bike. The thing is pretty sweet. I'll send it back to you guys.
Put an entry in for me.
Oh, man. Yeah, there are a lot of electric bikes out these days.
They sure are.
They sure are. That's some great gear. Yeah, I don't know if we're allowed to enter. If we are, I want to put an entry in too. All right, so back to the heats in the water. Seth Moniz with the advantage over Nat Young and Felipe Toledo checking out in the non-priority heat, opening with a 5.33. Ethan Ewing in the barrel, traveling through, comes out, no problem. Ewing, long bottom turn and hooking combo. So barrel and a couple of turns for the young man from North Stradbroke Island. What a start.
Beautiful surfing, and what we're going to see when this score drops is that Felipe Toledo and Ethan Ewing would both be in front of Nat Young and Seth Moniz, even though they're starting their heat 20 minutes later.
Yeah, and so to your point, this is the first half of their heat, non-priority half, and they've already played that really well.
They've already played it better than Nat Young and Seth Moniz were able to play their first half. And obviously, different conditions, different moments in time, different playing fields, and so obviously it's hard. You're not really comparing oranges to oranges, are you? But here's the replay. Beautiful barrel. The judges are going to love this, and the fact that he found that out there essentially in third priority really was a great effort. And this combination of turns, that beautiful carve into the re-entry, clean as you could be, the whole thing was beautifully done, and he's showing so much maturity, and his style just looks beautiful on this wave.
Ethan, just in the wave selection, the positioning, a difficult barrel to negotiate Sunset Beaches, because we talked about those lava fingers and how uneven the bottom can be. But look at this, just precise precision and taking the right line.
Better than the 5.33 of Felipe's, I imagine. Two lovely big hacks for Felipe, but the way these turns all sync together, that was just a beautiful ride.
Yeah, I'd be surprised. I think it's a couple of points, a point or point and a half higher than Felipe's opener. We'll see what the judges think as we go back to Nat Young, chasing Seth Moniz right now, needs a 5.5 and a lot of unsteady water, and Nat just not able to bury his rail on that wave and really get in a solid bottom turn.
7.5 for Ethan Ewing.
Hey, I want to check out the Red Bull Athlete Zone. We got Makua Rothman with some reporting. What's going on, Makua?
What's up, guys, up there in the booth? I'm down here in the Athlete Zone. We got Jake Marshall getting ready for his heat right here. We just seen Baron Mamiya and David Silva come in from their heat. The vibe is winding down a little bit. You know, it's coming to the end of the day. People are moving on, making the quarterfinals. Other people are not going home. Unfortunately, you know, that's the way it goes in this game. And the boys are going out. We got a few heats left. The swell is absolutely pumping. Back to you guys in the booth.
Hey, okay, Makua, I got a question for you.
What's up?
I see Kelly in the background with you. What is Kelly digesting there over there in the Red Bull Athlete Zone?
Oh, he's just chilling. He's watching a video of them trying to save a whale with some rope on the neck. You know him, he's always an advocate for, you know, healthy living and the planet and all that good stuff. So Kelly's just kicking back, watching the waves and enjoying himself over here at Sunset Beach.
All right, well, thanks for the reporting. Makua Kai Rothman, a 2007 champ out here at Sunset.
And you know what, in 2007, he was a young bloke back then, and I remember in the free surfs leading into that event, I said to him, literally said to him one day, hey, Makua, you keep surfing like that, you will win this event.
And he did it.
And then he went on and won the event, so that's always been a little nice moment that we've had between us, because when someone's in form and when they're in that winning form, you can see it. It stands out, and it stands out in free surfs, and it stands out to all of those around the block. So I could see it in Makua in that 2007 year.
Yeah, well, you know what? I see a flash of brilliance right now in Ethan Ewing with his composure, his technique, his wave selection, 7.5 opener, really opening on a strong foot for his matchup against Felipe Toledo.
Absolutely, to put that pressure on with the 7.5 early, and you know it felt like the 5.33 was a fantastic start as well, didn't it? So both these guys making the most of their opening chances. Things definitely slowing down in the consistency front, you know, when it comes to the amount of waves coming through. And we're seeing the people in the non-priority part of their heat, the first half as we've referred to it, not getting a lot of opportunities. And speaking to the level of these two guys' ability to have got keeper scores in that first half, we haven't seen someone do that for quite some time. So that speaks to, one, their understanding of this break and knowledge, but also the talent they've both got on the wave face.
We got a paddle here. We're going to see if we have any takers at the moment. Surfers repositioning themselves, and let's just see if anyone's going to pull the trigger.
Whoa, things were congested there in the lineup.
Yeah, and for more from the lineup, let's check in with Strider Wazalewski.
Thank you, Kaipo. Yeah, well, the conditions have, you know, subdued a bit through the middle of the day and this afternoon, but the buoys were still pumping this morning. So off of Kauai, the buoy was about 10 feet 15 seconds, which should equate to this afternoon of it just being about, you know, 15 to 20 foot faces on the sets. So they've taken a breath. I think we're going to see some bang at the end of this thing, and I can see way outside, still see third reef cappers, and I think we're going to see some really good sets coming through for the rest of the day, because it is just going to be pumping on the buoys. So that's what we wanted to know, and that's what we're going to get. These guys out there waiting, they could get mowed down by one of those big west sets.
Yeah, all right, thanks, Strider. And yes, we do have those buoys off of Kauai, and generally, depending upon the swell angle, takes about 12 hours from that reading to formulate until it hits the reefs here on the North Shore. And famous words from a mentor of mine, and a mentor of yours, Keone Downing, once told me, all your forecasting, all your stuff, doesn't mean anything until it hits the buoys, kid. Because we have all these long-term projections and all these models and everything, and Keone just a solid waterman, and just a wealth of knowledge.
Absolute wealth of knowledge. I've been milking that well of knowledge for a long time, and the whole family. And we miss Uncle George. Respect to he for his amazing contribution to our sport.
Ethan Ewing continues with the smooth rail work. Just no hurry, no rush, but precise at the same time. Getting a little release in that slash, and he's going to back up his 7.5.
And even as a goofy footer, both of us, you watch Ethan Ewing surf this wave and you want to surf it like him.
Yeah.
You know, it
100%.
makes you, there's not many people that you watch and go, that's how I want to surf this wave. But Ethan Ewing has that impact.
Here we go, Seth Moniz.
Whoa.
Has to yank the rail through that first turn. Hooks it on the second turn. Patient off the bottom now. Another big snap for Moniz, and a missed opportunity. Not getting the finish on that wave. Moniz was on his way to a good score and bettering his low of a 3.33. He wants to distance himself from Nat Young because he's still way within reach of Nat Young to take this heat.
Yeah, and especially while you've got the priority, while things are going your way, it's a low-scoring heat. You really need to just replace that 3 as your first focus and build that pressure on Nat, because those guys with the priority are finding it really difficult to decide on what are the priority waves. Without the priority, it kind of looks a little easier because you can chance them. Right. It might or might not, and it doesn't really matter whether it does or not because there's not so much to lose. But when you're sitting there with the priority, the longer you sit, the longer you wait, the more pressure comes.
And is managing that. We're down to the 5-minute warning in the priority heat. Nat Young with the priority on the field, needing at this point a 5.5 if Seth Moniz did not improve his scoreline on that last wave.
I suppose there's a chance, isn't there, that there's a slight improvement.
Yeah.
The first sort of cut down was really wobbly, and he had to get down low and grab onto the rail and just hold his way through that. But after that, things started, the flow was there, and it was like, oh, this is going to be a great scorer, and then that fall happened.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. 4.17 slightly improves his situation. Nat Young now looking for a 6.34. So that little bit did help Seth Moniz's cause. That's going to be more pressure. And let's take another look at this one. This is the 4.17.
There's that bump that he hit, and he just warbled the rail, and he just settled down into that bottom turn, held the rail, came into this inside, unleashed on that section. Unfortunately didn't make the move, but it was a powerful attempt. Nat Young looking, he needs something, and he needs it now.
Super important wave for Nat Young, waiting patiently at the bottom to start his attack here. Nice lip glide, and really kind of had to nurse that one up there for the completion. Looking for a 6.34. I want your first What's your first thoughts on that, BL?
It was looking like a clean wave. Here we are. Let's come back to that.
Yeah, Felipe Toledo, always fast on the rail, slashes through that turn, looking for the barrel and actually just punching out the back as that wave closed out. Opened up with a 5.33, and that's going to be his second scoring wave. Judges owe us scores for Ethan Ewing, Felipe Toledo, and Nat Young to set the situation in both heats.
Seth's got a 4.5 and a 4.17, and I see Nat Young take off on that wave, and it's white watery on the face, but then you see it start to suck clean. I think, oh, this is the one. He drives out of the bottom. Then he got to the top, and things just didn't feel right. He didn't connect with the lip. He wasn't able to just throw the board around and look confident. He kind of nursed it out of the top and got to the bottom, and you went, well, that ain't going to help much.
Yeah, and not to mention, the playing field is just getting cleaned up right now. So huge cleanup set right now is going to disturb all the water in the last 2.5 minutes for Seth Moniz and Nat Young. And after a cleanup set like that, BL, it's going to take some time for things to really settle back down.
Yeah, you can see all the water rushing across and into the channel.
Oh, Strider's calling. What do you got?
Oh, just checking in. We were just touching on the buoys, and well, there we go. We see that set come through and clean everybody up. So we got a lot of action. There's more to come. Trust me. We're gonna finish off with a bang today, and these guys are gonna get a few on the head, but trying to stay on that inside ledge to get those open faces.
Yeah, we got some action. We got some action, Strider, in the way that Ethan Ewing just dropped an 8.57. Add that to his 7.5. Ewing, with a strong showing, already has an excellent heat score in his challenge against Felipe Toledo, BL.
Wow, and he got that without priority.
Yeah.
The other guys, Nat Young, Seth Moniz, sitting there with priority, with the opportunities. He drops a 7.5 and an 8.5, and you must be out the back scratching your head going, I didn't see that wave. I didn't see that one come through. How did I miss that? And so showing some knowledge here,
yeah,
the young Australian, that's for sure.
Yeah, a connection, and we talked about, you know, hey, I'll be watching Ethan Ewing in a mirror just because I enjoy the surfing so much. That's the way you want to surf Sunset, and he's getting some big numbers for that beautiful technique that he's able to lay down. 1 minute remaining for Seth Moniz and Nat Young. Can Seth Moniz hang on to the lead over Nat Young? He has priority, and he's going to have to stay tight with Nat in this final minute. You can see them paddling further up the point. They're going to disappear from view a little bit from the waves, but there you go. A paddle battle in a way.
Nat's just trying to shake Seth. He can't get rid of him. He will not get rid of him. 45 seconds.
Look at the score he needs, just a 3.37 now. Nat Young dropped a 5.3, so just a 3.37 is all that Nat needs.
It just shows how possible and how capable he is. Don't sit there, mate. Whatever you do, just start moving, because the longer you sit there and you just wipe 5 seconds off it with Seth. Seth's sitting there right now going, I'm so glad he's not paddling. I'm so glad he's just sitting here because it's making my job easier. There's the family.
There's Dad. He's already clapping. He's happy. His son is just 10 seconds away to a quarterfinals berth and to be in real time top of the rankings.
And I don't think Nat Young thought he got a 5.3 on that wave. I don't think he imagined that that score was that high and he would have been so close, because if he knew that, he could have played a different game in the back end.
All right, Seth Moniz into the quarterfinals. We got more action here from Sunset Beach. Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido. More on the way.
Connor O'Leary in the priority heat with Colapinto. Let's take another look.
Coming from way deep, drives from behind up into the lip, manages that high line and needed to keep speed to get around all of this section.
Goes off the bottom and a wild finishing move. Connor O'Leary hangs on.
A miraculous finish there.
Connor O'Leary. And Connor with a huge turn on that inside section. Wow.
Connor O'Leary's back in the water for more after getting the Flying Embers drop of the day. Continuing on with the priority heat, Felipe Toledo trying to get back at Ethan Ewing. Ethan winning the first half of the heat. It's got 17:43 remaining. Toledo getting past wild card Billy Kemper in the round of 32. And now his hands full with the Australian Ethan Ewing, who's living up to the expectations here at Sunset Beach. His lines are pure. It's done with style. Mick Fanning's gone to say his favorite style on tour is Ethan Ewing. No matter if it's small or big, he is insane to watch. As we have a new heat just getting started, Rosie. Connor O'Leary versus Jake Marshall. It's been a big day for both these surfers.
Yeah, both of these guys have had some big heat wins. Connor O'Leary, you know, he spent most of his heat trying to find that win. Came away with that huge wave that we just saw on the Flying Embers drop of the day. Jake Marshall, biggest heat win of his young career.
Beating John Florence earlier today, and we were just talking about this morning how heavy it is to be a rookie and you run into Kelly at Pipe, and then, oh goodness, you've got John at Sunset. And I think Chris Gallagher, his coach, put him in a good mindset. He's like, hey, you'll have a lot of attention on your heat. You know, look, it doesn't get any harder than this on one end, but you can go out and have some fun, see what happens. Jake Marshall just probably took the weight off his shoulders of the pressure of that feeling, having the best surfer in the world in the water with him, and really honestly outperformed at such a high level. He beat John today, and that's going to be a huge confidence boost for the rookie from Encinitas. Can he keep it going against Connor O'Leary?
Yeah, that self-belief is huge as we see Felipe Toledo locking in a big score of his own.
7.33 for Toledo. We've got Ewing with 2 better scores. You always look at that. If you're top 2, you have better scores than your opponent in both those situations. You're doing quite well, so Toledo still needs the best score of the heat to end up in first.
Yeah, cool to see the answer back from Felipe, because Ethan has just started with such a staunch lead. Felipe has arguably been my favorite surfer throughout today, and just watching him stomp that last maneuver, just such control. He doesn't coast along the lip and let the wave do most of the heavy lifting. Felipe really stomps on every single turn, creates that point of difference. Right here, he projects into that lip and really controls that finish.
So after being fairly quiet in the first 20 minutes, starting to really open up. We always talk about how fast he is, talk about what he does in the air. How about his carves and his power and how that has changed over the years?
Yeah, and I think that's something from Felipe as, you know, this elite athlete. When you're thinking about like what Gabriel Medina's been able to do and Italo Ferreira, it seems like he's really refined that rail game. He's winning at open ocean locations like Margaret River. He's doing well here at Sunset. So it's cool to see him kind of transition from this small wave wonder kid into big open ocean carves.
And great to see what he'll do with a runner-up finish from last year into this season, you know, with a 1 spot left to improve on, and that has been that elusive world title for Felipe Toledo. Well, remember a couple of seasons in a row how close he actually was to clinching heading into Pipeline. He had that famous heat with Kelly where he was drawing into a crazy backdoor barrel, got clipped at the end, and that probably would have been the score that would have changed his fate that day. So with all the glory for Toledo that, you know, he's been rewarded big wins at multiple locations, he has dealt with quite a bit of heartbreak in the world title race.
That's such an interesting point, Joe, just watching his evolution on this tour and just thinking about the opportunities now as that, you know, you see John falling out of the mix, you see Italo falling out of the mix, you know, those surfers that we're so used to seeing in that top part of the rankings. I mean, Italo's got to see this as a big opportunity.
Things are changing on the leaderboard. Let's catch up with Seth Moniz with Laura Enever.
Yes, guys, I'm down here with a relieved Seth Moniz. Well, with that quarterfinal, you now move into, at the moment, the yellow jersey. How are you feeling?
It's pretty crazy. I mean, from the start of last year, I had like the worst start ever and just such a struggle. And I don't know, things just seemed to be going my way. You know, that was a rough heat. I just really didn't surf the heat I wanted to. And at the end of it, I was pretty much just managing the last 10 minutes of it and just not really catching anything, but just trying to manage the heat and just stop Nat from getting a score. But I don't know, I made it, and I'm really excited to surf again and just try to put on a good performance, because I haven't really had my heat where I came in where I was like super excited about it yet. But I'm stoked to be in the quarters. Like, I'll take it any day of the week, you know. So just gonna move on and throw that away and just move forward.
Amazing. And so what are you going to do? Rest up tonight, head back down tomorrow. You know, with the forecast coming, are you going to change much around?
No, I'll probably just stay on the same board. You know, the board feels good. I just kind of bogged in that last heat, but yeah, I just need some rest. I kind of have a tweaked neck. I took a couple beatings in that other heat earlier this morning, so probably get that worked on tonight.
Oh, well, congratulations, Seth. Rest up, and we'll see you in the quarterfinals. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Laura. Yeah, what a big moment for Seth Moniz, having that yellow jersey probably in the back of his head, but really focusing on putting on a big performance. Remember, things can change before that yellow gets handed to Seth. We still have Kaiwa Belli in motion, also Baron Mamiya. We'll keep you posted on the chase for yellow heading into stop 3. So there's still a lot of surfing to do here at Sunset. Connor O'Leary fighting for a finish. Really trying to hang on. Back to Toledo. Quickly whipping that section off the top. Drawing a huge power gouge off the lip, and he's feeling good about that one.
He should feel good about that one. That was pretty intense that wave. The two-turn combination from Italo. That's been a recipe for success out here at Sunset. He's feeling it. I mean, to have your opponent start out as strong as what Ethan has and to fight back the way that Felipe has, that gets the competitive juices flowing. Cool to see the fire from Felipe.
Yeah, so much energy in both of these maneuvers. Which one did you like better?
Oh, that's like picking a favorite child. I mean, look at this. I think it's always just so impactful, that last maneuver, the way that he really throws everything at it. I love that layback option from Felipe.
Yeah, that finish just looked good. It probably felt great. It was really powerful and radical, but we've got an answer. There's the classic wrap from Ewing. Steady off the bottom, threw some foam on the face, remains in control, quickly reacting to the oncoming section, but he'll lose it. We get credit for 2 turns as the beach is calm but very excited. Every time a big turn goes down, you'll hear them just let it out. And people are just driving by. There's a lot of traffic on Cam Highway at the moment. People trying to get somewhere to park so they could watch the world's best compete for the rest of the day. 10:30 to go in the heat with Ethan Ewing and Felipe Toledo standing by for those last 2 scores. On the 2-turn combo for Toledo, he was hoping for an 8.74 for a lead change. Ewing was trying to protect his lead, where he had to better a 7.5. And we'll see how the judges reacted there.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to see these numbers drop in. Yeah, I wonder if it's going to go excellent for Felipe. What do you think, Joe?
It was just so powerful. He did it with authority, and you know, he's got a contrasting style to Ethan. You know, it's really fun to see them both in the water together. 2 of the best in the game when it comes to really identifying a section to go high performance and let out all that speed and momentum. So for Felipe, it's definitely his best score in my mind. And his high score already is a 7.33, so all that's left is to get into that excellent range. I'm feeling it should be there.
Yeah, that's a great summary of the scores that we've seen so far. And thinking about where Felipe could land that last wave. It is so fun, though, to feel the energy on the beach. There we go, Joey.
Not just excellent. One of the better scores of the day. Turns in a 9.17.
So this is it. This is how you get that number. Big free fall float from Felipe straight into this transition of that hack. The extension that he gets on his board, I mean, it's so easy to lose it like off your feet when you extend too far back, and that pushback from the wave sees him back on his feet. The core strength and the training definitely paying off. You talk about a smooth surfer, but so technically sound. Ethan definitely makes things, like difficult things, look really easy, silky smooth in transition.
So now we see Ethan waiting for a 7.94 to come through. We're still waiting for his last wave to be scored. And we find Felipe in a very interesting position on tour. When you think about the WSL Finals last year, He got past Italo to earn that second place position, had the battle in the title match with Gabriel Medina. Gabriel Medina still waiting to see when he'll come back this year. Italo, maybe one of his slower starts to his season in a few years. And so that gives him more opportunity, even though Toledo started off with an equal 9th at Pipeline. There's a lot of points left in this event that he can really get close to a solid position on the rankings.
There's something tangible, though, in Felipe's surfing at the moment. The way that he is presenting himself. Let's see, utilizing priority.
Toledo will take this wave. Hops down the line. Doesn't look like it's going to change much, but he was able to keep that wave from anybody else.
I think it was Jake Marshall further down the line. But it's so fun watching Italo, watching how energized he is after finishing second place in the world last season. Now watching him in this heat, there's something about a comeback heat where you amass these big scores and it kind of shifts that energy and the momentum. Big barrel ride.
Nice hollow section at Sunset. It always gets everyone on their feet. It's not as easy to predict. Sometimes the sections are starting to chandelier on you. It packs a punch when it decides to shut down. And there's some great guys out there that can read that tube so incredibly well.
Yeah, the punch out from those West Bowls is always so Houdini-like.
So the previous score for Ewing, 5.53. As we have some local grommets excited about seeing their heroes compete.
That's what I was saying, though, Joe. Like how it was almost eerie watching Pipeline unfold last year. No fans on the beach. That's not an energy that we used to. Usually at Pipe, you see everyone coming down. The beach is packed. So this season, just to have fans on the beach and everyone appreciating the surfing, it brings a different atmosphere to the events.
Oh, yeah, hearing the roars of Pipeline again. And I remember talking to Ryan Callan, and he's like, usually you can tell, you know, kind of what the score will be by the reaction of a crowd. And then when it wasn't there, you're kind of like, hang on, what's going on here? Did they get barreled or not? You know, because it was silent. It was it's definitely a big factor in all sports. The fans and the audience, they do impact the play.
It changes the psychology of the game for sure, not having the fans' reaction and not having that energy output.
And Felipe Toledo has probably performed in front of the most high-impact energy fields, a multiple-time champ when it comes to championship tour events in his home country of Brazil. Never forget that final he won in Barra da Tijuca over Beat Durbich. He had his winning board there. Somehow it got lost in the crowd. It was a sea of people. Remember, it looked like a toothpick just floating. And he was like, hey, I really like that board.
The green and pink spray.
And it just disappeared. It was just the water patrol was trying to get him into the beach, and there wasn't even an opening. There was just people for miles. But it was that thunder eruption to every time he did a full rotation that he fed off of. If that crowd wasn't there, maybe he wouldn't have gone as big. It's like there's that connection that you have. You know, Kelly has it with the fans where he wants to put on a show, but it also fuels him to do things maybe he didn't expect to do that day.
Yeah, definitely. And for sure seen some of the most emotional outpourings from Felipe when he wins on home turf. And it's definitely due to that support and that love that he feels.
Remember walking out to the presentation with Euro and Felipe won the sea of people, and we said, oh boy, there's a lot of people out there.
I'm a shy person. That was really, thanks for carrying me on that one, Joey.
Felipe, number 77, one of the funnest guys to hang out with behind the scenes, real mellow personality when it comes to talking to his friends and family, but he can get excited about sport. He's one of those guys that when the Brazilian Storm's still involved in an event, say he loses early, which is pretty rare, he'll still be in the Red Bull athlete zone. He's handing off advice to surfers like David Silva, whoever it might be, to show his love for the people that he grew up with or that are representing his same country.
He's definitely taken on kind of like a dad role, I think, with the Brazilian Storm. I think Adriano de Souza retiring last year, there's definitely been that camaraderie. The Brazilians, you always feel that support, but just the guys on tour coming together and really supporting each other at events.
So now with 4:14 on the clock, Strider, I guess we're close to the scene here in the parking lot where we hear the crowd erupt. You guys are pretty far out there. Are you hearing any of those cheers?
Yeah, you know what? I love the fans too, but they're not out here in the lineup. So it's just me and the caddies. The caddies are out here. There's a couple of hoots and hollers from the boys, and they're getting in behind the surfers. So it's a secluded situation out here. The people in the heats, all the athletes, they're really just like super hyper focused on what they're doing, and you know, the caddies are a major role today, and just giving them scores and breaking them down on their surfboards the way it's looking. We saw Tommy Whitaker talking to Kanoa Igarashi earlier just about to calm me down and not having too much froth and getting off that. He's leaning on that rail too much. There's just all these little tiny intricacies that make a heat for these guys. So pretty cool out here in the lineup. Can't hear the crowd, but I bet you on finals day we will.
Thank you so much, Strider, and it's a great take there because it's pretty loud from where we're sitting. And all the way out to sea, it's really the caddies that have to make all the noise. They're screaming, getting each other fired up. So almost like surfing some outer reef somewhere. And then they come in and go, oh yeah, everyone's still here. 3 minutes to go. Priority with Ewing. We're going to go to the non-priority heat as we see Connor O'Leary go for a huge backside hack. He goes straight down.
That's whiplash right there, Joe.
Been so committed. We saw in the Flying Embers drop of the day, the closeout section that really took out Colapinto earlier. What was he going for here?
Oh, I love the refreshing read on the backhand as you see that nose just pick as he tries to get up and over it. I mean, everything was going so right for Connor. He was up and over that board. He just didn't seem to get to that bottom third of the wave to ride free of it.
It's an interesting situation at sunset when you read the top part of the wave where you see the bottom kind of go a little bit flat under your feet. You see a lot more pearls from backside snaps, I think, than anywhere else because that transition is almost awkward. It's like the lip is so powerful and vertical, and then the ride away and the transition can actually get a lot flatter under your feet.
Yeah, it doesn't really bend with the curvature of your surfboard. It's really hard to get that smooth entry back onto the open face.
So down to 2 minutes, we saw Felipe turn things around with Ethan Ewing towards the back half of the heat. Did the same thing against wildcard Billy Kemper. And Kemper had taken Felipe out of a contest at sunset on the QS level in the past, so Toledo has been on fire throughout this event. 16-5 total out front.
Hey, there's still opportunity with Ethan having priority in this minute and a half remaining. Here he goes. He's having a swing.
Needs a 7.94 for a spot in the quarterfinals. Ewing, big wrap to start. Hard off the bottom, belts it with a beautiful layback carve. Drives into the pocket again, a solid front side down carve hack. And he'll drill that end section. 3 massive maneuvers. Needing a 7.94 heading into the final minute.
Well, he got that number. I'm going to put that out there. I'm putting myself out on the line. I'm no judge, but he got that and some potentially. When you compare it to Felipe's high mark of the 917, here he goes, rolling in. Felipe's on the shoulder, watching him just coast into this bomb. Whips around on that rail, bides his time at the bottom, really gets to work on that open section right there. Beautiful. Oh, that right there, just a searing carve on that rail. You see his board just kind of dip into the water there. What do you think, Joey? I mean, I think he's got the 794. How much it eclipses that number, I'm not too sure, but definitely worthy of the score, I would say.
Well, we compare it to Felipe's 2-turn combination that went into the 9s, 917.
Oh, that turn was beautiful.
And I feel this one's just as worthy. As we see Felipe knowing that this might be an important wave. 10 seconds. Wraps it quickly. Throws down the cutty. And shuts it down on the end section. So another beautiful combination.
He surfed that wave as well as it could be surfed of what it had to offer. Interesting finish to this heat. It's crazy how the story can just flip-flop throughout.
So interesting, too, when you look at these two surfers going blow for blow. One of my favorite heats of the day from Ethan's approach, staying calm, waiting for about a minute on the clock to turn in one of the better waves we've seen today. Numbers are coming through for Ethan Ewing. A 9.67, his best number this season on tour. As he moved into first, Felipe Toledo had one last wave, the 3-turn combination we're waiting for. Then needed a 9.08 to come back.
Yeah, that was an enjoyable wave to watch. Here's Felipe. He's got to answer back. He needs the 9.08 on this wave, Joe. I just, like I said, the surfing's there. Everything is beautiful. I just don't think the wave just offered up that big enough opportunity for the 9.
Not even close for Toledo, a 6.27. This one comes to a close. Ewing answers back in a huge way. One of the best combined totals of his career. Ethan will enter just the second quarterfinal of his young career here at Sunset Beach. Things continue here in the round of 16. Back for more action and more carves like this.
Brother, it's 1-0. Absolutely flat. Now what are we gonna do?
Well, why don't you use your travel companion, the Expedia app, and find us something to do, bro?
Good idea. Ha! What do we got here? Ah, sailing.
Did it.
What about a secret island excursion? And it is booked. Let's go. Wow, this is an incredible island. Tell me a little bit about it.
We have a lot of, activities. We got the Kailani, the catamaran.
I think we're gonna do it all. Yep. Let's go. Start paddling. Not on the same side as me, the opposite. Over here. This side.
Don't worry.
Okay, get up. Having fun is a lot of work. Thanks, Expedia.
Waves are firing here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido. We came off one of the better heats of the round, 18.24 combined total for Ethan Ewing to come back on the last exchange to take out Felipe Toledo, who's been on fire throughout this entire day. We'll see Ethan Ewing in the quarterfinals in this event as we see a solid set pouring through and a brand new heat entering the lineup. Matthew McGillivray from South Africa taking on Australia's Jack Robinson.
Oh, this is a huge matchup on paper. I mean, Jack Robinson, he's got a special connection with this place. Maddie, he bundled up Slater out of the competition earlier today.
Maddie's so kind. I saw him after that big win, and there was no real just bravado or excitement saying it was the best day of your life like we've seen when people take down Kelly in the past. He was very calm. I said, way to go, that was insane. And he just calmly was like, is it? Just very calm and just didn't really get out of that mental space. He knew he was going to be back in the water with a guy like Jack Robinson. The task is just getting harder when you talk about competition for Matty today.
He is so even keel, and I asked him in the interview, is that part of the temperament that he needs, not to be overcome by these big moments? But yeah, cool to watch Matty progress through this event and seeing how he contemplates competing out here.
Big set came through right when this heat got started. Strider, how big was that thing?
From way out the back, we saw massive walls of water coming through, just white water out there, and we knew it was coming to the inside corner here. It actually came through the bowl, one of the first inside bowls that we've seen the whole time. Came on to Henry out here, caddying for Jack Rombo, hooted inside the cave, and it echoed all the way back to the beach.
Amazing, crazy that big set was getting everyone caught off guard once again. You can see you kind of get comfy at certain tempos of the day, Rosie, then out of nowhere, just the horizon jumps and they're still out there.
Yeah, you've got to be on your toes out here. We have seen that throughout the day. Takes a little bit of a breather and then all of a sudden you know it's coming, and out of nowhere it'll still get you. I think that's one of the things at Sunset that never gets less daunting, Joey. Like when you're sitting in this lineup and you know a big west set's going to take out the whole crew, it's not fun.
Yeah, it's also probably more of the entertaining factors for fans watching, of seeing not just the surfers get cleaned up, but the caddies as well. The Hawaiian Water Patrol are so fun to talk to about safety. They're the best in the business when it comes to knowing the ins and outs of taking care of not just the top surfers in the world, but even beachgoers that come here for the first time. They used a fin, which is very important for them to swim at a high level. That's the fin system that they use. It's great to have fins on hand for the Hawaiian Water Patrol. Getting them through some crazy impact zones to make sure that the best surfers in the world are catching more waves instead of being under them. Jake Marshall, 6'3" on his opener.
Oh.
With 13 on the clock, looking for a spot into the quarterfinals. Has the lead over Connor O'Leary, as they are now the priority heat. Connor looking to answer now. Big section on his back. Survives that one, but unable to throw down any turns. He's had a couple of wipeouts. That big snap he went for, it went straight down. And we saw the crazy Hail Mary finish he had against Griffin Colapinto. One thing you know about Connor today, he is just not holding back. If he just gets the attempts in, it's just a matter of moments before he lands something big.
Yeah, you can't afford to. Connor definitely giving it a good go. It is so hard on your body out there, though. Hearing from Seth Moniz, you know, he's got a little bit smashed around. He's from here. He's, you know, saying he's got whiplash. So it does take a toll on you. It seems to beat you up, this place.
So much great history at Sunset Beach back in '76 when Peter Townend was the world champ. They actually had 4 events in the same season at this venue. That was sort of at the time when Sunset had the best surfing happening in the world. A lot of articles back then were saying, well, the best surfers have to prove themselves at Sunset Beach. Great to see it back on the calendar. I know one man that's happy about it is Ethan Ewing, hanging out with Laura.
Yes, guys, I'm very excited, stoked, and relieved. Ethan Ewing needed an 8-point ride when you paddled into that last wave, getting some amazing waves throughout the heat. How did you do it? How did you keep your nerves?
Yeah, I was really kind of frustrated after giving him his 9-point ride, and then I was just like, I'm just going to go out the back and hopefully I get a chance. And yeah, I was lucky enough a wave came through, and I was just stoked to get through, really. It's really stoked.
And talk about just going back to back like that. It's always so amazing and exciting for us at home to watch a heat where all the surfers go, you know, excellent score after excellent score. To beat Felipe and get to the quarterfinals, it must have been a big job, but you've done it.
Yeah, it's huge. Felipe is like one of my favorite surfers, and he's always exciting to watch. So stoked to have a heat with him, and he's beaten me a lot before, so it felt really good to get one back on him. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the quarters now.
Amazing. Well, an 18-point total. Go rest up. You're into the quarterfinals either tomorrow or the next day. Very excited to watch.
What a happy Ethan Ewing. He's a very humble character, doesn't say too much, always lets his surfing do the talking, and it's cool that he remembers some history. I remember they had a heat together in Tahiti that Ethan actually had won, so he's got to give himself a little bit more credit, but that one was probably one of those feel-good heats where they're going blow for blow, coming down to the wire. I mean, that's what you dream of as a kid, Rosie. You have a clock winding down, you need a score, a bomb comes, and you drill it to pieces. He's feeling that right now.
Yeah, those high pressure moments, being able to perform when you have the priority. Oh man, Connor O'Leary gets the go for it award in my book. I mean, in this heat, what is that, the 3rd or 4th time that something similar has happened to him?
Meanwhile, Jack Robinson pulls under the hood and emerges clean. One of the best tube riders in the world, can find it at any venue. Bonus section to pull in and kick out. It's just that cool, calm style. Reminds you of a lot of Bruce Irons, where he just can pull under the wall, and it almost feels like he makes the wave too.
Yeah, no, point of difference. Well, let's get eyes on Connor O'Leary here. He just eyes up that section, doesn't go all the way to the bottom before attacking the slip. Look at that double up section, just unloads and heaves over that ledgy section at Sunset. And Jack Robbo locks into this barrel, dragging that arm, slows himself down. He kind of just looks down the section again, starts to drag, burn off that speed, double hand grab under the hood.
Some surfers that are just barrel magnets. You haven't seen a barrel all day. You know, Jack's one of those guys. He'll find barrels no matter where he's surfing.
Yeah, he's just so locked in. And Sunset, I mean, watching his performance 2019 at this event, he rewrote, you know, what we see at Sunset and how it's ridden.
So cool, his positioning, uncanny. Then he sets up another section, just timing speed, burning it, puts his hands in the wall. and gets another section to pull in and get the vision from the tube. Jack Robinson in the non-priority heat with Matthew McGillivray. I was catching up with a local legend and a longtime shaper, longtime surfer, Chuck Andrus, and he was just saying it's really impressive how the young surfers changed the game of just really, he said, swimming into these end section bowls on such tiny equipment to free fall and do things like Jack just did. As we'll send it to Strider in the water.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah, you know what? We just saw that heavy inside bowl attack by Connor O'Leary. Ripped his jersey off of him. He's trying to regain composure at the moment. He's with the Red Bull ski right now with the water safety team. They're taking him out into the channel. They're trying to assess him. I saw him rubbing his leg a bit, and he's just going through the motions right now. It was from the side view, you could see him try to attack a bowl that just, you know, it just isn't meant to be attacked. And it just gave it back to him and ripped his jersey off underwater. He took the next wave on the head. They picked him up, and now they've got him over here in the channel, and they're assessing him at the moment. I think he's trying to gather himself and grab his breath. He's not putting his jersey back on just yet, but he is moving around a bit more than he was, so hopefully he's okay. But he's taking a deep breath in the channel right now. That was a really serious situation with all that water on him.
Thanks so much for the update as we're watching Connor now on the back of the Red Bull ski. So thankful for the Hawaiian Water Patrol right there on the scene to help him out. Had a few talks with him. They go through their protocol to see if he'll be ready. But it looks like he wants it.
Yeah.
But he's struggling to put on his jersey as well.
Yeah, you hate to see this, Joe. And I think just thinking about what the impact that his body's been through, it also looks like they're kind of assessing him, you know, visually, like for concussion. That's something that's really come into play for surfing at the moment. Obviously, we can't confirm any injuries for Connor.
But he still wants it. What a warrior. Connor's had a few wipeouts in this heat. That was definitely the heaviest one. Jack Robinson in motion after the double barrel wave. The tubes earned him a 6.0. And that'll be his backup score in the heat with Matthew McGillivray. But yeah, Connor's just going for broke on every section. Looks like he is going to attempt to get back in this heat.
Yeah, that's, you know, just that determination from Connor. It's so inspiring, but it's also so hard to watch someone just take those beatings, and hopefully he can kind of regather himself. And a 2.8 is what he needs to advance this heat. There's not much in it, and there's 6 minutes remaining, so there's still that want to win, to make it through and make it into the quarters.
All the years that Connor's put in, all the times he's had to come back to requalify, there's probably no way he was going to take that Red Bull ski into the beach. Just needed to reset himself. Water Patrol went through the protocol, still paddling a bit slowly. When you think about what's on the line, he needs a 2.8. This heat is still far from over number-wise. Can he have enough in the tank to put up one more score?
Yeah, I think he's going to gather himself. I think if he's paddling out, it's with that intention to get the score to turn the heat. So, yeah, we'll see how it plays out. 5 minutes, just over 5 minutes remaining.
Last time he was in a quarterfinal, the CT, remember that road he went to the final with Matty Wilkinson at Cloudbreak? You know, that's been a few years now. That's 2017. So for him, he wants to relive that feeling of being in a finals day situation. And for the time he spent out of the lineup, you know, Jake Marshall's been out there with priority. He's still holding a low score of a .63. So for Connor, thankfully, the lineup hasn't given the competitors too much.
Yeah, not much has changed, even with all that time draining out of the clock. So Connor, he's in with a shout. Jake, head on a swivel, looking for waves. Obviously, with that priority, has control of the lineup.
Marshall, the oldest brother of the Marshall crew. Really cool kids. Nick Marshall, I think he just turned 21, the middle brother. Connor Marshall, the youngest brother. All surf incredibly well. And always had this dream. Gosh, he had the heartbreak a couple years ago where he was in position to qualify heading into Hawaii and ended up just slipping out of qualification after sunset was completed. And then the world went on hold.
Yeah.
So he had so much time. And he ended up getting a job in town at Encinitas. And I think it gave him more time to actually think about what he wanted for his career. And Worked incredibly hard to get himself to this point where he is today. It's a pretty special story for Jake Marshall.
Yeah, it's sweet, all that hard work paying off, and even catching up with his coach, Chris Gallagher, just saying, you know, this is a long time coming to see this guy on the championship tour. He's been working with Gally since he was like 11 years old.
Long time relationship. Well, a long wait for Jake, and now he's up again. Setting up the bottom turn. There's a beautiful top turn to get things started. Off the bottom, Styles through a layback effort, an aggressive wipeout on the second turn. So that'll leave the door open a bit for Connor O'Leary. 3 minutes to go. Here comes Jack Robinson. Jack throws down the carve. Surfer from Margaret River. West Oz trims the finish. And sometimes you got to be your biggest fan. Give yourself a clap for that hard work. It felt good for him. But it's an energy thing as well that he's tapped into. It's been all about Jack in the non-priority side. McGillivray hasn't done anything yet.
Yeah, Matt's really just sitting out there, wondering when he's going to get his chance to answer back to Jack. You can tell that Jack's kind of building throughout this heat, feeling that energy. He's got Kamana Henry in the channel catting for him, probably amping him up and yelling at him, getting him fired up.
And what a mentor he is here on the North Shore of Oahu. Still surfs the same as he always has. Super powerful, gets the biggest barrels. Here's Jack.
Yeah, here we go. Jack smooth through that transition turn. You can tell that he's looking for an impactful section. Lays into that one. So two-turn combo, feeling it, like you said, that little golf clap on the way out. Roundhouse cutty. Let's see. I think it's going to be kind of a mid-range. Scored 2 big turns though, Joe. Could see him improve that situation. Jake Marshall, this was an interesting wave because Jake, you know, he waited so long for it, and here on this opportunity, he doesn't flinch going up to the lip, gets under it and just gets thrown off. You're seeing a lot of chop and wobble on the face. It's kind of hindering these guys from completing these maneuvers. Kind of gets hung up right there. You see that little bobble and that wobble go through the face and just throw him off.
Might be one of the hardest sections to pull off those big finishing moves. It's such a big wave. It's much bigger out there than it comes off on screen. And you get stuck at the top and then wear the rest of the wave on the head. Sometimes there's a wave behind it. There's a lot going on in these heats. But now 1 minute to go. If you're just joining us, Connor took a pretty aggressive wipeout, and he had a few minutes on the Red Bull ski with the Hawaiian Water Patrol to kind of assess his condition. He said he wanted to get back out there. They actually helped him get his jersey back on, and he paddled slowly into the position he is right now. Holding priority, now needing a 5.5 because Jake just did improve. And now he's got 35 seconds to see if he can pose some sort of comeback. But hats off to him for just putting himself back out there again.
Oh, 100%, just to kind of bring that jersey back on. Oh, wow, is this Connor's board?
So the damage from the wipeout on the side of the board, and you'd just guess by the way he was acting that might have connected with himself. That's a crazy damage to the rail, especially with a deep water wave. You're not hitting the bottom too much out here. So Connor with the backup got himself back out there, which was a huge effort. We'll be giving him a round of applause just for trying to put himself back in position, but it's all about the rookie Jake Marshall getting the win, and he will be in his first championship tour quarterfinal here at Sunset Beach. Jack and Maddie continue. We'll also be bringing in Jansen Andre and Kanoe Igarashi right after this. Let's flash back to 2003. Jake the Snake Patterson, you weapon, taking out this event at Sunset Beach. It makes a lot of sense. Guys from West Oz, they have a great connection with this place. Went on to a great victory. He actually beat Kelly throughout this event. Understands the deep water power of Sunset and took a victory. Not his only victory he's had at Sunset as well.
Yeah, definitely favors his surfing. These big waves. Jake Patterson, what a legend. Such a great surfer in his career, coach. Everything that he's been able to give to our sport has been fun to watch.
Oh, insane to see what he's done at Sunset. You just immediately think about how good Jack Robinson is at this wave, and then way before all of them, Ian Cairns had some special performances at this venue. That direct connection from the west and having waves like Margaret River main break that get sizable and just waves up and down that coastline prepare you quite well for a season in Hawaii.
Yeah, you can definitely draw comparisons to Margaret River and what we experienced there, that raw open ocean.
And Jake then turned into a super coach. And I believe the program is still with Tommy Whitaker. Tommy's on the scene and Jake kind of chimes in from home. And that is a great dynamic duo in the coach's corner. Backside snap to start for Jadson Andre. And he'll carve his way out. Didn't start it early against Kanoa Igarashi. You've got Jadson, a veteran on tour, one of the older guys these days. After he qualified 2010, Kanoa on the other side thinking about being a world title contender. A lot on the line for both these surfers in this matchup.
Yeah, and I'm just happy to see Jaddy get a wave early. I think it was his last heat. He waited so long to get his campaign started, and so is this guy.
Finally opening up, Matty McGillivray. Looked like he was just trying to get some board speed and catch up to that wave. Pretty hard to surf, and interesting after all that weight for a solid one. He's not going to have much of a score. Back to action with more ripping from Jack Robinson. Big hack there. Unbelievable combination of turns for Jack. 2019 World Cup champ at this venue, and a very exciting, dramatic heat that he had over Zeke Lau in that final just a couple of years back. And he's still fired up here at Sunset.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the best number that we've seen from Jack in this heat so far. Oh, it's just unfortunate to see Maddie's like trying to replicate that magic that we saw in the earlier rounds. Just can't seem to get in rhythm with the ocean. Jack, on the other hand, building throughout this encounter. Beautiful swoop there. And then again in the Bowley section, just negotiates that drop so well. Like you said, Joey, it's really tricky on these waves to complete that maneuver and then steady yourself for what's to come when you drop back into the bowl. So hits it off there, lays the back, and then stays up and over that board, just like a cat, just ready for anything.
Timed it so well, didn't he, Rosie? Gets high off the lip line, layback hack, and it's going to get hollow under his feet. He transitioned so well.
Yeah, all about contemplating that landing, I think, here at Sunset too. We've seen so many people go down and you fall so awkwardly. So Jack just completing that maneuver, maybe that smaller board, able to get that entry back onto the wave.
15 minutes on the clock, and Jack Robinson is on fire, Strider.
He sure is. You know what, Jack? Paddling by his caddy out here, Kaimana Henry from the Volcom team, and they've been talking about just being out in the water and surfing. He's most comfortable, and he does his best when he's not even in a heat. He's just surfing and having his fun and really in the moment. And I think that's the biggest key and the reminder that Kaimana's been giving him. Just go surf, have fun, enjoy your time out here. And if he has to switch into combat mode where he has to, you know, position himself or go into a priority situation where he needs to hold somebody off, he will. But right now, he's just out here enjoying his surfing time. And that's when you can see him on the waves, just blowing through turns and enjoying every minute.
And it's looking like that, Strider. The joy of Jack at Sunset. Huge carves. Meanwhile, we saw Matty McGillivray kind of with a misstep again, and we come off the lip line with an aggressive attacking maneuver. And laying low, Kanoa Igarashi in the matchup with Jadson Andre has been very focused throughout the day. He's trying to hunt down a quarterfinal spot.
What's going on there with that board, Joe?
Well, the wave before we saw Matty McGillivray on, but yeah, that board's just drifting through. See if we can see some stickers on the top of that board. Broken leash for Matty McGillivray. And now he's getting picked up. So a tough blow there, waiting the entire heat, being incredibly patient. Finally getting started and having to kick out, then breaking his leash on this wave.
Yeah, so tricky for Matty. He's just trying so hard to get back in rhythm. Yeah, he takes off in kind of two minds over here, whether he wants to belt that section or pull in under the lip. So just quickly pulls under, and then you see him there just fall so awkwardly. That was really weird to watch Matty go down in that fashion. And then Kanoe Igarashi digs his board as well as his whole body into the face of that wave. Manages to keep a handle on that maneuver. Watch this, Joe. He just forces his way through the face of this wave, lays it all down. I think it's not as clean as he would have liked to have made that maneuver.
And still surviving. Look how tall the whitewater is. So back to McGillivray. You see that crazy ride just to get into the open face. And is his leash on here, Rosie?
Yeah, this is weird. I want to look at his footing. And oh, there we go. You see the leash trailing behind him. It must have just ripped off while he was bucking through that whitewater section. So there he dips under the hood. Yeah, so Matt, this was always going to happen. Oh, with that leash dragging.
His leash wasn't even on.
Yeah, that was a good pickup, Joe.
Wow, so interesting. I can't believe I saw that. Matty McGillivray now trying to get another board quickly. 12 minutes on the clock. He's got to make a serious comeback. And the rookie from Encinitas continues to take down big names. Jake Marshall in the quarterfinals. He's with Laura.
Yes, Jake Marshall into the quarterfinals. Your second event on tour. Did you expect this?
I don't know. I feel good out here, so I kind of expected to do well, I guess. But yeah, I'm really stoked to make a few heats, and it was a pretty fun day.
That heat with Connor, you know, he got hurt on that first wave. That must have been, did you know that, like, what was going on at all, or have any idea?
Not really when I was out in the lineup, to be honest. It's like sunset the lineup, the playing field's so big, and I was like kind of making a few mistakes on my end, so I was kind of just like more doing my own thing. And then just at the end of the heat there, I kind of saw him paddling in, and he looked like pretty rattled, and I was like, oh, he might have got hurt. And I just came in, and his board was like super jacked up, and yeah, I just hope he's okay. It's sunset. When you fall pretty hard. So yeah, I hope Connor's all right. He's a really good dude and good friend of mine, so I hope he can recover for the next event.
Amazing. Well, we're looking forward to you watching in the quarterfinals. Go get some rest. Anything that's going to be happening tonight to prepare for the next couple of days?
Oh, no, I'm probably just going to go to sleep early. I'm pretty tired. A lot of beatdowns. Kind of got worked a few times today, so hopefully just get a lot of sleep and have a good day whenever we run again.
Amazing. Well, we're stoked for the rookie, Jake, into the quarterfinals. Check back here tomorrow. See you.
Thanks so much, Laura. So cool. What a rookie class. It was kind of nice. You know, we had the standouts of pipe, you know, with obviously what Joao Chianca did. That got everyone excited knowing he's on tour. Also Sammy Pupo surprising the world. Luca Messinas getting some great reps in. And now straight to Sunset, we're seeing this fresh face of Jake Marshall showing what he's got at Sunset. Earlier today, it was really cool. It was like, man, the crowd at Pipe is real. And he said, well, sometimes you just be, you know what? I'll go surf Sunset. And all those reps that he put in are really paying off.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and Jake, like you said, just having this opportunity, surfing against the bigger seeds, getting those reps and putting himself in a position to make it through and really backing himself. It's such a good lesson for people wanting to make the championship tour.
As we see Jadson Andre get that first turn out of the way, a lot of whitewater in the face. He'll miss the finish, which you can't be too hard on these guys for, how hard it is to capitalize on a dynamic end section turn.
I like the fact that Jaddy's riding a board that's 4 years old. Like, talk about bringing out old faithful.
And old Tokoro, and to last that long at a wave like this, it's got to be extra special. Jack Robinson, layback power gouge. Wrapping turn to follow as he is feeling it today at Sunset. Always turns in huge numbers, just like he did in the final a couple of years back on the QS stage. Last year, won Mexico, broke the ice for his maiden win, and it was actually at the right time. We were almost worried about requalification. Then he went all the way to the podium, won his first event, and that gave him all the confidence in the world.
Yeah, definitely. That one obviously didn't come couldn't have come at a better time for him for requalification. But thinking earlier on in his season, I mean, one of the best heats I saw all year was his at Margaret River main break against Jeremy Flores. Those guys trading excellent scores the whole time. I mean, that just is the tale of a rookie on tour, coming up hard matchups. And yeah, it was so fun to watch that exchange with Jeremy Flores and Jack, and one of my favorite heats.
I agree. That was one of my favorite heats of all last season. And even though Jack came in and he had lost that heat, he was really happy that he was a part of it. He's like, I think a lot of people think I need to be at the box today. And he's like, no, this is where I want to be. The waves are pumping, and he's got such a great attitude. Here comes McGillivray, throwing down his best carve of the matchup so far. Super sleepy at the start, just waiting to get going. Leash was off his ankle and just fell, which took his board all the way in. So he's had a bit of a roller coaster ride in this matchup. But he got the win over Kelly earlier, where he featured a 9-point ride. That would help him quite a bit at this stage of the heat with Robinson.
Yeah, he'd definitely be wanting to replicate those kinds of performances. But this is where being a cool customer just comes into play, Joey. Like having that temperament of being able to gather yourself and look for these big moments. 2-turn option there for Matty McGillivray. That's way better surfing from him to try and claw his way out of this heat. He's got 2.67 for both of his rides, so a vast improvement there.
What's that reef called that you grew up next to in East London?
Nahoon Reef.
Nahoon Reef,
Yes.
That's the one. That gets a lot of sunset comparisons, doesn't it?
It is. It's an open ocean wave, you know, coming out of deep water. It's very spooky though, Joe. Lots of wildlife.
So Matty being from J Bay, would have had to surf that at all growing up? What was that, about a 4-hour drive away?
Yeah, 4 hours from East London, where I'm from, where Nahoon Reef is, and Matty would have probably surfed there a lot in junior events, but Matty's just cut from a different cloth if you think about it. I think one of his other activities that he likes to do is base jumping. So yeah, his brother's a pilot, so they like to jump out of planes, jump off high things. I don't know. So yeah, he's got a weird other side to him.
It's all starting to make sense.
Yeah.
Beware the quiet guy. You never know what they're up to. Jumping out of planes. Yeah, Matty's such a cool guy. And you always remember too, when J Bay's pumping, it is a real heavy wave. Some of those sections at Super Tubes and beyond, you get used to laying down rail at going at a high pace as well, and holding that carve, and you can see how well Matty's transitioned into big water waves like Margaret River as well.
Yeah, not just J Bay. You mean, you think further up the coast on the west coast there, Cape Town, where waves get big, like Dungeons. There's big wave spots out there. Sunset, same name, different spot.
As we look at the score, a 7.7. Still has his head down, and he's happy to compete. And look how he's managed his time. 5:30 still to go for McGillivray. Now needs a 7.15 to take the lead.
Yeah, I mean, with the 2-wave scoring option here, it really gives you a bit of hope. 40-minute heats, 2 waves counting. You can turn things around. I mean, if you've got enough energy in the tank, Jack's probably looking at this now like, hey, this thing isn't closed down completely.
Matty McGillivray needing a 7.15. This event has always been dominated by Hawaiians and Australians. But you've got to remember Sean Thompson out here, the great world champion, a sunset champ as well. He's got to be proud of what McGillivray's doing in the lineup. Also a Brazilian won this event named Fabio Gouveia back in the day. But yeah, Sean was amazing at pipe, won that event, amazing at sunset, a world champion. He's had the most heat surfed. I think Jordy's getting close to maybe tying most amount of heat surf from a South African. Right behind them, you've got Travis Logie, Greg Emsley for longevity, competing on the championship tour. McGillivray still just getting started. This is Jack Robinson. There's that big top turn, covering some ground. He'll lay down that rail all the way down to the bottom, back to the lip line, and Jack will get tangled up with a finish. Last year at some stage, I was like, Jack, what's your favorite thing to do on a wave? He said, go as fast as I can and see how long I can hold down a carve. He didn't mention big air, didn't mention big barrel. That was exciting him the most last season.
Yeah, that would definitely feel insanely good, what he was able to do on that last wave. I think he's going to improve on that 6.67, Joe.
And now setting a setup for Kanoa Igarashi, just maybe moving his position down the line. That That's still the non-priority heat that we have underway. Kanoa leading over Jadson Andre with that 6.33. Jadson with a couple of 2s, so that heat's still wide open as well. Interesting, we came off a couple of real high-scoring matchups. You know, we saw the back-and-forth battle with Ethan Ewing, Felipe Toledo trading excellent scores. We had kind of had the real awkward, tough heat with Seth Moniz getting the win over Nat Young, where it didn't even break a 2-digit total. So Sunset, the mood is changing out there quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think every 40 minutes you're seeing something different. So you've got to be kind of assessing everything that's going on. Yeah, it's feast or famine.
Still 2:55 to go for Jack. He'll be heading home at the first half of the season to Margaret River to compete. And he'll probably be looking at every venue just a bit different. After your rookie year, you kind of get your feet wet at a lot of new venues. I think everyone expects Jack to win pipe at some stage of his life, to win in Tahiti as well. And now he'll be expected to do quite well at G-Land. Any wave that's very hollow, people always have him a favorite to win.
I think for Jack too, I think he's going to enjoy not having as much hype. I mean, for his rookie year, I think there was a lot of hype and expectation behind him, and now, you know, he'd be feeling a bit more comfortable on tour and not feeling the pressure as much.
Well, remember when he got a wild card at 13 at Karamas? He was with Kelly, and he was a little kid. I mean, he's a little kid at 13, and he got comboed that day. And Karamas was firing, so you could see Jack just paddling with everything he's got, as they're trying to set up priority now in the remaining 2 minutes. But yeah, he's been in the spotlight, it feels like, since day one, dealing with a CT lineup in the locker room. And he had expectations to do well when he was 13 against the world's best. That's how talented he was.
Well, a lot of these surfers that we're seeing on the championship tour have grown up in front of our eyes. You think about Kanoa Igarashi, Leo Fioravanti, Jack Robinson. I mean, they were all part of that young gun generation growing up underneath Kelly Slater's, you know, leadership.
So true, Rosie. Last score for Jack Robinson, 7.67. He increases his total over McGillivray. Now Matty needs an 8.15. So Jack doing a good job to put more pressure on the South African heading into the final minute.
Yeah, let's see an opportunity for Matt with that priority. So these guys kicking and scratching out. Priority's been established. Matt has it in his favor. Here's a line of water.
That one's not going to help out McGillivray. Now a couple of surfers on the move. It's going to have to make a decision quickly. Last couple of years, Matty's been away from home for so many months at a time to make sure he was competing on the top stage. This is Jadson Andre chasing a section. And he's going a long way to kick out. A tough one there for Andre. Nothing changing on his numbers with Kanoa Igarashi. And now we're down to 22 seconds. Remember, a spot in the quarterfinal is on the line. 8.17 and a 7.67 for Jack Robinson, putting together an incredible heat. Throwing away a couple of 6 Rangers as well along the way. He was really connected to the pace of play at Sunset. McGillivray waited half the heat till he got started, lost his board when his leash fell off his ankle, but still gave him a fighting shot when he turned into 7.7. Matty's out, and Jack Robinson will be in the quarterfinals here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido. Jaddy and Kanoa still have some time on the clock. We'll also bring in Jordy Smith and Jackson Baker. We'll be right back. The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido is brought to you by Hurley, the official apparel partner of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido. By Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League. By Hydro Flask. Every adventure starts with 2 simple words. Let's go. By Havaianas, official partner of the World Surf League. And by Expedia, official travel booking partner of the World Surf League.
Final heat of an exciting day in the water here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido. Day number 2, stop number 2 of the championship tour, and there is just one more spot left in the quarterfinals. Kuiper Girl, along with 88 world champ Barton Lynch, and Barton, his whole big lineup left to just 2 surfers, Kanoa Igarashi and Jadson Andre.
Yeah, what a day it has been. There's been upsets, interferences, controversies of certain types, and an enormous amount of incredible surfing and just waves all day. Mother Nature's provided, and so have the surfers. It's been a full-on day, massive day.
Yeah, let's take a look at the standings in this heat with 17 minutes remaining, and Kanoa Igarashi with the advantage. Jadson Andre just drops into the pit. And I don't know if that's going to count as a Flying Embers drop of the day, because that was a no-make, but that's going to be a brutal beating for the Brazilian. There he is.
Yeah, there he is. Took a while to come up.
Oh, and this just barely gets under that one.
Yeah, squeaked under that one. The old duck dive. What an amazing innovation that has. Late drop. Look, arms in the air. Double, triple overhead. Just compresses on top of him. And the fact that they just pop straight up, get back on the board, duck dive the next one.
It's baffling.
Yeah, it's, well, repetition.
Yeah.
Just keep doing, keep taking, keep wearing, keep learning, keep growing.
So Kanoa Igarashi with that really, really important opening score of a 6.33 BL. And a lot of times we've been talking about these overlapping heats, the first half and the second half. It looks like Kanoa Igarashi really played the first half well.
Absolutely, and he's got that 5.17 to back it up. So really for Jaddy, his heat's got to start now. A couple of 2s, that's no good for anyone. So, you know, for he goes, you just look at it, look down at the watch and go, actually, 15-minute heat, let's do this. I only need 2 waves, so I've got, you know, 8 minutes a wave, so still plenty of time, plenty of options. Just got to work on that wave selection and do your best to get that priority off Kanoa Igarashi, who's got the lead, got 2 scores that could count in the end, and the priority. So good, strong position for Kanoa. And fair to say, he's been a standout from wave 1, day 1 of his very first heat. He was really impressive yesterday in the big stuff, and again today.
Yeah, Kanoa Igarashi, when we talk about him in 2021, you know, finishing the year number 8, you know he wanted to be in that final 5, but it's had a great run throughout the year. Very consistent, earned an Olympic silver medal for even more accolades. And I just watched this surfer, right when you think he's peaked or he's done everything. He's just young, 24 years old, but he continues to grow. He continues to develop. He's already been such a talented surfer from such a young age, but it's really nice to see the further development of Kanoa Igarashi.
Yeah, he's continuing. Well, I suppose the goals that he had as a young man, and I remember seeing those interviews of him at Huntington Pier, and he's 8 years old or whatever, and he's a tiny kid, and he had these dreams. And he's fulfilled it to a degree. He's on this world tour. He's won world championship events. The silver medal, as you said, in the Olympics was a massive thing that he will carry for the rest of his life. But the best is still in front of him. And at 24 years of age, he's halfway to the career that Kelly has accumulated or amassed. So there's a lot of time on his side, and his best surfing's definitely ahead of him. No question about that.
Not to mention coming off a quarterfinal appearance at the stop number 1 at Pipeline. So already a strong start for the season for Kanoa Igarashi. Let's look at the numbers here with Jadson Andre and their history with head-to-head matchups. Jadson 1 versus Kanoa 2. Jadson Andre got Kanoa in Tahiti 2019, but Kanoa got the best of Jadson Andre 2021 at Pipeline and 2016 in France when we look at their head-to-head matchups. So
Very
advantage
tight.
Statistically to Kanoa Igarashi again, but still very tight.
Yeah, only a couple there, only a heat in it. And for Jadson, this one would even the score. White priority.
Here we go. Jaddy baby, Jadson Andre off the bottom, a nice hook off the top, pacing himself down the line. Another big aggressive hook, getting to there early, beating the whitewater, getting the completion, BL. That was an important finish.
It's going to be his best ride, isn't it? And get him in there. The 5.17's what you've got to compare it to and imagine that it's going to match that. 2 nice turns, but obviously Kanoa had the priority, so he determined that that wave wasn't worth him taking, wasn't worth him using his priority to catch. Here's the replay. Drives off the bottom, up into that lip, drives it back into the pocket and just waiting. It's quite a bit of downtime, then gets that beautifully timed snap. Could have maybe got into the lip a little bit more, got there a little early to bank the score. There's 12.5 minutes left, so it was strategically surfed, you would say, and you could tell that there was an intention to get a score on the board that he can bank and keep.
Jack Robinson's been putting on performance after performance out here at Sunset Beach. He's a former winner, and he's into the quarterfinals. He's with Laura Enever.
Yes, massive performances by you, Jack. You built throughout that heat. You're tired. You're thirsty. Tell us about how you're feeling right now.
Yeah, I had a feeling like, I mean, compared to the last heat, it was good, but I didn't think about it too much. I knew this heat, like, it was kind of hard to find the waves. I don't know, I just had a feeling like it was going to be one of those. So as soon as like I went down on the first one, I was like, oh shit, like, okay, just gotta, just stay cool, huh? And then yeah, slowly chip away at it. And yeah, not get too ahead of myself either, you know, just build.
Yeah, well, we know that you're one of the ones to beat here. You have a win here. You've got the confidence. How do you just take that confidence but then put it into the heats out there?
Yeah, I've had a lot of like heats and contests and finals and stuff like that. But yeah, just Sunset is hard, you know. It's like yeah, it's just really challenging. It's one of those waves. It's just like you have to be connected, right? And yeah, I don't know, just moment by moment. There's nothing really else to say. When you have a connection with something, you can't really explain it. So I just try and find that.
And connections with those sets on the head. How many sets on the head did you get?
Oh, so many. Like, yeah, it was gnarly. I just got to save energy. And then you're trying to like focus on another guy, like keeping him off the waves, and then you get caught. But it's all part of the fun, right? It's what you're ready for. So yeah, that's cool.
Well, Jack, you've booked yourself into the quarterfinals. We're excited to see you. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks, Laura.
Jack Robinson into the quarterfinals, and not a giant surprise in my book. And so we're going to see Jack to continue to press. During that interview, we did have a score update for Jadson Andre, a 5.77, and Kanoa Igarashi surfed this wave, BL.
Yeah, and he surfed it really well. Good score for Jadson, and it was exactly what he needed at that point in time. He most probably didn't need Kanoa to get this wave right behind it and kind of back up. He's going to improve on that 5.17. So the 5.77 for Jadson kind of eclipsed the 5.17 and put him right there in this heat. And you were like, okay, things are off and racing, but I figure this one from Kanoa is going to be one of his better scores and better that 5.17 and put more pressure onto the Brazilian's shoulders. He surfed it beautifully. His technique and his style is just so gorgeous.
Yeah, a lot of torque in these turns from Kanoa Igarashi.
And he's growing. You can see his size. He used to look like a kid.
Yeah.
He doesn't look like a kid. You're looking at him here on the Sunset Wall, one of those big canvases in surfing, and it will show up any immaturities, any weaknesses, any lack of power or presence that you may have in your surfing. But Kanoa's just looking on point, powerful, strong, aggressive, and very grown up.
Yeah, I agree. I concur. We're still waiting for that number 4, Kanoa Igarashi, and how it will affect the situation. Here it is, a 6.23, so Jadson Andre now needs a 6.79. 6.79 is the number for Jadson Andre. 9 minutes on the countdown, and priority to Andre.
Nice play from Kanoa. Just when Jaddy thought he'd made a good move.
Yeah.
Thought he'd started to put some pressure on, got himself into the heat. Kanoa just answered straight back and went, not quite, mate. That wave still does not count and doesn't match either of my 2 best.
But don't doubt the warrior in Jadson Andre. He surfed his way back onto tour a number of times through after falling off of the championship tour with performances here at the last big qualifying series events in the past. He did that in 2016, and he did that in 2018 again with semi-final appearances. So talk about performing in clutch in situations. Jadson's done it before numerous times.
And having that faith in yourself that you can do it.
Yeah.
And that regardless of the moment that you're down in, that right around the corner could be a moment that's up. And those warriors who make the tour, fall off the tour, re-qualify for the tour, fall off the tour, you got to respect those guys, because that's a tough way to live. There's no certainty, there's no security, but they're, as you called him, a warrior. That's what it is.
Yeah. Sunset Beach parking lot, the home of both tears and smiles when it comes to finals day back then with the qualifying series. And, you know, that would be the end. We saw a number of pro surfer careers end right here with not re-qualifying. Jadson, Andre scratching into this one. Good looking wave, has to handle that drop, does so. Chatter on the bottom, but he handles it. Chatter off the top. A little bit of buck and bronco happening here for Jadson Andre. Lining up for the inside section. Maybe a barrel ride, maybe a tube attempt. Pulls in and goes head over heels there, BL.
Sure, you could have grabbed that rail and just gone for a full flip.
That was radical.
That was. Things got completely out of control. You had it right, though. He was looking for the tube, and as we see this replay, drops into the face, looked like Tommy Carroll for a moment there. Strong on his feet. Now you can see all the bump, and he sees this line ahead of him, and he's hoping that there is that opportunity, but you can see it just clamped, and that ejector seat off the front was most probably a very good idea. You can see here he thinks about it. He's going into that tube stance and then just goes, oh, I don't know, I'm out of here.
Kicks the board out of the way, and he's back above water on his way back out to the takeoff zone. 6.5 minutes. And Hawaiian Water Patrol manning that Red Bull jet ski. Kanoa, another beautiful wave this afternoon. Way overhead, double overhead, and a beautiful carve off the top. Makes his way through a warbly section. Presses on the tail there. Comes around the corner again. Pulls into the barrel. No problem for Igarashi. Completes the barrel. Exclamation mark at the end of the ride. Well done.
No problem for Igarashi, but big problems for our mate Jadson Andre, because that was the best wave of the heat so far. And I was thinking that, you know, this was one of those heats where everything was going Kanoa's way. He had those couple of sixes and you feel like you're cruising, but all it takes is Jaddy to drop an 8 and all of a sudden you're not in the lead. And I was thinking that, you know, this is one of those heats. It was starting to shape up like that for Kanoa, but this is exactly the sort of ride he needed at this exact moment in time, because this is the pressure cooker. Gets this inside tube right, manages all of that, the undulations and the bump and the lump, and just surfs it with such maturity and power and style. And found that tube ride on the inside. It's going to be a great score. Can put a lot of pressure on Jadson Andre, and it makes me feel like this is the ride that may secure his place in the quarterfinals.
Just great read and reflexes to punch the tail on that carve and then get under the hood for a barrel ride. Difficult section on the inside there. I'm expecting a big number. Are we thinking borderline excellent?
Oh, we are thinking borderline excellent. It was just beautifully surfed, start to finish. The tube rides are not something we've seen a lot of.
Yeah.
And so there's a point of difference there. And then also the punctuation in that snap as well, the way he lays into the back foot and gave that everything. It was beautiful surfing. High sevens, perhaps.
Well, judges are reviewing the ride on the paddle back out with Kanoa Igarashi.
Well, I think I might be way off because I just saw one score drop onto our screen.
Well, we thought about excellent, right?
Oh,
it had all the ingredients.
But did we think near perfect?
Well, some of the judges do. We got one more to lock in before we make it official. A 9.77. Kanoa Igarashi may have just closed the refrigerator door on Jadson Andre.
We figured the door was closing, but we didn't know it had been slammed shut and frozen around the edges with ice. And there's, I don't know there's any way to reopen that one.
Jello's jiggling, man. That butter's hard. Eggs are cooled.
Yeah, and it's the highest scoring ride of the day. Correct me if I am wrong. But what an amazing score. As we have a look at it on the replay, a big set wave. So that's in its favour. A lovely section here with a beautiful carve out at the top. That was really beautiful and clean. This turn here lays the arm back and really sort of pushes that back foot out and then comes through to an inside tube ride. So the judges loved it. There's an indication there of the type of surfing that the judges are going to look as we head towards the finals. Tube ride's obviously important. That had a lot to do with it. The size of the wave had a lot to do with it. And then just the maturity and the authority with which he surfed.
Yeah, great wave, big number, variety, and the commitment to high-risk maneuvers for Kanoa Igarashi. And I love this slow motion. What a pleasure it is to watch. What a pleasure it is to watch all of this action here locally on the Spectrum Surf channel, channel 20 and 1020 in high definition. Hats off to Greg Fujimoto and the entire crew over at the Spectrum Surf channel. If you missed any of today's action, there will be a rebroadcast of all of today's action following the conclusion and the 8:05 post show, where we're going to wrap everything up at the end of the day.
It's one of those things, the Surf Channel, that really made me aware of surfing having made it. You know, I was sitting there in my living room with a bunch of grommets that I had over doing some coaching, and we're watching surfing on the television.
Yeah.
You know, and we're watching the contest play out, and it was, for an old bloke who was, you know, there was no surfing on television, there was no internet, to have watched all of those changes and for it to have got to that point where it's on the TV and people are sitting at home watching it. That was the dream, and one of those moments where I realized that we really had made it.
Yeah, we have achieved that, down to the 2-minute warning, and it is just dark days actually for Jadson Andre. He's put on a great performance. It looks like he's going to take away a 9th place finish here from Sunset, because Jadson in this time frame needs 2 wave scores of 16.1. Here we go. This one's for the love, Jaddy baby. Big drop, disappears from view, hooks it off the top. This wave shaping up nicely for Jadson Andre. Loads up off the bottom again. Big aggressive snap, showing commitment, and he just kisses Sunset Beach and says, thanks for the ride.
How cool was that? That was him just paying his respects and appreciating the opportunities that he has. That was the sort of wave he needed earlier in the heat, because that's going to be a good score, and that would have been a wave that had got him back in if it had happened before that 9.77 got banked. But congrats. Here we go. We'll have a look at this replay. Drops straight down the face. Drives off the bottom up. Oh, good acceleration up the wave face, and then hooks it down and then comes through into this inside section. Another beautifully timed turn. Big open face, and he looks to the heavens, looks to Mother Nature, looks to the ocean, says, thanks for the ride. It's been a good one.
If there's a spiritual leader for the Brazilian Storm, it is Jadson Andre. He brings so much good energy, not, you know, to all of his fellow countrymen, but just to professional surfing in general. I'm a giant fan.
Yeah, how could you not be? 30 seconds as he makes his way in, and Kanoa booked his spot in the quarterfinals with a 9.77 no less.
Hey, you know what though? Good sign for Jadson Andre. His last score, lucky score, a 7.77. So a nice way to go out, and some good vibes on his way over to the next event in Portugal. Jadson Andre finishing off with a bang. But it is the Kanoa Igarashi story, a 9.77, a 6.33. Igarashi will be coming up against Jack Robinson in quarterfinal number 4. We're going to take a break, but when we come back, the 8:05 post show is going to be coming your way. Stick around. We got more for you.
ambition. Either rise or you fall. I'm on a mission, bringing my dreams to fruition. I ain't playing at all. Bring out the body bags, I'm about to kill them, deliver them to the mortician. I gotta do what I gotta do. That's for my face, back in my face. I gotta do what I gotta do. I pray to God, he never came. I'ma do me, I'ma do me. That's in my blood, I'll never change. That's in my blood, I'll never change. That's in my blood, I'll never change.
Aloha Avakea. Good afternoon and welcome to the 8:05 post show after another exciting day of surf action at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido. I'm Kaipo Guerrero along with the wonderful Rosie Hodge and 88 world champ Barton Lynch to take you through all the action. And Rosie, what a day.
Oh man, 24 heats. We really packed in a lot. I'm a bit cross-eyed. I think the athletes, they had their work cut out for them.
Yeah, it was a massive day. Big waves, strong, powerful ocean, and the performances were incredible.
Well, it was incredible. And the fact that we did use that overlapping heat format, we got through a lot of heats. And for me, it was a lot of excitement. We saw excellent scores. We saw Sunset really shake back up compared to kind of survival yesterday, BL.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we saw we're going to review it all now, but there was some highs and some lows and some twists and some turns that you just didn't anticipate coming. So it was a fantastic day of competition, really. It had everything.
Yeah, and ending up the day with a bang, 16.1 two-wave heat total. Kanoa Igarashi is in the quarterfinals, and he's with Laura Enever.
Yes, Kanoa Igarashi, wow. Ending the day with a 9.77, one of the highest scores of the day. You said that you got pretty worked out there, but you pulled it through.
Yeah, I mean, it's solid right now. Everyone only sees like the waves we're catching, but I don't think people realize how many waves we're catching on the head. But yeah, it's fun, it's exciting. It was just one of those heats where there's a lot of water moving, and the swell's still pulsing. It was supposed to drop, but I swear I think it got bigger. But a lot of poundings out there. I hit the bottom. I didn't know there was a bottom out there, but yeah, it was all good. It was fun.
And talk us through that 9.77.
Yeah, it was just I was paddling back out, and Witsy was like, "Hey, you've got your sixes. Let's lock into a bomb now." And as soon as I got out the back, it took like 30 seconds, and this big triangle came, and I was like, "Oh, this is the one for sure." And I was just surviving. It was a really hard wave to surf. I just tried to put as much rail, engage as much rail as possible. And as soon as I came out of the second turn, I just pulled up, and I remember Snake telling me back in the day, he was like, "Hey, if you feel you can't make this section, just pull in." And that's exactly how I felt. So I pulled in, and it was funny. I paddled back out, and Witsy out there was like, "Oh, that was full Snake style." So yeah, shout out to Jake.
Yes, shout out to Jake. So many amazing caddies out there. How important is it to have that communication and relationship with them? Yeah,
it's teamwork out there. It's teamwork all year, but especially here at Sunset, because people don't realize, Witsy, he was out there all day for all of us. He was out there for my first heat, for Griffin's heat, and then my second heat, and then now he's out there working on boards with Steph. So yeah, it's huge hats off to Tom. He gives a lot, 1,000% to us, and yeah, it just makes us want to go harder. And when I got that 9, I felt like he was more happy than I was. It was just one of those moments where he was like, "Yeah, that was it," and he was like gritting his teeth, and it was a special moment. And then I got my last one. It was actually after the heat. I think it was better than my last 9. So yeah, we were just we were psyched. We were laughing out there, and we're just gonna move on to finals day now.
Let's go. Let's take that confidence to finals day. Kanoa Igarashi into the quarters. We'll be seeing you very soon.
Okay. And speaking of finals day, our finals day is all set as we look into the brackets. Quarterfinal number 1, BL Kyle Ibeli versus Ezekiel Law. Your thoughts?
Kyle Ibeli has been in perhaps career best form. He looks so sharp, so confident. The board underneath his feet looks absolutely perfect, but then he needs to be because he's against Zeke, and Zeke's the modern day Sonny Garcia. He's got the power, he's got the connection to this place, he's got the history, so that's a tough one. Could go either way.
Yeah, Baron Mamiya, Seth Moniz, quarterfinal number 2. I can't pick one at all there because that's an all-Hawaiian affair. Here's a heat recap of the final heat of the day. Kanoa Igarashi, Rosie, versus Jadson Andre, and Kanoa just showing some maturity out here at Sunset Beach and some bravado.
Yeah, he said he wanted to bury as much rail as possible. He also got his body involved in that one, but definitely towards the end of this heat, that's where it really started to click into gear. Such a cool insight of how much the caddies are relaying to these athletes and how much they're relying on them. Cool to see Kanoa pull in there. 2003 Sunset champ Jake Patterson will be very stoked with that.
Oh yeah, and Jadson Andre, by the way, BL, put up a battle in the final moment. Just the clock ran out on him.
Yeah, it did. And it was a 7.77. It got him right back into it. He only needed an 8.5 or whatever at that point. But Kanoa, he was brilliant out there. He really was. He looked so confident and so strong.
Here's the numbers: 9.77, 6.33, strong showing. Excellent heat total for Kanoa Igarashi, and he is off to finals day here at Sunset. One of the many stories that are developing throughout this competition. Another story that's developing, not throughout this competition, but throughout this early season, is the charge, Rosie, of Caio Ibelli coming in as a replacement for Gabe Medina, and Caio is making the most of this wild card situation.
That's right. I mean, BL touched on a career best form for Caio Ibelli. He's tapped into something that not many people get to experience in their career, where they really start to fill in their potential, BL. I mean, a third at pipe, now he's in the quarters. I mean, there's even opportunity for him to get first in the rankings.
He sure does, and he was a big challenge to a guy that was really in top performance shape. Kalohe Andino would have been one of my favorites coming into Sunset, but Caio Ibelli was too much for him, BL.
Yeah, he was. He was sharp. The board just looked so good underneath his feet. But, you know, to Kalohe's credit too, he was right there and he put on a great event. He showed that he's in good form. A couple of slippy mistakes there at the end of some of those rides for Caio, so you clean that up and move on to the quarterfinals. But he's, you know, he is in top form, and Zeke Lau is one of the favourites going into the event, so it's going to be a great quarter.
Yeah, well, in the round of 16, heat number 5 was actually my favorite heat of the day. It was the highest scoring heat, with Ethan Ewing and Felipe Toledo trading blows out here at Sunset Beach. And BL, I thought Felipe was in form, but it really was Ethan Ewing who turned up the volume.
Well, he started so strong, and it was like, oh, this is, you know, it was an amazing heat, but it felt like Ethan had it in the bag. And then Felipe drops that 9, Rosie, and it's just on again. And then I turned my back, and then Ethan's got a 9 as well, and he's through. It was an amazing, and both of these guys could have gone all the way in this event. So that was the heat of the day in my mind as well.
Yeah, such a fun heat to witness. I mean, just the grit, determination from Ethan to turn it around on this wave after Felipe had put on such a show. Ethan really backed himself. He had to find excellence on this wave with time winding down, and he dug his heels in.
Yeah, just incredible stuff by both of these surfers. But Ethan Ewing, when we look at the numbers, it's hard to top these numbers. 9.67, 5.7, 18.24 out of a possible 20 for a perfect heat. Ethan Ewing on fire.
And look at Felipe, 16.50, excellent heat as well. So
it almost makes you sad though, because you look at Toledo and he's in such great form. It's hard to see him out of the event so early. You want to see him surf again, but hey, someone's got to take a backseat. Ethan, well done to him.
Upsets, the theme of the day. Kelly Slater's out, Miguel Pupo out, John Florence gone. All the grayed out names in this top 10 graphic are all out of competition. Opportunity for these final 3 surfers: Seth Moniz, Caio Ibelli, and Kanoa Igarashi, BL.
Yeah, when we saw that quarterfinal lineup, it was the new school. There was a lot of young kids in those quarterfinals tomorrow, and this is the sort of wave that ordinarily respects experience. But not today at all. You know, today it took of Johns and Kellys and all these, you know, incredibly experienced competitors and replaced them with a new guard that we're going to see when those quarterfinals kick off.
Yeah, that's why it's so great to have it back on tour. Well, we're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we got more for you on the 805 post show. Top 5 of the day on the way. Back at the 8:05 post-show, Hurley Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido. And you know what? If you're happy and you know it, make a claim. Big claims here today, and rightfully so. Give it a fist pump. Why not, Jordy Smith? We got the antlers out there for Joao. Felipe slapping the hand. Exciting stuff at the end of the rides here.
That was my favorite from Sammy Pupo, because that was all heart, all passion, all emotion.
I love it. I love the passion. I love the emotion. That's excitement right there. And we've had 2 great days of surfing already. What is day 3 going to bring us?
More action. I think it sounds like we're just going to roll into days of action here. We still got women's competition on the plate. We're into the quarterfinals of the men, so there's a lot on offer, and I think the swell's still going to it's still going to hold in pretty well, BL.
Yeah, I feel like tomorrow might be a day to, the guys have surfed 2 days of just exhausting powerhouse type conditions. They might be happy for a rest, and it might be the perfect day as we check out the Surfline forecast.
Yeah, let's check in with our friends from Surfline. A large west-northwest swell that peaked earlier this week will ease over the next couple of days, but still plenty of action here. Looks like the winds, BL, is going to be good out of that east-northeast direction.
Yeah, originally I was thinking, when they say breezy, you start to be concerned, but the fact that it's got that east-northeast, the north part's difficult, but the east-northeast is good.
And the Pacific looking pumped up right now. Rosie, our long-range forecast looking pretty good too.
Yeah, we still have some SARS on offer. Obviously, it's going to notch down from what we saw on the first day of competition. It was calling for 25-foot plus. Now kind of gets into that really fun range for Sunset. Still a lot of swell to hit the lineup. I'm really excited about the women's competition getting out there.
Oh yeah, it's going to be the first time for the women out here since 2010 in a championship tour event, and it is going to be another historical day as we're continuing to make history in 2022 on the championship tour. Well, gang, this is my favorite time, BL. It's all about today's top 5 moments. And what do we got? We got the big guy, Connor O'Leary, coming through with an incredible upside-down finish here, BL.
This was one of the craziest finishes we've seen. A 9.34, I believe, that was the score, and we see it here. Whoa, and it came from his left and just washed across him, and somehow he just came through and went, that felt wonderful.
He needed that too. I mean, he was on the ropes. He needed to dig deep and find some brilliance. He comes away with that heat win.
What about number 4? Kanoa Igarashi closes out the day with a bang, Rosie, a 9.77.
Yeah, just going through the motions. Kanoa Igarashi built throughout this heat, and cool to see the way you get rewarded at Sunset for working that rail, for the variation in your maneuvers, finding the barrel section. So cool to see a different approach from Kanoa Igarashi.
Yeah, just, an assorted tray here of maneuvers, just talking about variety. Carr punches the tail there, and then if that wasn't enough, I'm going to find a barrel on the inside section.
Wave of the day, 9.77.
Number 3, the young man from Encinitas, California, taking down John Florence. What I'm going to say, Rosie, was an upset of the day.
Oh, 100%. I mean, Jake Marshall just living up to the moment too, BL, like not letting it get to him as he's competing against the 2-time world champ. Really fun to watch. The rookies on tour this season and the mark that they're leaving.
I did some work out here in Sunset Beach. It must have been 6-7 years ago with Jake, and he was a natural. The way he drew his lines and the ideas that he had out there were absolutely perfect. He suits his way down to the ground.
Speaking of world champs and upsets, Matthew McGillivray takes down Kelly Slater, and he started off that matchup with a bang, a 9-point ride, Rosie.
Yeah, this was so amazing to watch Maddie. I mean, he's such an even keel guy. Just to see his approach in this heat. Also coming in as one of those replacement wild cards. So any points that he can gather at these stops are so crucial for him potentially finishing out the season.
And a great opportunity for the young man out of South Africa. Unfortunately not in the quarterfinals. Here we go. Jack Robinson, BL, an 8.5 and a 9.77 for the young man from Western Australia.
And the last time we saw him compete out here, he won the event in one of the most magical performances I've ever seen at Sunset Beach. It turned into backdoor pipeline, or it did for Jack, or he turned it into that and just surfed it so incredibly, and he showed that exact form today. Going into those quarters, he may be one of the most experienced in our young field.
Cat-like with the reflexes to keep the board underneath him. Jack Robinson capping off today. I want to thank Rosie Hodge. I want to thank you, BL, hanging in there. It's been a wonderful day. And you know what? Check in tomorrow, worldsurfleague.com. We may be running again. Forecasts look good. And with that, I'm going to throw it to the end of the day highlights. Enjoy it, and aloha.
Aloha.
Go shock the world, go shock the world, go shock the world, go shock the world.
Full attack mode from Kyle Belly. Big slam off the top. Survives, claims it.
Go home, back to dad duties, play with the kid for a little bit. Nah, I think my wife will give me the day off for sure.
Go shock the world.
Pulls the trigger on this one. Toledo, last year's runner-up in the world, drills it off the top again. Feeling solid.
Like 100,000 kilowatts straight to the brain on a plane that would never drop.
Some action from John Florence.
Go shock the world.
Jake Marshall, big carving turn.
John is eliminated from competition.
Attention, priority interference has been called on Kelly Slater on John Florence.
I don't put the time in. I don't respect the wave, and it doesn't respect me back, so it was over before it started.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.